Friday morning in Barcelona, and it's the last day of week 3. Well, maybe not quite, because we will be back on Super Sunday this week with 5 more matches. Group B are back in the action, and Pakai Care, they're running away with it, but I'm sure all the other teams will be desperate to get some more victories on the board. This is the Fancode European Cricket Series Spain, and it starts right Good morning, wherever you're watching around the world. It's Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and welcome to day 15. It's the final day of week 3 of the Fancode European Cricket Series Spain, and we're about to get into the first match. It's match 71 between Barcelona and the City Lions. The two captains are with the match referee.
Head. Heads is the call. And head is it. The City Lions have won the toss. Are you going for bat? City Lions have won the toss and they're going to bat first.
Well, there you go, the City Lions captain Ahmad Shakur. He won the toss, had no hesitation in deciding to bat first. It's been a bit of a trend. We've seen teams trying to make first use of the surface. And look out for Ibrahim Hussain. He came into their team in the last game. He's in the lineup again today, and he can be quite a destructive player. So watch out for him for the City Lions. They're 2-2, so of course they'd love to come away with a winning record after this game. Well, Barcelona, their captain Raja Khalik Uraman, he probably would have liked to have batted too, but they have shown some capability. They almost caused a scare the other day, although they do have a record of 1-5. They'd love to get a second victory. And watch out for their opening batsman, Ishaq Nazir. I think that he holds the key to their batting performance. Well, let's talk a little bit about the conditions today. And again, very similar to the weather we've had this week from Tuesday onwards. The expected maximum is 14 degrees, currently about 13. A bit of cloud cover at the moment, but expect that to clear. I think the sun will come out. There's a very, very small chance of rain, but I'm pretty hopeful it'll stay away. And this surface, well, once again, it's been very well looked after by the grounds crew. There's not too much moisture on that at all, and I think that is why the captains were both keen to bat first. Well, let's have a little bit of a look at the lineups now. And you can see that Barcelona going with a pretty similar lineup as we saw from them on Wednesday. They've got a couple of ins though. Shazad Khan comes into the lineup. We'll probably see him bat at number 3. And also we've got the hat-trick hero in there, of course, Ali Imran from Wednesday. He was able to take 3 wickets in 3 balls against a very, very strong lineup, the Pakai Care opposition. And that really got them in a winning position. They weren't able to chase them down in the end. They only needed 70 for victory. Well, City Lions, they're 2-2, and they've had a couple of good performances. Let's see how they go. And Ibrahim Hussain, he's a key player. He remains in the lineup. Listed to bat at number 3 as well. I'm sure we'll see him bowl some of his little leg spinners that he pushes through in this format of the game. So, all in readiness for you for match 71, first of 5 today. Good morning, everyone. And if you're in the chat, make sure that you drop us a message or a question. Nice to see Nate in the chat. Good morning to you, Nate. It'll probably be good evening to you, I'm guessing. Or good middle of the night to you. And everybody else, please let us know where you're watching from, and we can say hello to you throughout the day. So, all in readiness, the first ball, and it's going to be Ali Imran to bowl. The hat-trick hero from 2 days ago. I tell you what, has him some early trouble. This one's short, and the batsman a little bit nervous, I think. First thing in the morning, you can understand it, can't you? It's going to be Hassan Shafakat, who is opening the batting for the Lions. It's facing up. This is short, and again, not quite able to get their hands through it. Here's the batsman, Ali Imran. He doesn't seem to do too much with it, but the batsmen are finding him a handful. We're just varying his pace slightly. And this time he gets the wicket, an immediate success. That man, Ali Imran, what a week he's having. His arm was straight, and wow, it was, have to say, strike 3 for the batsman. Not able to do anything with it, so an unhappy return to action for Hassan Shafakat. Looked hopelessly out of touch while he was there. All you can say is, at least he gives another batsman an opportunity. This one, well, again, rush of blood, and Ali Imran, all in a day's work for him. So just once again, if you're just joining us, good morning to you, wherever you're watching. It's Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo for European Cricket. It's wonderful, wonderful, as always, to have your company on the European Cricket Network. So, Lions early trouble. Oh, Imran. Well, he couldn't do it again, could he? That's one in a row. We need two more. And he comes to the new batsman. It's Ibra Hussain. And watch that. It was almost an unlikely run out. It has to be touched by the fielder to get a run out. So what happens sometimes is the ball just flicks the fingers of the bowler on the way back. And of course, the non-striker backing up as you normally do, taking a metre or two when the ball's released. You can catch them unawares, but the non-striker, Zahid Nawaz, was safely back. Ibra plays and misses, and Imran, what a start this is. 5 balls in and still no wickets. Sorry, still no runs. We have had a wicket, of course. Nate just asked if I'm coping with missing Senior Rico. Oh, we do miss him, but I'm sure he'll be watching. Nice ball, the over. Well, this one's going to get the treatment. I think it's going to go all the way, just getting over to Tazeem Hassan, who's at deep mid-wicket. So Maximo, the first one of the day. I'm sure it won't be the last. Well, there was a 6 and a wicket, and not much else in that over. At the end of 1, it's 6 for 1. Yeah, so Ali Imran, we saw him get some wickets in that fashion the other day, didn't we? His hat-trick, caught in the outfield. It's going to be the captain, Raja Khalika Rahman, to come into the attack. You can see their tactics, can't you? Just keeping the pace off the ball. Making it hard for the Lions to make all the running. And that man Ibra that hit the last shot, I can say he is a good player. Hasn't played too much lately, of course, with the restrictions on practice and things like that. So it's a bit rusty, but I tell you what, if he gets going, he can be very dangerous indeed. Raja. It's the first ball to Zahid. Plays and misses. So again, this is the Lions lineup that's had some success. 2-2 in the tournament. Be down the leg side for a wide. I can tell you one of the wins did come against Barcelona way back in match 16 on day 4. They defeated Barcelona 96-89, so it showed there wasn't too much between these two teams on that occasion. Sure, Barcelona would like to get some revenge here in match 71. And watchfully played, and sometimes what will happen with an early wicket, just getting the other batsman a little bit defensively minded. It's a careful start from the Lions. This time he's going after it, and it's going to be in the gap. It'll be 1-2 bounces and away for 4, so 4 carreras. Again, the Lions, I'll take them where they can get them. That takes the score along to 11. And we've already got Keanu asking, where is Rico? Oh, that's a very good question. I was wondering how long it would be. It's been about 2 minutes before someone's asked, but let's watch this ball from Raja. I knew he was going to go again, and he did. You know, Rico's just got the day off. He's, of course, lives in a different part of Spain, and he's just snuck the day off so he can get back and visit his family, and certainly say hello to him this morning. Up in the air, and it was almost caught. It's just out of the grasp of the fielder, and it'll go all the way for 4, so another boundary. And the Lions, well, they're trying to make something out of this power play despite losing that early wicket. Another 4 runs to the Lions. Yeah, so good morning to you, Rico, and of course your wife Charlie and your daughter Sonia. This one's up, it's in the air. It may go all the way. In fact, I think it just does all the way over. There's another Maximo. And Lions, well, they're finally finding their touch here in match 71. That will be the end of the over. It was a pretty good one in the end for the City Lions. They were able to finish with that Maximo to go with the 2 boundaries earlier in the over. There were 15 off it after 2 overs. It's 21 for 1. Yes, Rico, so we are missing you, of course. I'm sure all our viewers will miss you, but we'll look forward to having you back on Monday. And we'll probably appreciate you that little bit more as well. I'll even say hello not only to your wife, Charlie, and Sonia, your daughter, and also your dogs, Bambi and Luna. I wonder if the dogs are watching. Anyway, this first ball from Ali Imran, he's going to continue, and it's a full toss. And this time it's just knocked down for a single, so electing to bowl out Ali Imran, and we saw Paxalona restrict Pakai Care to 69 the other day, not be able to chase him down, so they would be very conscious of that. And is he trying to hit the kill switch against the Lions early here in match 71? It's a very good question from SG. Does anyone know the name of the song that plays between matches? Well, if the ECN robot is in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network, I'm sure they know the song. I think it might be called Dreams or something like that. Anyway, I don't want to give you any false information. Next one is hit down the ground, but no run in the end. Of course, don't forget, bonus day of cricket, Super Sunday coming up. Well, this one's too short. It should go, and it does. Yeah, it's a nice shot by Ibra. Well, if he gets going, it'll be hard to stop. Maximo, another 6 for the Lions. You see that Ali Imran that time just pulling it down short. And I tell you what, some of the other batsmen might have missed out, but Ibra wasn't going to miss out. See that good footwork, getting that front foot down on the back knee. And that one disappeared. Ali Imran just saying, well, it's a bit unfortunate. Sometimes they get me wickets, but not this time. He's overcompensated this time. It's in the air, and Ibra gets away with it. Here's a big wicket for Paxalona, because he's the sort of player that if he gets going, he could take them well over the 100 mark. But if he goes early, he could be chasing a lot less, and that really could have gone anywhere. Unfortunately for Ibra, it fell safely. This time just pushed through by Ali Imran and getting a bit low on the surface. That will be the end of the over. There were 9 off it. That's the end of the power play. After 3, it's 30 for 1. So yeah, please let us know where you're watching from. And Keanu just saying, very nice long weekend for Rico. Yeah, well, he absolutely deserves it. And so Luke just saying he doesn't know what the song's called. I tell you what, if you ask the ECN robot, once you see the ECN robot back at head office, they'll know. So you might have to ask again. Keanu saying Pakai Care, the team that he still thinks will win this whole tournament. Well, look, maybe one of the favourites. What I would say is they were exposed, weren't they, on Wednesday. Lost a couple of their stars are bundled out for 69 by Paxalona, who right down the bottom of the ladder. So just shows you anything can happen in this Fancode European Cricket Series. Here's Adilat Ali to bowl over number 4. And continue with the spin attack. Oh, this is up, it's in the air. I think it's going to go all the way. What a nice shot that is. Down the ground, over the fence. Maximo, 6 more. And Ibra, well, he's getting going for the Lions. Decided not to have a look at Adilat. And what I like about this, he hit it nice and straight. He had more margin for error, you can see, with the follow through, straight down the ground. Not hitting across it, which we've seen some batsmen fall for. The bait, taking the big swing across the line, but Ibra, he's looking dangerous. And this time he does go slightly across the line, had some length to work with. Tazeeb will do the fielding out of the mid-wicket boundary, just the single, but Paxalona will be very happy to see Ibra at the other end. Like I said, it's a big in for the Lions. Ibra didn't quite fire in the last game, but he's looking good early here. This one's a big appeal from somebody. I'm not sure who it was, but it wasn't anywhere close to an LBW. ECN just confirming, yes, it is called Dreams by Benjamin Tissot. Well, there you go. Well, it's been buried in my subconscious. Not surprising, because we do hear the music quite often. This one's up in the air. I'm not sure if it's got the elevation. And it's taken by Nazir at long on. And so the wicket goes. perhaps not the danger man, but still Zahid Nawaz. He was out there opening the batting. And he tried to get this one out of the park. Just wasn't able to get enough power. And Ishtiaq Nazir, well, we've seen him take some good catches in this series. He made no mistake, and look, that looks like an easy catch. There are no easy catches in game one of the day because it's still a bit frosty. Well, it's 13 degrees, so I'd say frosty, but I wouldn't say it is that comfortable either for the players, especially with a hard ball coming at you. And Ishtiaq, good technique there, catching it with the fingers pointed upwards. And so a wicket for Adlat Ali. Batsman didn't cross, so the new batsman, Amar Shakur, will be on strike. But like just saying don't be silly. And SG saying, yep, no yellow shoes today. Yeah, we saw some antics from Sudarshana, didn't we, for Men in Blue this time yesterday? So Keanu saying, this is why I love this tournament, the T10 format, so unpredictable. Yeah, I'd have to agree wholeheartedly with you, Keanu. Let us know where are you from in Australia again? Was it Brisbane? Sorry if I got you wrong. Let us know. Here's Adlat Ali. This has worked away. Amar Shakur taking the single. I think that's smart from the captain because he knows Ibra, well, he's up and going already. He's already past the 20 mark. I think his role in the next over or two is just to get that man Ibra on strike, and Ibra will be one who will do the damage, but he's on strike for the last ball of the over, so probably wouldn't mind a single here. Not sure if it's in his zone though. He'll probably be trying to make it disappear. Here's Adlat Ali. So wide down leg side, and good morning to Multi Apples as well, who's saying great game. Yeah, well, we get a lot of great games, don't we? The beauty of this format with the 5 matches a day is you get 5 finishes, and generally you'll get some close finishes in there. Just a greater proportion of the game is that exciting last phase when the run chase is on. Ibrahim goes for this. Doesn't make the kind of contact that he was after, so that'll be a dot ball and a handy dot for Paxalona. That finishes the 4th over. There were 9 off it. It's 39 for 2. And just speaking of Super Sunday, as we were a moment ago, make sure you tune in Sunday. We're not normally on the air Sundays, but we are this Sunday because we have the ECL 21 playoff matches, I should say, between Menage and Lamanga. Only one of those clubs, they're the domestic champions over the last 2 years in Spain. Only one of them can represent them at the European Cricket League, which is the Champions League of European Cricket. And we have 2 bonus matches that are rescheduled after they were washed out on Monday. And we'll go a little bit later, actually. So, I'm going to play the last game under lights. Anyway, back to live action. This is Nazir, who's come into the attack, and immediately swung away by Shakur. And you see the use of the feet, which I've said a few times. Well, it's a risky strategy, but time the fielder getting away with it down there, and 2 runs to Shakur. Yeah, but Ishtiaq Nazir, if you are playing some fantasy cricket, he's definitely one man to have in your side because we'll bowl his overs. You'll see him open the batting. It's one of the keys to the innings for Paxalona. This one, well, it's up and away. In fact, it's gone all the way, carries the rope by about 1 metre. And a nice shot by Shakur. Maximo. And now he's away with his first. This one again went and fetched it from outside the off stump. The Lions rescuing this innings. This one's hit away nicely on the offside. It's a nice piece of fielding. In fact, thought for a second there might be a chance to run out. It was picked up very cleanly, but luckily both batsmen were on the same page. They both went immediately. This was drilled very hard. Look at this for a pickup. Any shortstop would be happy with that one. And doesn't even have a glove. Nice work by Rafiqur Rahman. Ibra's on strike now. Whacks this one, and the second consecutive ball he faces is straight down the ground. Keep those comments coming in. It's fantastic to have your input and interaction during the day's play. Well, this one has disappeared. And it was too short. And Nazir, well, he wasn't going to muck about with that. It was too short, and Ibra, he was after him. Just have a look at what he does here. Again, coming up, meeting the ball, spotted the length early, and he knew that one was gone. That was straight down the middle of the fairway. Here's Nazir again. This time slightly fuller, and it's better bowling. Just shows you the difference. It's a margin of small errors at the time. Sometimes that will be the end of the over. So Lions, well, they've passed the 50 mark already. It's all the fives after 5 overs. It's 55 for 2. Now just going into the chat. Nate wondering about T10 referring to the number of players in each team. Does it come with its own set of rules versus the other T? Well, it really is 10-10 cricket, but we, or like 2020 cricket is called T20. It's just a cool way to refer to it, I suppose. It's just the abbreviation that's stuck. I suppose 2020, if you wrote it out as a number, looks like a year, for example. And so, yeah, T10 is what we call it. It just means 10 over cricket, or 60 ball cricket, I suppose, because there's 6 balls in each over. Here's Adilat Ali to bowl the next over. Starts with a big wide down the leg side. Yeah, but it's funny because sometimes when I hear people talking about 5 over cricket, for example, they talk about T5. It's not really T5, is it? It'd be F5, but it's one of these funny things. It's a very good question. I love these kind of questions, especially if you haven't watched a lot of cricket or you're new to the game. They're absolutely fair questions. This one's edged away, and Ibra, again, it was a bit short. And Ali Imran, he missed it on the first pass, so he's going to give away a second run. And in the end, it was 1 short called. So obviously, Ibra. So what the call is here, this is one for you, Nate. He didn't actually make it all the way to the line and didn't touch his bat in the line correctly on the first run. So that means that even though they ran 2, they'll just get credit for 1. So they get 1 run taken off for that. Nate calling that one from the last over a no-doubter. Yeah, absolutely. That was a no-doubter. This one, I think it's very, very high. Right on the call from the umpires, but perhaps it just felt like it was dipping. And again, this is one area I think the umpires can improve, the application of this rule. I think if there's any doubt, it should go to the batsman, because the idea is that those kind of fast full deliveries or full deliveries are difficult to play, and that's why there's no ball if they're above the waist. Anyway, umpires felt that wasn't above the waist. Now this one's gone very high. It'll take some catching. The fielder's underneath it, and he holds on. So Shazad Khan, he takes the catch. It went miles in the sky. And again, it shows you that last call influential, because if that was called a no ball, then this would have been a free hit and this wouldn't have been out. But the ball was alive, the batsman wasn't, and a nice catch by Shazad Khan, who's come in. And he's just hopping around because it's pretty cold out there, but he's pretty happy to hold on to that one. So again, an important wicket. The captain, he was looking dangerous at times. Also gets rid of the left-hander, just causing a few issues with the control of the bowlers. But let's have a look at more of the chat. And ECN saying Rico was only originally scheduled the last 3 weeks, but he has stepped up because, yeah, his replacement is in the UK and he's trapped. So Rico, because he's doing the last 2 weeks as well, we let him, he took his ankle bracelet off and said, look, you can run free for a couple of days. He'll be back on Monday for more ECN action. Right now it's Ibra who's on strike because they crossed while that ball was in the air. Swings the next one out to mid-wicket. Yeah, there's a few. Hello to our colleagues that are trapped in the UK. There's a few of them. Yeah, so potential that Rico might be stuck next to me for 5 weeks in Italy. But let us know if that's a problem. Hopefully you're enjoying Rico's work. I certainly am enjoying working next to him, and I love the skills he brings to the commentary table with all his language skills and little phrases. He's a lovely guy as well, as you can probably tell if you've been watching for a while. Just loves the game, and that comes through in his commentary. Well, this next one, this one's out of here as well. Well, it's picked up. And tell you what, Nasir Ahmed doesn't spend too much time mucking around. He's come out of there and said, whack, have some of this. First ball he faces, it disappears. Maximo, 6 to finish the over. And the end of the over at 66 for 6. I should say 66 for 3, not 66 for 6, but it is after 6 overs. SG saying something about the temperature. We'll come to that in a second. It says cold. It's 20 degrees Fahrenheit in New York. Yeah, well, if you know your conversions, say that's about -6 or -7 Celsius. At the moment here, what is it right now? It's 13 degrees, which I make that to be about 55, 56 Fahrenheit. So yeah, it's not that cold, but for Spain it feels a bit cold. Anyway, we start the next over. We've got a great day's cricket for you, of course. The first of 5 matches today. Although, look, I would say Pakai Care will be very hard to beat for top spot, but that doesn't make these matches any less significant or competitive for these teams. They're out there. They're trying to win on the big stage. Nazir continues. First ball driven down the ground. So doing a 6 over check-in. Probably looking at 106 would be 10 and over. So yeah, so I think I'd like a few more than that, to be honest, with Ibra there. Something in the range of 120 is what I'd be thinking. This one's hit hard. Again, it's all the way along the carpet. That man Shazad Khan will do the fielding. So he's probably looking for something like 110. We saw with Paxalona, well, they weren't able to chase down 70, were they? Having said that, they don't quite have the weapons that Pakai Care do with the ball, the City Lions. Oh, and he's bowled him. And it's a bit unlucky, you'd have to say, in Nazir. That one slid off his pads. It really can go anywhere when this happens, but unfortunately, going back onto the stumps, you see that back pad. Again, you see the footwork. Because he went away from it, backed away towards the leg side. This is always a risk. It's the sort of ball that if his feet move the other way to the left of the screen, then it probably goes for a wide. But in the end, it's a wicket, and definitely the Lions will take it. And Nazir looked dangerous while he was there. The Irfan Muhammad, who will replace him. Ibra Hussain. He's the key still for me. As long as he's there, we've seen that he can whack them. Here we've got Rafiq watching from Dubai, United Arab Emirates. Lovely place, actually. I've spent a bit of time in Dubai and I do like it. It's a bit warmer there today, be my guess. So I think it's going to be cold in the end. It's one of those ones where I've had to make the judgment. There's the indication line. He felt that one was just catching a bit too much of it. Here's Nazir again. This one he's beaten outside the off stump, and this is good bowling. And now putting a rock in a hard place because they do want Ibra on strike next over, and with 2 balls to go, they're probably already thinking about how to make that happen. Well, this one, this might help. This will be half a dozen. It's up, it's in the air. It's over mid off. Maximo, 6 more. And Irfan, well, he might have missed out the ball before. It's a similar ball, but a very different result. Just going with that one as a nice shot over mid off. Again, hitting through the line of the ball. Last ball of the over. Hit hard. I'll get 1. I might think about 2, but I don't think it's there, and that's smart, especially when you've got a batsman that's just come out and smoked one out of the ground. No need for any crazy manipulation of the strike. So that's the end of the over. End of 7. It's 76 for 4. We'll just go through the innings by overs, and we'll see how the Lions have gone. They've gone 6, 15, 9, 9, 16, 11, and 10. So you can see that no terrible overs for them. The lowest one was the first one, where they only scored 6 from Ali Imran and lost that early wicket, but been fairly consistent in keeping the scoring going. Here's Raja Khalik Uraman to return for his second over. This one, he swung away on the leg side, and a nice bit of fielding. Not easy to negotiate the baseball mound. We had a question the other day, 1 or 2 days ago, about, will the baseball mound stay? Well, I mean, this is still predominantly a baseball ground. It's converted for when we have our tournaments here into a cricket ground, but the mound, it's quite precious to the baseballers. So that's not going anywhere. This one's in the air. It's curving back. It's half a chance for the fielder. But in fact, in the end, it's going to go all the way to the boundary for 6 runs. And that one, well, it teased the fielder, didn't it? Newman Ruksa, who was in the chat the other day. It's nice to see you, Newman. He just thought he might get around to that. It was slicing towards him. We've got a lot of good discussion in the chat. And Keanu asking if there's a line the ball needs to stay in. Next ball's worked away. Just a single. I don't think they're going to get back for another one. Are you referring to a wide line there, Keanu? You're referring to the line the ball needs to stay in. Well, yeah, it's meant to stay inside the wide line, the indication line on the offside. Leg side, if it misses the leg stump, unless the batsman's inside the line of it, it'll be called a wide. This time, again, just a single. So you can see now they're really thinking about trying to get Ibra to face the most balls possible. And so this will be the last ball of this over. We'll probably be looking for at least a single, maybe more. He goes for it and he's going to get 6. And Maximo, great finish to the over. In fact, there's 1 ball remaining, so that was a bit jumping the gun a bit myself. Miscounted, but you've got 1 ball remaining, and Kalika Rahman, well, he's taken a bit of punishment. He's now conceded 30 with the ball to go in his spell, and look, it's a bit of a gamble. His kind of bowling, he challenges the batsman to hit him out of the park, but they have got hold of him a couple of times. Ibra's on strike for the last ball. And he's going to get away with a single, so he will retain the strike. End of the over. It's a good one for the line, 16 off it. It's 92 for 4. I think we're really going to see some fireworks now. I said early, didn't I, that Ibra would be the key to the innings for the Lions. And he was a bit fortunate a couple of times early. Yeah, the wide line. Keanu just responding. And yeah, it's not. I've been told by the referees and the senior umpires, it's not a strict line. So, for example, if the batsman moves a bit, or if the batsman I think is a bit taller, or has more of a reach, it does. It's just an indication, the wide line. So this one was blasted and it's misfielded. And again, that's going to cost him all the way to the boundary. It was hit hard, but the fielder will be disappointed that he didn't get more on that. Karim Javid at point. Look at this. It's just gone straight through the line. It actually brings up the 50 for Ibra Hussain. He moves on to 50 off 23 balls. A very good innings from him. And he can be very proud of his efforts, of course. And we said he's a talented player and hasn't had a lot of cricket like so many of these guys over the winter because of the restrictions in place and the restrictions about practicing and of course not really having any matches. So as he's entered this tournament, it's taken a little bit of time for him to find his feet, but you know, after giving 1 or 2 early scares, he settled into his innings nicely and he's been holding it together for the Lions. So they now look at, well, where are we? Getting to the point. 11 balls left. They're 96. I think they'd want 2 a ball minimum. So something in the order of 118, 120. So some time to think about it. Shazad Khan's the one with the ball. And Ibra had to change his bat because I see a little bit of damage on the last one. Well, he has been hitting it pretty hard. And Shazad Khan gets this one past the new one. You can see the intent from Ibra at this stage. This next one's dragged from outside the off stump. Oh, and somehow it's gotten through 2 fielders and gone to the boundary. And Tazeeb Hassan, well, normally he's pretty reliable in that position. But this one, too many cooks. 1, 2. The other fielder didn't think that was possible for Hassan to miss it, but again, 4 runs. And that also has the impact of keeping the dangerous Ibra on strike. Just think he's going to load up on this one, trying to send it. He does. It's an appeal, but might be a bit difficult to get an LBW from around the wicket, even with it hitting him on the full. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's the question. It was pretty close, actually. That impact's in line with the stumps is probably out, but the question was the impact in line with the leg stump or not? And I think it was probably a good decision from the umpire. I think it just hit him outside that line of the leg stump. This one's hit not really timed by Irfan Muhammad. It'll be a single. Nate saying that one split the wickets. Yeah, well, interesting. I actually like some innovative descriptions, and I think you'll be good for those, Nate. Anyway, here's the last ball of the 9th over. 102 the score. And it's going to go, and it's going to go fast, and it's going to be caught. And what a catch that is. Well, that was absolutely lasered. We had a line drive. Well, this one, it was never got above head height, and well, he'll be happy in an over. He can go and get some ice on those hands because this one was rocketed towards him. Look how fast. Great camera work as well. Tracked it all the way. Well, he knocked it up the first time. And Rafiqur Rahman, well, I'd say, take your hat off. He's not wearing one. What a catch. He was pretty thrilled. So, Luke Belgium, I saw his comment saying, come on, Paxlona, wake up in the field. There's at least 15 runs given away already. Well, they might have saved 15 there by picking up the danger man. But it's the end of a very good innings from Ibra Hussain. He goes for 54 off 27 balls. He had 6 maximos and 2 boundaries in that innings. And he can be very proud of his efforts. He's already lifted his team over the century mark. End of the over. So that's 102 for 5. Here's the last over of the innings. Start with wide. This is Karim Javeed bowling the last over for Paxlona. Again, they'll have some thoughts about chasing this down, Paxlona. This is accurate, and another catch is taken. So a nice piece of fielding, and Paxlona, well, we said they needed to wake up, and Adelat, well, he's up and away. He's going to take off. And you just wonder if they could have fielded like this earlier in the innings, what the score might be for the Lions. But anyway, Adelat Ali, again, this one, not an easy catch. He had to make some ground. And then he was on the runway, and away he went. Adelat Ali, well, we've seen him do some good work with the ball. This was a nice piece of work in the field. So another one goes down. It's 103 for 6. All right, Kashif Ali, new batsman, he's facing up. And he starts with a big shot. It's going to go all the way down the ground, nice and straight. Maximo. And the wicket might have gone down, but it didn't bother the Lions. They've come straight back. It's 6 more runs. We saw Nate saying, great catch, and smile through the whole thing. Enjoy that one, sir. Well, absolutely. It's about time we saw some catch, and Martin saying that's better. Well, it certainly is. Well, this one, not sure it'll carry to the fielder. Yeah, it was smart by Ishtiaq. He knew that one wasn't going to carry to him in the end, so he just backed off and made sure he took it on one hop. So it's all happening at the end of this innings. This one's up, it's in the air. There's no one back in the outfield. It might plug. It does. They'll probably come back for 2. Sikandar Raja is out there. And they'll get 2 runs and 2 balls to go now. 112 the score. Just wonder, Paxlona, Nazir gets going. I think they could challenge this, but they're going to have to bat a lot better than they did. This one swung away, and again they have to run hard. It's in the gap. I think they should get 2. Well, they almost got more. That one was another piece of tunnel ball. Almost going through the fielder's legs, but you have to do that at this stage. You have to put pressure on the field. I'll take the score for 114. Last ball of the innings. Well, get ready, because there's going to be some action last ball. They'll be running for everything. Oh, they won't be running if that happens though. He knocks him over last ball, so finishing with a wicket. And City Lions, well, it was a good little comeback from Pax Lona at the end, holding on to a couple of catches and finishing the innings with a wicket. You see there, the last ball was Raja. He tried to send it, but the stumps were the only things that were disturbed. That's the end of the innings. And the Lions, winning the toss and election to bat, they finish on 114 for 7. And let's go back to the beginning of the innings. It was Ali Imran who picked up the early wicket. Put Imran to the crease, and he blasted a few out of the ground. Again, we said he was a talented player. Hasn't really had a lot of cricket. Needed a bit of luck early. And the Lions, well, they were away. They were just cruising around the 10 and over, and even 11 and over those middle overs, but then holding on to the catches. Pax Lona, they did hold on to a few. I think the ground fielding was more of a concern for them. This one, that was very high in the air. Shazad Khan, well, bit of an ice cream cone, almost popping out of the hands, but he's happy to hold on to it. And Nazir, well, a bit of fortune for him. This one bouncing off the batsman's pads, back onto the stumps, and Nazir, he looked dangerous while he was there. Again, a couple of teasers. Raja, well, I love the way he leads his team. He wouldn't have been happy with that one. That one going straight through the pegs of the fielder. And you see here, great piece of work by Rafiqur Rahman. What a catch that was. Bounced out. And a friendly little bounce out for him. Then a good catch, Ali. Wow. Clear the runway. He's going to take off. And a nice little comeback for Pax Lona. Like I said, they're one of the more friendly, and they can't touch each other, of course. So sometimes you have to dodge if you see your player coming in for a high five. Ultimately, a good finish at 114. Good morning to everybody. Alan, good morning to you. I didn't get to say hi to you. Hello to Luke and Vinny and Rico in absentia, of course. Rico, I'm sure he's with us in spirit. I'm sure he's probably watching where he is at the moment, but he's having a well-deserved day off. And Martin saying can't bowl there to him. Kept low on the tall guy. Yeah, certainly did. And Luke, that's an interesting observation from you. Decent score by Lions. Pax Lona, certainly not out of the game though. Looking forward to their chase. I think particularly Ishaq Nazir, we saw chip in with a wicket. It could be one to watch. And just recapping the innings, it was Ibrahim Hussain who top scored with 54. Some handy contributions around him with Saheed Nawaz as well as Ahmad Shakur and Irfan Muhammad getting into double figures. And as far as the bowling went, well, it's an interesting one. I'd say Shazad Khan bowled a pretty good over, and he bowled one in the end, and that's because he bowled the 9th over, so couldn't bowl another one. But Karam Javeed, a couple of wickets, as well as 2 for Adlat Ali, and a single for Ali Imran. So, we hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. We'll be rejoining you in about 10 minutes' time for the resumption of play. It'll be Pax Lona chasing 115 for victory in match 71 of the Fancode European Cricket Series. It's the first match of 5 today. It's Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, and we hope you're enjoying your day. We'll see you shortly on the European Cricket Network. You're watching the Fancode European Cricket Series. Welcome back to the Montjuic Olympic Ground in Barcelona, Spain. You're watching match 71. It's the first match of 5 today for the European Cricket Series, Spain, and we've seen a very interesting start of this one. The Lions, well, they won the toss and elected to bat, and they have scored 114 off their 10 overs. They're led by a very good knock of 54 off 27 balls by Ibrahim Hussain. We mentioned the quality that he brings to the table for the Lions. They're very lucky to have his services, and look, he had a couple of shaky moments early. Ended up smoking 6 Maximos on the way to 54 off 27, but there were also some good contributions. Zahid Nawaz early, he scored 15, and there were 10s from Ahmad Shakur and Irfan Mohammed. I would also mention Nasir Ahmed. He looked dangerous. He hit one very good 6, but was bowled off his pads, and so in the end they kept scoring at the rate required just to get that century plus, and I think it'll be a very tricky chase for Barcelona. But we've got some good players as well. Ishtiaq Nazir, I'm sure we'll see him at the top of the order. And they'll be trying to score well in the power play. I think when you're attacking a score of something like 115, you need to shoot for that 11 and over or 12 and over, and they'll be looking for something like 35 in the power play, and from there they'll be able to at least be in the conversation for the victory. And let's have a look. It looks like the captain, Ahmad Shakur, that's going to bowl the first ball. The Lions, well, they're 2-2 before this game, and they'd love to go 3-2 and have that winning record. Barcelona, well, they've been in some winning positions. They blew a very good chance to knock off Pakar in their last day of performance. It was 69 they kept Pakar to. They weren't able to get the runs. They scored only 54 in return, and Pakar will fired them up, and again, they look the favourites to top the group, and I don't think they'll be caught. But regardless, all these games, they are hotly contested, and whether qualification is still possible or not for these teams, they want to go out there and do the job for their teams and win on the global stage. And again, we welcome you wherever you're watching around the world, and if you do get a chance, why don't you jump into our YouTube chat, ECN European Cricket Network. But we're going to have that man I mentioned, Ishtiaq Nazir. He'll be on strike to face the first ball. 115 to win. Oh, the first one's through him, and Shakur, not too much of a run up from him, but he does sling him through. A bit of a nervy start for Ishtiaq, and we've seen him get his team into winning positions, but when he's been dismissed, the wheels have fallen off for Barcelona, so he's critical to their chase. It's well bowled by Shakur. We saw him, well, it's going to be called a wide in the end. It was just a little bit too wide. I tell you what, it's a very harsh call on the bowler. That one there looked to be maybe a ball inside, but again, the umpire's the one that makes the call, and it's very difficult at normal speed perhaps to work out exactly where it was when it passed that line, but regardless, Barcelona will welcome the run. This next one's in the air. It's going to be sliced away. May plug. The race is on. The fielder, well, he's out of it, and he stays the ball. The ball's just rolled into the rope. It was a good effort on the boundary, but unfortunately for the Lions fielder, it beat him to the boundary, and welcome boundary, albeit a bit of a scratchy one for Nazir, but he's away. So Shakur, he's a little bit of a slippery customer. Comes again, this time there's no timing whatsoever, and it's back to the bowler for a single, well, no single I should say, no run. So you can see the pressure of scoreboard runs. 11.5 and over required at the start of the innings. Haven't gotten this over. I won't get any more here as one struck away into the offside, and the fielding was done by Nadeem Razak, and well, look, so important that the ground fielding is done well, because that can save you runs. We saw Barcelona probably leave about 15 or 20 runs on the table due to some misfields. Next one was in the gap, so I think they will take the single. And that will bring on strike Newman Ruxar, who comes into the side for this game. We saw him in the YouTube chat the other day. Luke's asking in the chat, can Barcelona chase this target down successfully? What do you think? I think they'll struggle, to be honest, because in batting depth, hasn't quite been there at times. Having said that, Rooks is into the side, and he can hold it, and he faces up now to Shakur. He'll get a single to finish the over. So it was a pretty good one from the Lions captain. End of the over. It's 7 for no loss. One of the things that we were talking about last week was the European Cricket Championship, which will be being played for the first time in September this year. Starts on September the 18th, and that's the national 11s from 15 European nations competing in this T10 format over 4 weeks in Spain. And we're joined now by one of the players, actually, who's part of our ECN crew, Stefan Gooch. Welcome, Stefan, and I believe that you will be representing Hungary in the European Cricket Championship later this year.
Thank you very much, Vinny. It's a pleasure to be here, and welcome, hello to all our viewers out there around the world. And yes, that's correct. We'll be representing Hungary in the European Cricket Championship. I'm very, very excited to do so. It's an absolute honour, and everyone involved in Hungarian cricket is extremely excited for it. So it's a great initiative from the ECN. Yeah,
well, I'm sure a lot of our viewers will be very excited to watch you as well. We're just going to watch the start of this second over. It's going to be Sikandar Raja. He's coming to bowl his first ball. Now this one, wasn't too much pace on it, but swing and a miss. Yeah, so playing for Hungary, and obviously some of our viewers might be able to pick your Australian accent, but how did you end up playing cricket for Hungary?
Well, yes, I'm Australian. We're actually from the same town, you and I. I'm from Perth, Western Australia, but my paternal grandfather was Hungarian, and he emigrated to Melbourne after the Second World War. So as you watch that, all flicked away the leg side. It's going to run away to the boundary. It's a very nice shot.
Yeah, just struggling with his line that time, wasn't he, Sikandar? First one was outside off stump, but that one whipped away off the pads for 4. But yeah, you were mentioning how you ended up in Hungary.
Yeah, so I lived in London for 11 years and played a lot of cricket in the UK, and then I just was looking for a change, and so I moved over to Hungary, and I was fortunate enough, by chance actually, to kind of come across the Hungarian cricket community and joined up with them. And because I've got the ancestry to Hungary, I'm eligible to play for the national team. So it's been fantastic. It's a really amazing experience, and I've enjoyed every minute of it.
Well, it's wonderful that you'll be out there. Here's Raja again. This time he goes after him. And this one might just plug when it hits the turf, and a bit of fancy footwork from the captain, Shakur. Well, he might be playing football before you know it, because he showed some skills there, pulling that one back with the left foot, but in the end, the batsman will get 2. Yeah, so go on, Steph.
Yeah, so it's just it's an incredible experience, and I think everybody in the European cricket community who is getting this opportunity is very, very excited about it. And like I said, a fantastic construction by the ECN. I think it gives us really something to play for now that we didn't have before, which obviously adds to the quality and the excitement of European cricket in these countries that are represented.
Yeah, absolutely, couldn't agree more. It's Raja. Swing and a miss this time. And so tell us about, you've already had some experiences playing for Hungary. What's that like? Did you ever, I'm sure you never imagined you'd be playing international cricket. Perhaps at one stage you might have had some of those ambitions, but tell us about some of your experiences playing for the national team.
It's just one of those things, isn't it? You're never too old to make a dream come true. That's what I say. Yeah, so just watch this ball. It's been flicked away down the leg side. They'll get a single.
Yeah.
So it's been fantastic. I was lucky enough to go on a tour. My first tour with the Hungarian national team was to the Ukraine, and we played in the Ukraine Cup, which was against Ukraine, Latvia, Ukraine A side, and ourselves. And we managed to go through undefeated and win that. So it was a real highlight, an amazing introduction to international cricket for me, for Hungary. And just watch this ball. Oh, good shot. Only going to get 1. So then I ended up going to Malta for the Valletta Cup, which was late the year before last, and we went all the way to the finals. It was against Malta, Czech, Iceland, and ourselves, and we went all the way to the finals undefeated, and we lost to a very, very impressive Czech side in that tournament. So, yeah, they were the 2 tours that I've been on so far. Obviously, last year we weren't able to do a lot, and so everyone's very much looking forward to this year and getting back out in the park and representing the mighty Hungarians.
Yeah, and it's been difficult, of course, for so many, not just in the sporting community, but otherwise, not being able to go out there and do the things that are normally quite usual things to do. But I'm sure he'd be very keen to get back into it. We see is the start of the third over. It was 15 for no loss at the end of 2. And so tell us about, so you're a wicket keeper, is that right? You're the wicket keeper for the national team, or is that something you do some of the time? Or tell us what your role is in the team.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, in our last tour, it was Malta. I was keeping, so I was the first team keeper for the national team and opening the batting. So, but I'm a bit of a utility actually. I've also opened the bowling for the national team.
Right.
I've kept and I've opened the batting and I've batted middle order. So
not all at once though.
No, obviously not all at once. That'd be a bit difficult. But no, so I'm kind of wherever the captain needs me, I'll jump in and do what needs to be done.
That's what we like to hear.
For sure.
Let's have a look at Nadeem Razak. He's bowling last over of the power play. It's driven away, and again, bottom of the bat. Out of the middle. Just cantering through for the single.
Yeah, it's just an absolute privilege. And I'll take my hat off to all the ECN crew and the organisation of it. It's just an absolute. It's such an exciting thing for these countries to be involved in. Something that we've never been able to really do before. Just adds such a exciting fixture to the calendar. And I can tell you, all the Hungarian boys and all the other guys that I know from different cricketing communities are just over the moon with this opportunity. So.
Yeah, I'm sure. And tell us a bit about your work with ECN as well, of course. You've travelled to quite a few interesting places, haven't you? And it's been a bit of an adventure, hasn't it, the European Cricket Series in the last year?
It sure has, Vinny. It's been incredible. I mean, last year I was lucky enough to do 3 months on the road without a break, travelling and visiting some incredible different countries. Big shout out to all the great people I've met on the road.
You see that one driven down the ground, a useful boundary for Paxalona. And Ishaq, can he get going and stay on track in this chase? But yeah, tell us about some of the places you've been, Steph.
Oh, there's a couple of the first. So last year I went on a big 3-month pilgrimage and started off in the Netherlands, and we were at Capella. And obviously, the cricket in the Netherlands is next level.
Yeah.
It was incredible. Having, just top-class cricketers, top-class cricket, incredible organisation. It was a real pleasure. So that started off, and then we moved on to Cartacho in Portugal, which was another incredible experience. Just a brilliant local organising committee, some great cricket. And just an absolute pleasure. And, moved on. We came here last year. We were in Rome. We were in Malta, and just having the privilege of meeting these local cricketing communities is an absolute highlight of my life, to be honest. Like these people, it's great to be able to get involved and sink into these communities and meet all the people involved and make all these new friends around the world. Everyone from all different backgrounds and all different places brought together by the love of the game. Something beautiful, Vinny.
Yeah, absolutely is. And you see the amount of work that's put into cricket just to get it off the ground in some of these countries. That is the end of the over. At the end of that one, it's 23 for no loss. So a little bit behind the running in the power play. They're hoping to be set about 35. They're about a dozen behind that at the moment. But again, they've got 10 wickets in hand. So Nazir, he's quite capable. And again, we've seen some of the batsmen, cold conditions, and the bats, well, don't get it quite in the middle, they can do some damage. But how do you think you'll go then in the ECC in September? I know we haven't had the draw quite yet, but tell us about how you think your prospects are and perhaps some of the countries you're looking forward to playing against.
Sure. Well, I mean, it's going to be a hotly contested battle, that's for sure. I mean, we've heard that there's going to be representatives from England. There's going to be a Dutch A team. There's going to be Scottish. So, there's going to be some extremely high quality cricket. And of course, we're looking forward to playing against that sort of quality. It's going to be a real challenge. Well,
this one's gone all the way. And I tell you what, we said they need to lift the rate. That one's going to give him 6 of the best. Maximo. And Ishaq Nazir doing it again. But yeah, tell us more about who you're looking forward to playing, Steph.
Well, yeah, I mean, we'll be very much looking forward to playing against these sides. It'll be a huge learning curve for us and a huge opportunity for us to test ourselves and see where we stand against some extremely quality opposition. But, we're also very much looking forward to playing the teams that are the associate nations that we're used to sort of being around. We like the Czech guys, Portugal. These sort of teams are the guys that we would compete with normally. But I personally, I'm really looking forward to getting to play against the top of the cream of the crop, the Dutch A side, the British representative teams. I think this is going to be a huge experience for associate nation cricketers, and it'll be a huge test. And it's just it's something that it's a very special opportunity, really.
Absolutely, and Sure, lots of cricket around the world would kill for that opportunity. This one's up in the air. Chance of a catch, and he's put it down. Well, there we go. The chance came, and we talked about some of the good catches taken in the first innings. This one was the dolly, and out it went. So, just shows you. You won't want to watch that one back, but wow, it just shows you. And I don't think we were talking about, Steph, in this first series of the year is the fielding. We'll come more to that in a second. This one, well, they're going to pay the penalty. This one all the way. It's gone over the ropes. 6 more. Seismas and Nazir. We mentioned he was the danger man. He's getting going. But we talked about the fielding and how important it is. And look, despite that effort, and there's been a few drop catches, obviously, and the conditions aren't easy, but a lot of the fielding's been very good in this series, and I think it's an area that a lot of the players have worked on, Steph.
Absolutely, and in T10 cricket, fielding is the most important thing, I believe. If you can save runs in the outfield, if you can hold your catches, if you can maybe pinch a run out here and there, then it goes a very long way to winning the game. I'm a huge believer in the shorter forms of cricket that fielding is probably the #1 aspect. And you're right, the fielding here has been fantastic. We've seen some incredible catches. We've seen a lot of run-outs. It's been a very high standard of fielding, so really brings the quality of the whole game up.
Yeah, for sure, and that can make a little difference, can't it? Nice ball this over from Sikandar Raja. Again, it's a big swing. It may find a gap. There's a bit of a chase on. That's a nice piece of work when we're talking about the fielding. In the end, he cuts it down to just the singles, so end of the 4th over. Pretty good one. There were 16 off it. It's 39 for no loss. And tell us, Steph, I know we're going to go on a few adventures, aren't we, in the European Cricket Series this year?
We sure are.
Is there anywhere you're looking forward to visiting? Places that you've been, and perhaps even a couple you haven't?
Well, I'm really looking forward to going back to Prague. I thought my last year was my first time I've ever been there. I thought it was a beautiful city and some excellent cricket. And also really looking forward to visiting the Netherlands again and seeing the standard of cricket playing there. But, all of these ECS tours and all of the, wherever we go, we're welcomed with open arms, and we make great new friends, and we have an excellent time when we put on these incredible cricket tournaments. So I'm just excited to be involved. I'm excited to go anywhere.
Absolutely. Have a look at the new bowler. And it's going to be Ibra, the man we saw do the damage with the bat. He'll come on to slide some of his leg spinners through. And he's going to get the treatment. It wasn't quite off the middle of the bat, but it's going to carry all the way. Maximo Ibra getting some of his own treatment. 6 valuable runs for Paxalona. And, so there's going to be lots of places. And what do you think about if you could have your dream destination for a European Cricket Series?
Dream destination?
Your dream destination. You can just pick it up anywhere in Europe.
Oh, I'd probably have to say, I'd really like to visit, well, actually, I'd have to say Iceland. I had the opportunity. We were going to be going to Iceland last year, and I was on the tour, and we were all ready to go, and then unfortunately the event was cancelled for the second time due to COVID.
Yeah, yep.
So I've always dreamed of visiting Iceland. It's just, it's been on my bucket list forever. So that would probably be my #1 destination. I'm also really interested in the Scandinavian countries. I haven't spent a lot of time.
He's going to get another chance. He's going to hold on this time. So there you go. If at first you don't succeed, try again. And he had to try again, didn't he? But in the end, holding on, and, well, you have to say his lives ran out, didn't they? And Ibra, well, he did the damage with the bat. He's done it with the ball on this occasion. You see, this is just pushed through straight. No real side spin on that one. Nice catch. This was probably a lot more difficult. This catch, it was Hamid Khurshid who held on. And, well, an important wicket. The first one goes down. It's not the danger man Nazir, but he goes in the end. Numan Rukhsar goes for 17. And Paxalona, they're 46 for 1.
Yeah, big breakthrough there. Ibra, a handy cricketer.
So that's been crossed while that ball was in the air. So Nazir's on strike. And he's able to get a single away. So that could be an important wicket. All right, here we go. It's the new batsman, Shazad Khan. He gets a chance to face the music. He can bat. Starts with a confident drive through the vacant offside. Just the single. Yeah, so Iceland. Did you end up making it to Iceland? Because I know there's some crew there. It's, of course, the COVID restrictions forced the cancellation at the 11th hour of that tournament. Watch this ball. Just a single. But yeah, it seems like a very unusual place, Iceland, and I'd be interested to visit that place too.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always been a dream, and we played against Iceland, like I said, in the Valletta Cup in Malta, and they were a great bunch of guys, and they played some good cricket, and just seems like an exciting place to go. Sort of off the beaten track. So that would be it'll be amazing if we can get up there again.
It's in the air, and he's held onto. So again, holding the catch on this occasion, and it was Nadeem Razak who made no mistake. So a short journey to the crease for Shahzad Khan. And the chance given, the chance taken, and Paxalona, we've seen it happen before. They've lost wickets in clumps, and that's what's happened today. The second one goes down, I should say. It's 49 for 2. And that's the end of the 5th over. So at the halfway mark, they're just probably, I'd say, 8 to 10 runs behind where they'd like to be at this stage. And this will bring new batsmen to the crease. And it will be Ishtiaq Nazir on strike. He didn't cross, but at the end of the over, so he'll make his way to the striker's end. He's the man they want on strike at the moment, I think, and 66 runs off 30 balls. One of the cool things, Steph, about this format is the amount of finishes we get and the amount of close finishes. We might come to that after this. This is well bowled. It was pushed through, and nice bit of bowling, beating the bat. Yeah, one of the cool things about this format, the T10 format, you do get so many close finishes, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we say it all the time, but it's so unpredictable. You never know what's going to happen, and a couple of balls can just swing the momentum so drastically in this form of the game.
This time he does catch up with them, and sure does. Bush off the wall, 6 runs, and a beautiful shot by Nazir. Well, he might have missed out the ball before, but this time, Moeen Safdar, who's come into the attack, well, he gets the treatment. That was a nice shot over cover, wasn't it?
Very good shot, yeah. Just slapped it over cover. Yeah, I mean, this T10 format, it's absolutely, it's so exciting to watch and to be a part of. And as you say, it's coming down to the last over almost all the time. It's just incredible new format.
This one's hit straight back, and bowler can't get down in time, but I think it'll just be the single. And Ishtiaq, I think the more time he spends at the non-striker's end, I think the Lions will be happy. But yeah, these close finishes, and we've already had a couple of very close ones, haven't we, Steph?
We sure have, yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure we're going to see a few more as well as the tournament progresses and things heat up.
I'd agree with that. Next one again, push through, and there's that extra little bit of pace causing a few dramas.
Run rate just creeping up a little bit now.
Yeah, you'd say so.
Yeah. Need to release the pressure with another couple of boundaries. So what about yourself, Vinny? I mean, you're on tour for this whole year now, so what are you most excited about?
I'm excited. Never been to Italy, actually. It's probably the only country I haven't been to.
Okay.
Not the only, but the only really big one. This one, really, over a wide, but you might want to worry about hitting the ball, because I think that one just slid past the outside edge, into the over. And pretty good one from the bowler, Safdar. It's 56 for 2 at the end of 6. And again, you mentioned that rate creeping out of hand. It's 59 required of 24 at this stage, and you wonder if they can just do what's required. But Ishtiaq, as long as he's there, I think they'll have a chance. So yeah, Italy probably for me is the one that I'm looking forward to the most, and of course we get to go all around Italy, which is going to be very nice.
Yeah, it's a beautiful country.
Right, new over starts. Actually, it was that was the end of the last over. Again, it's a couple of times today I've lost track of the balls, but regardless, the result was the same and the score is the same. 56 for 2 at the end of 6. And of course, got the European Cricket League coming up as well, which is going to be starting on May 31. And we had the draw a little while ago. What do you think about the ECL? And you're excited to be a part of that?
Yeah, obviously, Vinny. That's a hugely exciting fixture in the calendar. I mean, I wasn't part of the ECN crew in the last one, and watched it. You know, everyone around Europe in the cricketing communities watched it, and it looked like a fantastic affair. And it's a really exciting thing to be a part of. So very, very much looking forward to the ECL this year.
Here's Ibra to continue. Again, that might have been a bit of a wrong-un. It's outside the off stump, it no wide. And, well, the batsman can't believe it, but again, valuable dot. Ishtiaq, well, I think he's going to go large very shortly. He tries, but again, it's clever bowling by Ibra. You can see what he's trying to do. He just doesn't try to spin him too much. He slides him outside the off stump. He's really clever bowl. He bowls some leg spinners, but he also bowls this kind of slider, you call it, just kind of gets there a bit quicker than the batsman realises. So 2 dots to start this over. This time it's hit nicely. The fielder's got the job to do. And again, well, this is poor running if they don't get back for 2. In the end, I think they'll make it, but Ishtiaq, well, he has to realise if that's not going to the boundary, he needs to be back at the striker's end. And that was a nice piece of fielding on the boundary.
It was.
Here we go, this game really tightening up. Nazir got to make it or break it. And he breaks it. And clever bowling from Ibra. Perhaps Ishtiaq showing his hand a little bit too early. Coming down the pitch. It was a quicker ball, bit of movement away off the seam if anything. And a smart bit of work from the keeper, Kashif. And making no mistake, we've seen all kinds of wicket keeping in this tournament. That was a nice bit of work. It wasn't an easy stumping. It came through a bit quicker than he thought. But with Nazir, well, perhaps with him go the hopes of Paxalona.
Yeah, it's very clever bowling. That's an excellent line to be bowling at this point of the game. We've seen it's difficult for batsmen to get that off stump, like just bowling outside of off stump, to get that away, especially on that length. So you could just feel the pressure building there, and tick, 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 and something was going to happen.
Yeah.
And there it did.
Especially with those dots at the start of the over that you see the batsman looking for a wide, but not getting the call.
Yep.
And a good piece of fielding as well, you'd have to say as well, earlier in the over.
Definitely.
Just creating that pressure, and I guess the big shot was on, but come the moment, he wasn't equal to it, so someone else going to have to step up again. It's not impossible for Paxalona, but they're going to need some big hits, and they're going to need them pretty quick. It's Ali Imran. Well, we've seen some magic from him with the ball. He does fancy himself with the bat. He starts with a single. And just quickly, we head into the end of this over. I want to get your thoughts about this tournament, Steph. And we'll see a single to finish the over. In the end, it was a bit tighter than the batsman thought. But anyway, that's the end of 7. It's 60 for 3. Yeah, Steph, so tell us about this tournament. Are there any teams, before I get your tip for the tournament, who's going to win it, tell us about a couple of your favourite teams.
Well, I think, it's no secret that I really like to watch the Bangladesh Kings play. I think they're a really, really exciting cricket team, and a little bit unpredictable, which I think is always a bit of fun. You know, we've seen them chase down scores of 150. We've seen them get rolled for 50. You know, you never know what you're going to get. But I like their attitude. I like their brand of cricket. They're always often excited and up and about. So I always like watching them play. I really like the Relive Sporting Club as well. I think they're an excellent team. Really enjoy watching them play. They've got a couple of very good players. Yeah,
we see there, this is Shahid who's come out, and well, a welcome boundary, but they're going to need plenty more of those to keep it under control. They need 55 off 18 balls before that, so 51 off 17 now. Yeah, but there are quite a few characters, aren't there, around here?
There sure are, yeah. I mean, in terms of quality, you can't really go past Pakar Care. They're very, very strong side. Some excellent players. And also, you know, the Catalonia Tigers, very, very strong side as well. So,
yeah, depending on who they get on the park, the Tigers, I think they could be a force. And it's the thing with these teams, though, sometimes all their run scoring be done by a couple of players. And so if you get those players early, like we saw with Pakar Care the other day, they rolled for only 69, so that's quite surprising.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It is an even competition, and any team can beat any other team on their day, which is always makes for a good contest. Another team is Gracia as well. Obviously, we've seen the quality of their batting. Their top order is just incredible if it comes off.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you can't rule them out either. So I think it's going to be an excellent couple of weeks as we move up towards the finals, and very, very exciting. It's just a great standard of cricket here to have so many clubs in this city, to be able to put on a tournament like this.
Well, this one's up and away. I'm not sure he's got it all. Oh, I tell you what, he might get it all in the end though. And it was dropped on the boundary. I think it's gone over for 4. It's Hassan Shafkat. Well, he didn't have a very good time with the bat, and he's not having a very good time in the field. To contend with the baseball mound. Bat just slipped through his grasp. And Ali Imran, Ali's a bit of a golden boy. Everything he touches turns to gold. This one he's hit straight at the fielder, but he's going to get away with 4 runs.
They're going to need a few more of them. Run rate creeping up to 19, just over 19 and over.
Yeah, so like we said, it's not impossible, but you need, I'd say, a lot of skill and a lot of luck from here. So the bowler, Moeen Safdar, well, he's impressed me today. He won't be happy. He hasn't got a wicket yet, and he could have one there. Here comes Ali Imran. He's got a pad, but again, he's probably hit him outside the line of leg stump, so that's to hit you in line. Have a look at this on the replay, and that was probably missing by a good 1 or 2 stumps at any rate. But yeah, Paxalone, I just showed you the difference that one player can make. Ibrahim Hussain in the first innings, he was pretty good. He gave a chance or 2 early. They weren't able to get him, and he's lifted his score over 100. This one is a wild delivery. Again, called no ball, and that's going to go all the way. And Safdar, well, he said he's a slippery customer. Was the slippery delivery, and in the end, they'll get 5 for free. And this is just the sort of thing which, if Pakistan are going to pull off an unlikely victory, they're going to need a bit of help, and they got some there from Safdar.
Could this be the beginning?
Oh, it's not impossible.
Definitely not impossible. 40 runs needed off 13 balls. Oh, that's a good shot.
Wow. And I tell you what, there's 11 off that delivery because there was the 5 extras, and then cashing in on the free hit with the big Maximo. So it was welcome. And well, looking ahead to the next game, we're going to see Paxalona. Well, they'll be back on the rack against Hiras Abadel, and both these teams, they've struggled to get the wins on the board in this series, but they'll be very keen to get going. And you can see the confirmed 11s there with all their fantasy information. So if you are playing some Dream 11, then this is a great place to go. And you can always get these on our social media at European Cricket as well. Don't forget match previews every day at EuropeanCricket.com. So everything you need in one spot there. Pick your Dream 11, and hopefully they will come through with the goods. I mentioned Ibrahim Hussain is a bit of a smoky today. Well, he's come through with the goods, with the bat and the ball for the Lions. But can he take them to victory? And again, this game's just tightened up again. 34 required off the last 2 overs. And we've seen big overs before. But Ahmad Shakur, he's going to bowl. And look, he bowled the first over, only gave away 7. He's going to be a difficult customer because he will get the ball through at a decent clip, even though he's come a few steps. And the first one, you can see there, well, it's called a wide in the end. I wasn't sure he was going to get the call. See this on the replay. And just flirting with the wide line. Yeah, I think it was a good call from the umpire in the end. So 33 off 12, and look, they're going to need a bit of luck as well, but they have to hit a couple of bombs. Ali Imran, can he do it? Oh, steps across, and look, you can see, I like his thought process there. He knew where Shakur was trying to bowl it, and he just tried to get himself in a position to hit it, but it was well bowled. And that's the thing, Steph, isn't it? Bowlers, they need to have plans, they need to carry out those plans. So often we see them just running in and just kind of bowling without thinking about it. Tell you what, this isn't going to quite carry. Just the single, he's going to have to get his skates on. But yeah, that's the thing, it's nice to see a bowler with a plan and trying to carry it out.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. It's a very crucial over this over. And I like his idea of bowling it wide of the off stump. I'm a big fan of that line in this competition, so it is good to see them executing nice plans.
I tell you, this one's well struck, but again, I think it's going to find the fielder, and he did well to contend with the bounce here from Mohammed. And I tell you what, there was a bit of action and drama. Here gets Ali Imran. Well, watch this on the replay. Throw comes in. And there was some discussion, and in the end, wow, the batsmen, they weren't really on the same page. And it's turned to the keeper at the other end. He was almost out. This is the kind of thing we see at the end of the games. They need some boundaries. They need them now. This one doesn't quite get up. And again, well done by the fielder to knock it down. They won't mind conceding the single. Again, not getting the boundaries when they need them. But yeah, make sure you join us for that next match. It'll be match 72 in about half an hour's time. We bring it to you here from Barcelona in the Fanco European Cricket Series Spain. Next one was big swing from the batsman. Again, no contact. And yeah, the left armers, they've been pretty dangerous in this tournament.
Yeah, they sure have. Just that angle makes it hard to get them away. You think Barcelona need a bit of a miracle now. 31 runs in 7 balls.
Yeah, well,
Stranger things have happened though, Vinny.
yeah, that'd be very, very strange though.
Would.
Last ball of the over. Well, I'll tell you what, there's 6 of them.
There you go.
Ali Imran, he's not mucking around. And I tell you what, he might not like running, but I reckon he likes hitting cricket balls. Watch this one. Bush. This one all the way. Maximo, end of the over. And that will take them up to 90 at the end of 9. So look, they do require 25 off the last 6 balls. And look, we saw 24 required off the last over yesterday. Men in Blue got 22. You'd have to say, you wonder about the batsmen there, whether they're going to be capable of pulling off those kind of heroics. But regardless, it's going to be an interesting finish. And look, I think Barcelona, when they look back at this game, they'll think about some of those misfields, some of those runs they let go through their legs. It's Nadeem Razak to bowl the last over. Well, this one's hit. Where's this one gone? That's not coming back.
It's going to orbit.
The one who went up in the clouds. We're still going up the last time I saw it, Steph. So there's 6 of the best. You said stranger things have happened. And I said, well, not many. And here we are, 19 off 5.
I was just going to say before that ball, this ball needs to go for 6.
Yeah.
If we've got a game on, it's got to go for 6, and it has. So here we go.
Wow. Can he do it again? Oh, again, I think he's done it again.
He's done it.
Oh, and that wasn't that bad bowling. It was a low full toss. He had to dig it out. And here we go. There's 13 off 4 remaining. And I tell you what, get the defibrillator out because there's a pulse in this one. And 13 off 4, they've come from nowhere.
That's a sensational shot. He's just picked up the full length.
He's going to have to come over the wicket now. Nadeem Razak, how's this for batting? Shahid Iqbal. Could he be the hero? 13 off 4 required. Oh, and a dot. That was well bowled. Again, that was a similar delivery to the last one, wasn't it? The last one disappeared for 6, but this one just a little bit lower on the bat and couldn't do too much. Well bowled.
Very good ball.
Held his nerve. And don't know what Nadeem Razak would be thinking. Running in now. So 13 off 3. Needs a 6. Not going to get it. Might get 4. The big chase is on.
It's gone.
And we'll take that, I think, at this stage. It just keeps the game alive. When you get down to this stage, you just got to keep the game alive. So 9 required off 2 balls. Now for me, in this situation, Steph, I think you've got to just try and take it the last ball. So you need at least 2 off this ball, because then you could get a 6 to tie it. Single's no good to you, so you might as well just run in, giving up a wicket, going back for 2. But you really want a boundary, don't you?
Absolutely, yeah. I'd be looking for a boundary. I mean, the number one important thing is bat on ball, and then be looking for a boundary. I'd be playing just as they've been playing, looking at this straight boundary here, personally.
All right, here we go. 9 off 2 required. And he may have got it, but he hasn't quite, and it's a wicket. And you think that'd be the game, and geez, that's unfortunate. And just tell you what, Steph, every moment you think that you know which way the game's heading, something will change. And that's the Fancode European Cricket Series for you. And what a great effort it was from Shahid Iqbal.
Yeah, he's
pulling
done his
this game from the Ashes, and he got him within a few runs of victory.
He's done an incredible job there. It's very unlucky. It's that man Ibrahim Hussain, the catcher again, never too far away from the action. But a gallant effort from Paxalona here. And this is what we were saying about T10 cricket, Vinny. You know, we go into the last over thinking, oh, there's no chance. And then they bring it back within a couple of balls. So you never know which way it's going to go. And here we are.
And look, if this one goes for 6, it'll be 104, 114, 112 at the end of the game.
Exactly.
It's a game that really gave Paxalona no hope, especially when Nazir departed. And it just shows you the difference. That man, Nazir, there's a lot of responsibility and pressure on him. But if he stays at the crease, well, they're probably winning this.
For sure. Yeah, absolutely.
And hello to everyone in the chat. Sorry, been a bit occupied with a few other things during this innings, but do keep those chats, the comments and questions coming in. Here's the last ball of match 71. It's a big swing and a miss. It might even be out, but I don't think in the end may have gotten back. So regardless, that will be the end of the innings, and it turned out to be quite a tight game. It was the City Lions 114 defeating Paxalona 106, and Steph, well, Paxalona, we saw them trying to keep up with the rate. They were just falling off. Saw some fancy footwork there from Ahmad Shakur. And some good batting as well from Ishaq Nazir. He top scored with 37 off 24, including 3 Maximals and 2 4s. Also good contributions from Ruksa with 17. Shahid Iqbal, well, he almost pulled something impossible off for that team. He scored 29 off 16. And Ali Imran, a bit of a cameo. We saw a couple of catches going down and a few balls disappearing. But what a match we saw in match 71. But Paxalona, well, we saw them get within touching distance of Pack I Care the other day. But today, they just fall short again.
Yeah, another blinder of a game, Vinny. Incredible game coming down to the wire. Swinging this way and that. I think Paxalona boys put in a great effort, but they could have, in the middle of the innings, they needed a couple of bigger overs, and then they would have made their chase a little bit easier towards the end. Trying to take 30 off the last over is always a difficult blind.
To say the least. Yeah, what was it? It was 25 required off the last 6 balls.
25,
and they went very close, didn't they? Or 31 off the last 7, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
So look, that gave them no hope. And the Lions, well, they go to 3 and 2. Paxalona's more pain for them. Again, looking ahead to the next match coming up in about 25 minutes, match 72. Paxalona, they'll have to regroup. And I'm sure that man is Ishaq Nazir, you see at the top of the order. Then when Ruksa, well, again, he looked capable with the bat. Shazak Khan, he missed out after hitting a pretty good shot early in his innings. Also, I would see him with the ball. He only got the 1 over in this game, but I think probably we'll get 2 in the next one. Hiras Abadel, well, they're without a win. And they do have 2 rescheduled games on Sunday night as part of our Super Sunday, so that will help them get a few more chances for a win if you like. But they've got a couple of players to watch. Hira Lal is probably the one for them that I would watch. Ikram ul Haq, he's been very good with the ball, as well as Anwar ul Haq, who is in the lineup today. So that game, we'll be rejoining in about 20 minutes to bring you into match 72. And just recapping that result from match 71, it was the Lions 114 over Paxalona 106. And Steph, before you leave us, I just want to say thanks very much for joining us in the box for this innings. But there's a question on the chat, and it's actually from ECN European Cricket Network. It's from the robot behind the desk. They're going, still waiting for Steph to tell us about his catch in Finland. So why don't you tell us a bit about that? That's your chance.
Okay, I was wandering around the ground with an iPad in one hand, and the ball was just smashed at me. And the very last second, I noticed it was happening, and I just looked up. iPad in one hand and just went for a one-handed and took a catch about 10 metres over the boundary, just a one-hander. So it was a bit of a fluke, but you make your own luck, and I think I remember seeing that one actually. so they're the kind of highlights you can have in European cricket. And again, thanks. We haven't been able to reference too many of the comments, but there's a lot of comments on the chat where people saying that they think that it's great that cricket's taking off in Europe and it's getting this kind of exposure. So thanks very much for joining us today, Steph. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you very much, Vinny. It's been a pleasure.
All right, and we will be back in about 20 minutes to bring you into match 22. This is Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandhu, and you're watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series. welcome back wherever you're watching around the world. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and welcome to the broadcast of match 72 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. This one we're going to see Hira Sabadell, who are playing for the first time today, and they're taking on Barcelona, who we saw go down in that last match narrowly, match 71, going down to the City Lions. And it's going to be a very interesting contest. Both these teams, well, they're down the bottom of the ladder and they both would be desperate for a win. Let's have a look at what happened when the two captains were with the match referee for the coin toss. Well, we seem to have some technical difficulties with the toss video, but what I can tell you is the news from the toss is that Barcelona, their captain, Raja Khalika Rahman, he won the toss and elected to bowl first. So that is the news from the toss. And I can tell you that Barcelona, they'll be very keen to get going here because they've been close and they've been there and thereabouts at times. But Barcelona, well, they'll be desperate to get on the board and they don't want to go away empty-handed. And they're playing a Hira Sabadell team who, well, look, they're without a win as well. They're 0-3. They have had 3 washouts so far. Now, the good news for them is that they will be playing 2 rescheduled games, matches 51 and 53 against the City Lions and the Barna Royals, respectively. And they'll be playing those on Sunday evening, so they'll get 2 of those matches back. So if they were to win this one and then win both those 2 on the weekends, they'll be back to 3-3, which is a lot more respectable. Why don't we have a look at my fantasy dashboard? And you can see here that Barcelona, well, Ishak Nazir, they are probably relying on him for a lot of runs. Numan Rukhsar up the top of the order looked okay as well. Shazad Khan, I think he's an important player for them. He'll probably bat at number 3, and I think he'll bowl his 2 overs this game. Raja Khalik, well, sometimes his bowling comes off, sometimes it doesn't. He was pretty expensive in the first game this morning. Also watch out for Ali Imran. He has been outstanding with the ball, just has the knack of picking up the wickets. And also we saw him hit a few big bombs at the end, but it was Shahid Iqbal for them who almost snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. And for Hira Sabadell, well, they'll be relying a lot on Hira Lal. We've seen him do it with the bat ball and also has a safe pair of hands in the field. Also look out for the All Hawks, Ikram and Anwar. I'm sure they'll feature with the ball during this match, match 72. So here we are, and it's going to be Barcelona. They decided in the end they were going to bowl first. And that's what's happening here in match 72. And we welcome your company wherever you're watching around the world. Please, whatever comments or questions you have, we do appreciate your input. And that's what makes these broadcasts a bit different as well, that you can give your input, and I'll address some of those questions and comments on air. And look, there's a late change for the Hira Sabadell team, because Bakhtiar Khalid, well, he's a late inclusion because of an injury in the warm-up to Mubashir Irshad. So he is into the action, and literally into the action straight away, because he's going to open the batting with Hira Lal. And for Barcelona, it's going to be Shazad Khan. Well, we mentioned we thought that he might feature with the ball after he was pretty impressive at the back end of the innings in the first match. He's going to bowl the first over. So all in readiness now. Just waiting on the clock to tick over. And we're only a few seconds away to the start of match 72 of 124 in the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. It's going to be Hira Lal on strike. Hira from Hira. This is quite a pacey delivery from Shazad outside the off stump. It's called a wide. And Hira, well, you mentioned how important it is for them to get a win on the board. They're one of the few teams without one so far in Barcelona. And Shazad Khan, well, he's also very capable with the bat and the ball. In he comes now. Again, almost an instant replay, wasn't it? Called a wide in the end, so Shazad Khan, well, he's warmed up. This one beating the baton. Hiralal did score a very good 49 against strong opposition against Pakai Care in the first match of the campaign. Match 7. I tell you what, might be a bit of trouble. Whoa, that was a dive. I might get this from front on. Back to Khalid. Well, his late inclusion into the team. He almost disappeared into the turf. Have a look at this dive. Whoa, he's always digging underground, wasn't he? But anyway, he was all right in the end. He had a bounce and really knows all about it after coming in at the last moment. But he'll be on strike now, and he'd love to make an impact. Good morning to Waza. He says the weather's a bit chilly in Tasmania, but not too bad. And Jesus, good morning to you as well. Watching from Seville, Spain. This one was a bit too quick for everyone. And the keeper gets through him as well. In the end, I think it might just be the one by. We'll wait on the umpire. One by scored. So, yes, Jesus, I'm sure you're very happy about the Fateh result yesterday. They made light work of Bengali. Shows you how far Bengali have slipped, really. After 4 wins to start the tournament, it was an interesting day yesterday. They won their first match over the 11 Stars, but an inept batting performance in the end. And some outstanding cricket by Fateh. And Fateh had done it in the 5th over. Back in match 70 on the calendar. So a bit of a slow start, you'd have to say, from both teams. And this one, well, this is right on target, and you can see that Shazad Khan, he's got that whippy arm action, doesn't he? He doesn't run in too quick. Keanu saying the Stars got a win, which was great. Love to see Hero win too. Yeah, I think Hero, well, they've got 3 matches, don't they? They've got the one today. In fact, we'll see them twice today. So they've got 4 matches coming up. They've got 2 today. They've got 2 on Sunday. See if they can grab a win. This is edged, and it's going to run all the way down to third man. There's nobody home, and so a boundary, and they'll take them however they can. Believe it or not, there's still 3 balls left in this over with the wides, so and they're edging up. Actually, there's 2 balls left now, so 8 off 4. Two to come, and Shazad Khan, well, we'll feel a bit unlucky about that. I probably would have someone down on the boundary in that area because they haven't looked like hitting him down the ground. They've got the long on in place at the moment. A deep square leg. There's been a lot of balls in that area. And see, these field placings are so important. They've got Ishtak Nazir down at long on, but the way that Shazad Khan's bowling, the batsmen haven't looked like going over the top down the ground. So I think it might be smarter to have the third man back on the boundary because the line he's bowling and the kind of pace he's bowling, quite likely the ball might fly away. This one's worked around the offside again. It's the last ball of the over. So an interesting one nonetheless. Hiris Abadel there, 9 for no loss after 1. Again, the YouTube chat, great place to get some conversation going. And whether you're watching on Fancode in India or whether you're watching on our ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel, we'd love if you would get involved. And Jahanzib Askar from Karian is in the chat. Good morning to you. And Nalini, it's in Trinidad, 5:31 in the morning. Well, good morning to you, Nalini. I wonder if you got up just for this, or I should probably tell you if you want, you can always watch it back later. But we do love it if you can get on live and you can get involved in the chat. It's always good to do that. Jesus saying good morning, so good morning to you as well. Sorry if I've missed anyone. But here is Tazeeb Hassan. He starts with a dot, and that's been a pretty good tactic so far. You can see that the bowler's going around the wicket, pushing it across and just using that angle It's been employed effectively early in this innings by Paxalona. It's worked away. Oh, and a misfield. That was a bad one. And he's going to try and make up for it and only give it one. I tell you what, he's tried to save the two, but in the end, it's good running. Look at this. He did everything right. Ali Imran, well, he's a human highlight reel. This one somehow getting past him. I've never seen him move so fast. And then he chased it once he missed it. So, in the end, 2 runs scored. It's not the ground fielding was an issue in the last game. This is short, and it's hit away. And I think he's going to get 4 for it. Yeah, it was just in front of the square leg fielder. It was Shahid Iqbal, who couldn't quite reel it in. It's just a couple of metres too wide, out of his reach, and splitting the fielders nicely. So 4 runs and a handy boundary. And that's what Heroes Aberdeen will try and do. I mean, they would have seen Paxalona. They know with their batting, they often struggle to chase scores down, relying on Nazir principally and a couple of others. Next one, just the single. Yeah, so they'll know they can put 100 plus on the board. They'll be right in this match. And to do that, they need to get the rate up from the beginning, especially if they're not losing wickets. They need to be cruising that kind of 10 and over kind of rate. Make sure they're picking up the boundary and over. Hassan doing the job at the moment for Paxalona. Well, Bakhtiar's after him, and it's going to go down that third man region. We talked about it. Probably would have a fielder back there. It's always on with the line being bowled. And it's a nice shot by Khalid. A late inclusion into the team, just throwing his hands at that one. And there's no danger once it flew over the infield. So 4 more runs. Score moves along to 20 now with the ball to go in the second over. And who do you like in this game? I think this is an easy game to call, to be honest. I wonder what Luke Belgium thinks. I was always interested in his opinion. This one's driven nicely down the ground. The fielder will cut it off. Have a throw at the stumps. Direct hit, but I think he was home in the end. There's a nice bit of fielding nonetheless from Numan Rukhsar. Well, he's been a live wire for them. Coming in, opening the batting, and nice bit of work in the field. Pick up and release quickly. Down went the stumps, but Khalid, well, he was aware of the danger, and that's why he put in the big ones to get home. So just the single to finish the over. There were 12 off that. After 2 overs, it's 21 for no loss. We got Nalini in the chat asking how many games left in the ECS. Well, that's a very good question, and it's already been answered a couple of times I can see, which is good. Yeah, 124 games in the series. Now, this might be game 72, but what I will say is we've got game 51 and game 53 that haven't been played yet. They'll be played on Sunday night. They're rescheduled from Monday. So we're going to actually see some cricket under lights on Sunday evening. That last game starting at 5:30 p.m. GMT, 6:30 p.m. in Central Europe and 11 p.m. in India. So make sure you join us for that one. It's going to be Shazad Khan. No surprises there. Probably what you can say is it's been a pretty good start from Barcelona with the ball, but they haven't picked up the wicket. And again, when you're using your better bowlers, we've seen Barcelona tend to spin quite a lot of the time, but it hasn't always been effective for them. Ibra is probably the one I would highlight as the outstanding spinner for Barcelona, but some of the others are a bit of a gamble. And the gambles come off sometimes in this series, though, you'd have to say that as well. But yeah, 124 games, so yeah, an extra day on Sunday. Do not miss it, says Luke Belgium. And 2 weeks left after that. Yeah, so the ECL 21 playoff, I mean, that's going to be very interesting, isn't it? ECL glory awaits the winner of those matches. Well, this is a beautiful straight drive down the ground. It's going to take some catching. In fact, it's not going to be caught. And just slightly over pitching that time. You see the quality of the shot. Straight down the ground, not hitting across it. Send it straight back down the pitch. And you see here Alal. Well, he's a quality batsman. We saw him score some runs against the quality team. Pakakare, when he scored 49 of their 101 runs. And that was a lovely shot down the ground. This time, it's hit very hard again. This is a bit more traditional cricket, just taking a moment to find his feet here, Alal, but you can see with the authority of those last 2 shots, and if he gets in, it could be very, very hard to stop. Jehanzab Askar saying, good shot. Yeah, I'd agree with you there. This is better length and smart bowling by Shazad Khan. You can see the intelligence. The last 2 were over-pitched and driven handsomely, but Hira has seemed a little bit suspect against those length balls, and that one just defended away for a single. So, again, a bit of cat and mouse going on so far in match 72. Here's the last ball of the power play. Oh, Bakhtiar at the big shot. It didn't make contact, so end of another over. End of the power play. It's 27 for no loss. Just for everyone who is wondering, if you just joined us, Rico having a well-deserved day off. He'll be back on Monday. He's gone to visit his family. Like another region in Spain. I've told him just to drop in now and then, but hope that he's having a lovely weekend. Certainly enjoyed working with him so far. Nalini says, Vinny, we need cold ones on for Sunday. I couldn't agree more. Could definitely use a couple of cold ones. I don't know what the rules are. I just have a cold, maybe a cerveza sin alcohol. Yeah, an alcohol-free beer. You know, in some countries I know they think that's a crime, but actually it's a pretty good option sometimes. I don't mind if I'm working to, you still get the feeling of having a beer and without the effects. You feel better in the morning as well, but here's Tazeeb, so he's going to bowl out as well. Start with a wide down the leg side. So they're 9 and over at the moment. They've got 10 wickets in hand. Again, they'll be looking, I think that 100 is a bare minimum for Hira. Looking for their first win in this game. Crazy Biz saying Hiralal has good cricket shots. Yeah, I'd agree with that. And here's one now. He's down the pitch. All the way. Over wide mid-on. Maximo! The first one of the innings for Hira Sabadell. And it's Hiralal who's getting the job done. This one, not quite out of the middle. The inside half of the bat. But he made up his mind. He was after him. And 6 runs to Hira Sabadell. See what Hassan comes back with. This is slightly over pitched, and again a nice looking shot by Hiralal. You can see the quality of the play. It's always nice to see someone playing some good cricket shots, particularly down the ground, those drive shots. Keanu saying he thinks the bowling squad of Pakai Care is what makes the strongest. All out for 69 and defended it. Yeah, well, it's hard to disagree with that, Keanu. Well, Bakhtiar, again, he's a late inclusion into the team and he hasn't quite found his feet. He can be a very destructive player on his day, but I think right now, and he's frustrated with himself because he knows what he's capable of, and he's just not getting the timing. I think his job at the moment is to just get to the other end. Look at this. What's interesting about Bakhtiar Khalid is he actually holds the bat, and we've only seen this one time before. He holds the bat in unorthodox fashion with his hands round a different way as to the way it normally is held. But that's what can happen when it goes right for him. This is all the way over point. Maximo, 6 runs to Bakhtiar Khalid, and he's away. And how's this for a shot? Well, that one's in downtown Barcelona. Again, he's got that cross-handed grip, and when it comes off, wow, he can be very strong in that region. So 6 to finish the over. At the end of 4, it's 41 for no loss. And we've only seen that once before, I think, in the European Cricket Series, is in Sweden. There's Isnula Wafa, who just learnt to hold the bat that way. And again, I've seen it a couple of times before in my cricketing career before this, but that's what makes this game so great. There's so many different ways to go about it. This is a very unorthodox way of batting. This time it doesn't make the contact, so That will end the over in the end. And it will be the end of the 4th over. But those first 2 bowlers bowling out. It's actually 42, of course, with that wide. 42 for no loss after 4. What do you think about the hands? I don't want to say the wrong way around. I'll just say the unorthodox way around. It's not wrong if it works for you. I dare you to try that if you have a cricket bat. Yeah, Jamie, good morning to you. Just mentioning, if you just joined us, yeah, Rico has just ducked off for a bit of a visit to see his family before we kidnap him again for a few more weeks on the European cricket circuit. He's in another region of Spain visiting his family, and wish him all the best, of course. Well, this next one, it's a bit short. It's going to go all the way. Hirilal, Maximo, and you don't want to drop short to a quality batsman. And Adelat Ali, well, welcome to the attack. We've seen him bowl well at times during this tournament, Adelat. And, well, welcome to the crease that time. But yeah, Jamie, so we'll have Rico back on Monday, don't worry. Until then, guess you're stuck with me. But it's a pleasure to be here with you and taking you through 5 T10 matches today. And, of course, Super Sunday as well. Not too far away. Here's Adelat. This is good running. There's no one on the leg side inside the circle, so that was well done. If you're not getting the boundaries, it's important you get some runs, and just losing his footing there, Wakas Shazad. So yeah, crazy biz. So I saw another guy in ECN who holds about the same way as Bakhtiar Khalid, and that's true. It's Waffa in Sweden. From memory, I think it was Gothenburg. Don't quote me on that. Oh, I tell you what, and he's gone. Bakhtiar Khalid. Well, he can hold the bat whichever way he likes, because he's walking off now. This was almost off the end of the bat. It was fairly wide by the time it got to him. Oh, it was just a little outside edge, and well held onto by the keeper. And Adelat Ali, well, we've seen some celebrations from him, haven't we, today? We saw him almost taking off like an aeroplane. At that time, gets the important wicket of Khalid. We've seen how dangerous he can be if he gets going. Here is Sabadell. Well, they're 49 for 1. And what I said earlier about partnerships being so important, well, almost a 50 partnership in 4.5 overs to start this match for Hira Sabadell. Just what they needed. And good sportsmanship as well from Bakhtiar Khalid, because he knew he edged the ball and he realised what had happened. He was straight off, not waiting for the umpire's decision. And the keeper, well, that was a bit of a keeper's ice cream cone. That one almost seemed to come out of the glove, but he was able to hold on in the end. So a nice catch behind the stumps. Again, didn't have too much time to react back there. So new batsman's Harjot Singh. And just carefully keeps the first ball out. Harjot Singh into the lineup today for Hira Sabadell. Lamanga Cricket Club, they're up and about in the chat saying, did someone say Super Sunday? Oh, I bet you're looking forward to it, Lamanga. Won't be able to wait, it'll be like Christmas for them. Well, this one, down the pitch, and well, sometimes you need a bit of help when there's your 12th fielder. The wickets at the other end, they can stop some runs as well. And Ali was pretty happy about it. What a character he is as well. And after a shaky start this over, he went for the big Maximo first ball, but since then, he's gone 1 wicket. Dot. A good comeback for him. And the grunted slower ball. Oldest trick in the book. We'll go for no run, so a good over in the end from Adelat Ali. They were 7 and a wicket off it. At the end of 5, it's 49 for 1. All right, so coming to the second half of the innings now, and it's going to be, guess who? Ali Imran, was a hat-trick hero the other day. He picked up an early wicket today as well, and I was just chatting to him between games. He just says, I just guess it's my week. Well, this one is going to go into next week, because this was a quicker ball. It was down, pulled short, and pulled away. And the batsman, Hirilal, well, he'll take these all day. Ali Imran, well, he seems to be more effective sometimes when he slows the ball down. Yeah, just checking that ball. Make sure it's still a sphere. It might have a bit of a dent in it after that one's hit very hard. This one you see there, pulled back a bit and defended away. Yeah, Lamanga, we've got you, of course, in the first 3 matches on Super Sunday. And the winner of 2 of those 3 matches will go through to the European Cricket League finals, starting on May 31. I'll tell you what, the fielder is fumbling that one, but it's not going to cost him any. I'll have to refresh my memory, because I did the European Cricket League draw back in December. I'm just going to check where Spain were drawn. My memory tells me it was week 1, but I guess we'll find out. The next one's pushed up in the air. It's going to be in the gap, though. I wonder if it's going to run to the boundary. In the end, it's going to get back for 2. So, Harjot's away. Yeah, so we're just looking at this now. Yes, Group A. The Spanish representatives, which will be Minaj or Lamanga Torrevieja, depending on who wins the playoff this weekend. This one moved down the wicket was Harjot, but no run. And so the structure of that European Cricket League tournament, starting on the 31st of May, there's 4 weeks. And there'll be 5 teams playing every week. And then 5 teams will be playing in the final week. Well, this one's up in the air. The fielder's got half a chance. It was only half. As Numan Ruksa getting within reach of it, you thought. Just wasn't able to make the extra 1 or 2 steps to turn it into a catch. You can see there, satisfied to take it on the bounce. That's the end of the over. 59 for the loss of 1. Okay, just rocking along, aren't they? About 10 and over. There was 10 off that one. Let's go through the overs so far. We've had 9, 12, 6, 15, 7 and 10. So yeah, about 10 and over at this stage. Just a tick under. See the bowling figures there. Adlat Ali was the only successful bowler so far. He was 1 for 7 off his over. There's a bit of an eerie feeling this morning. We haven't seen the sun come out, and Rico, normally pretty good with his weather forecasts. Here's Adlat. His first ball. If they run hard, they might be able to get 2 here. It's a long chase for the fielder. And that's good work by Harjot. He spotted it straight away, and he saw there was always 2 there if they ran well. Yeah, Rico normally tells you when the sun's going to come out. I say it's a bit cloudy today, and Rico says, don't worry, give it 15 minutes or 20 minutes, and then it comes out. But the clouds have stuck around today, and there was a 20% chance of rain, according to my information. And so far it stayed away, and hopefully it does, but no serious doubts about our ability to get the matches in today. With a bit of luck. Here's Adlat Ali. And he's pretty happy, even with the dot ball, isn't he? Bit of a character. This is a nice bit of fielding off his own bowling. We've seen them knocked away for a run. I think he's just appealing for, we call a crowd catch, but you need a crowd if you're going to have a crowd catch. He's doing a good job for his team, though. This time the batsman's going to go after him. It's just going to get over Raja at cover. There wasn't much he could do about it. He's going to have to pick it up from the other side of the rope in 4 runs. And Harjot, we haven't seen too much of him in this series, but he's away and looks like he can hold it pretty well. You can see it's a nice shot through the line of the ball. He's outside off and he went with it. And so, Adlat, something for him to think about. The next one was up, it's in the air, it's the other side of Raja. And again, he can't get it within his grasp, and 4 more runs. And and consecutive boundaries. Here are Sabadell. Well, they've got the ability to put a score well in excess of 100 on the board. With these two there, they look set, they look settled. Still 2 balls left in this over. And Adelant, well, he had it all his way in the first over. After that first ball disappeared for 6, he pulled it back, but it's being a little bit expensive now in the middle of his second. These were all important runs for Hira Sabadell. Here comes Adelaide again. Well, this time going nowhere fast. The batsman had no idea where that was. Ranjit Singh, luckily, just realised in time, well, I better get back home before there's trouble. It's a good work by the keeper as well, but not able to do it in time. Let's just go back to this chat, see what's going on. Crazy Biz just checked the schedule for Super Sunday. Yeah, 3 games between Minaj and Lamanga, Torrevieja. And Keanu's saying, sorry Lamanga, I'm looking forward to Rotterdam playing well. If they can progress from the group stages, they just might face VOC Rotterdam in the finals week. This one's up in the air, it's going to be safe. And in the end, I'm deciding not to take the single on the last ball of the over because Hiralal, well, he's down the business end. And so they'll concede a run in the hope that they'll get more. That was the end of the over. It'll be 69 for 1. Again, 10 runs off that over. And did somebody say Super Sunday? Well, here is the full fixtures coming your way. So whoever wins 2 of those 3 matches between Minaj and Lamanga, they will go through to the ECL 21 tournament, which will begin on May 31. They'll be playing in that first week, mate, starting May 31. So we've got those 3 matches, and the first one is the same time as the regular time, and we've got 2 rescheduled ECS matches later in the day. So make sure you join us on Sunday. Put it in your calendar or your diary or your phone, or leave yourself a note. Write it on your hand, whatever you've got to do. Make sure you join us this Sunday. Here's Ali Imran. The first ball's pulled away. A bit of a chase on. And that was actually good fielding because it was an awkward bounce for Shazad Khan down there. And he's done well to cut that off and keep it to 1. And we saw Pak Sloan let a few of those go through earlier today. Ali Imran, he's normally got the knack of picking up a wicket. Doesn't have one this game yet. Again, there's 4 men back on the leg side. They're going to have their hands full, I think, because that's where the batsmen are trying to put them. There's no one in the circle in front of square on the leg side. Yes, I'm really looking forward to this weekend. Super Sunday, something a bit different as well. And that's true, Luke. There will be 3 games no matter what happens in the first 2. This should be stumped. Oh, and in the end, what's happened there? Has he missed him? Ali Imran, well, he's not sure what's happened. Well, he's down the pitch and he looks to be stumped by a mile, but the keeper was a bit too far back. That's why he wasn't able to make the stumping in time. This one's in the air, Raja's under it, and he's just not able to come in time. Again, Raja, well, he contributes with the bat and the ball, but in the field, I'm no accountant, but he can be a bit of a liability. And you see it there, it's just dropping in front of him. If he does get to, he's got a pretty good pair of hands, but getting there in the first place seems to be the problem for Raja. This one he's going to try it, and I tell you what, there's a nice bit of fielding, even though he might need to go searching for a new shin bone because Numan Ruksa has decided, well, it's one thing to say you'll get your body behind it. It's another thing to do it, and he's done very well there because it was a very awkward bounce and it skated off the turf. Numan Ruksa, well, at least he's still walking, so that's good. That's why batsmen wear pads, unfortunately fielders. They don't have that luxury. And this time, it's going to be through the gap and Raj is after it. He'll get 1. He might get 2 in the end. Again, Raj is just wondering why the ball's following him. And he can put himself wherever he likes. He's the captain after all. That's the end of the over. There's a pretty good one on that occasion from Ali Imran. There are only 5 off it. So at the end of 8 overs, it's 74 for 1. And just taking the foot off the gas a bit. And also some good bowling from Ali Imran. So at 8 overs, what are you looking for? Probably, still think you're looking at 100 here. 13 off each of these overs. But yeah, that's right, Luke. There'll still be 3 games played between Minaj and Lamanga this Sunday. And we have the 2 rescheduled games, both featuring Hira Sabadell, who are batting at the moment. And that will mean that they've only had 1 game washed out. So we're trying to make it so that teams have had no more than 1 game washed out. The first ball, Hiralal, well, he thinks that he's the man to do the job, and you can see what he's thinking. There's only 12 balls left. He wants to face as many as possible. Although Harjot, he's played some nice shots, but I think Hira fancies himself to go over the top. He's got to get the ball out of the ballpark. Raja Kalika Ramana's the bowler. I think he tries, but he mishits it. I think on this occasion it's smart, because you can't just keep refusing runs, especially when you've got your number 3 batsman there. Don't mind that once, but again, smart play for Hira to take the single on that occasion. That's just a unique aspect of cricket that has crept in to this T10 game. This one's tossed up and bowled. So you can see there, Harjot, well, he got his chance up the other end. And this one, well, he's beaten for lack of pace. Well, this one was to the moon and back. And Harjot, well, sometimes we talked about taking pace off the ball. That's exactly what Raja did. Not coming out and meeting the ball, Harjot there, swinging across the line, and he's got to go. Hira Sabadell, they lose their 2nd wicket with the score at 75. Crazy Biz making the comment that thinks that Harjot Singh took a bit of the momentum away for Hira. Well, he scored a run of ball 16, so I suppose that's the bare minimum I look at for a batsman coming in, but yeah, you could see that Hira, he's keen to push things along. He's had about half the strike, Hira, in this innings, but I think he wants even more than that. Anyway, new batsman, Shanawaz Shahzad, is out there now. He'll be facing. He'll wide down the leg side. Captain to captain. And I'll tell you what, that is useful for Hira Sabadell, because the keeper not able to gather it, so they'll get an extra run. But more importantly, it will bring Hiralal back on strike. Here comes Khalik again. Will he toss it up to Hira? Pushes it through. And this one, well, it's disappeared. Abracadabra. All the way down the ground, over the wall. Maximo! And Hira. Well, an important 6 runs. They've just lost the momentum a little bit in the back end of this innings. But you can see the difference. Hira coming out and meeting the ball. And Khalik, well, he pushed that one through. What will he do now? Oh, and this one, that was half a stumping chance down the leg side. It was a nice catch that time from the keeper to take it cleanly. But not able to get back to the stumps in time. And at any rate, I think the batsman was back. It's a wide, so it'll be re-bowled. This time Hira, again, doesn't get all of this, but it's going to be 6 runs. 6 carreras. And vale, 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 as Rico would say. I know you're missing out on them, so that was one from me. And he now goes past his half century. He scored 54 off 27 balls. So well batted to Hiralal. We said he was one to watch for Hira Sabadell. We looked at the fantasy dashboard earlier today. Last ball this over. It's going to go one more time. It's away from the fielder. I think it's just going to carry for 6 more. We'll just wait on the umpire, and it is. So, it was 19 off the second half of that over. And that was the magic over that we talk about sometimes. And Raja, he hasn't had a very good innings in the field or with the ball at this stage. He's quite expensive off his over. He went for 22, and after 9 overs, it's 96 for 2. So despite getting a wicket, and the captain getting some punishment, we're going to have Ishaq Nazir to bowl for the first time in the 10th and final over. Got some good comments coming through, which I'll try and reference. Yeah, Keanu saying he's looking forward to watching Rotterdam in the ECL. Thinks they'll be hard to beat. Yeah, it's probably good. Good comment. Well, this one's hit nicely down the ground. I think it's going to go all the way to the boundary. So again, the new batsman, Shanawaz Shahzad, he's no slouch with the bat either. And he said, well, don't worry about getting a single. I'll take care of this. And 4 more runs. So that brings up the 100 for Hira Sabadell. Yeah, I would say More in a second about the ECL, but for now, it's in the same direction. But this time, I think it'll just be the single. So it'll go to 101. Yeah, probably what I'd say, Keanu, is, well, there are teams from England, Ireland and Scotland this year, and I think that will also be quite challenging. And yeah, the English team is made up of the English club champions, which are Swanston, and we've also got Forfeiture from Scotland and CRYMS from Ireland. The next one, well, the chance is on. And this time he doesn't hold on. We saw him take an outstanding catch earlier, Rafiq Rahman. And this time, well, it was almost too easy. The one before was a lot more difficult. You can see that he was just thinking about, well, if I could catch the one before, surely I'm catching this one. Just drops it, and to make it even worse, it's gone all the way for a Maximo, an assisted Maximo. So 107, 3 balls remain. Well, this has gone the other direction. Over point and 6 more. Here is Abadel. Well, they're trying desperately to get on the board, yet to have a win in the series. It's that man, Hiralal, who's getting them towards quite an imposing target now. Up to 113 with 2 balls to go. And Lamunga just mentioning that there's a quality article on the European Cricket website. Yep, europeancricket.com if you want more information about Super Sunday. But for now, rocketing towards the end of the innings. And here is going to go after him again. Oh no, and he's lost his footing. And Rafiq Rahman, well, his day's gone from good to bad to ugly very quickly. This one just losing his footing, wasn't he? That's a replay which we might see a few times on our website or on our social media. He was in the air. Where was the fielder? Well, the snipers got him in the crowd because down he went. So that's 4 more runs. Last ball of the innings. Score is 117. Well, they're going to have to run. Shazad will probably try and come back for 2. Hiralal, well, he's not the one that goes. And then there's good unselfish play by the captain. Trying to sneak an extra run, but they will get 1 run off that. That will count. And they'll finish their innings at 118 for the loss of 3 wickets. Going back to the start of this innings, we saw some good bowling early from Shazad Khan and Tazeeb Khan. The openers, well, it was a bit of a cautious start. There were a few edges. I wonder if the third man could have stopped some of them. And some really nice cricket shots, you'd have to say, from Hiralal. Hit some nice shots down the ground. And when he went put the foot down on the gas, he typically got him. And we had the cross-handed bandit, Bakhtiar Khalid. Hit a nice 6 over point. But he wasn't to last much longer as he edged that one, doing the right thing, walking off. He knew he'd edged it. And there was Adilat Ali, who came up with the big wicket, and he was happy about it as usual. We saw Ali Imran come into the attack, and Adilat Ali, well, mocking a crowd catch there, and we certainly enjoyed watching him play on the European Cricket Network. Then Raja Khalik, well, he tried the paddle floor in the moon ball, and it worked, taking all the pace off, but also the pace was put back on it by Hiralal when he got down there, giving the opposition captain some punishment. At the end of the innings, there was a resurgence, and especially helped by some of the fielding. And it was the man who took a very good catch earlier, Rafiq Rahman. He dropped one, and then he lost his footing at the most unfortunate of times to give away another boundary towards the end of the innings. So, the end of 10 overs. It was Hiris Abadel, 118 for 3, and no doubt who the superstar was for them. It was Hiralal. Who opened the batting. He scored 77 off 32 balls with 8 Maximos and 4 fours, going at a strike rate of 240. He was ably assisted by Bakhtiar Khalid, who scored 11. Harjit Singh, he chipped in with 16 off 16 balls. And the captain, well, he hit a nice boundary, but was run out unselfishly, going for an impossible second run on the last ball of the innings. Now, as far as the bowling went, well, Shazad Khan, he impressed me early. Didn't pick up a wicket, but only went for 13 runs and listed a couple of edges and a few plays and misses from the batsmen. Single wickets to Adilat Ali and the captain Rajat Khalik Rahman, who was pretty expensive. His over went for 22, as did the last over from Ishtiaq Nazir and Ali Imran. Well, for once, he went without a wicket, but still did give away too many runs. His overs went for 15. So there we have it, folks. We'll see you in about 10 minutes time for the resumption of play here at Sabadell. Well, they're trying to get their first win of the series here in match 72 against Paxalona. And Paxalona, they'll be chasing 119 for victory. So stay tuned, have a little cup of tea, and perhaps make yourself a little snack. But whatever you're doing, don't go too far because there's plenty of cricket around the corner. Of course, this is the second game of 5 today on the European Cricket Network. It's Vinny Sandu with you, Mr. Maximo. We'll see you shortly on ECN. Welcome back to the Montjuic Olympic Round in Barcelona, Spain for the second half of match 72 in the Fancode European Cricket Series. Spain is going to be Barcelona trying to chase down 119 runs for victory against Hira Sabadell, who are after their first win of the series. We're going to see a fair bit of Hira Sabadell over the next couple of days. They have 2 matches today, and we'll see them playing on Super Sunday. We have 5 more games coming your way on the European Cricket Network. A bit of bonus content. We're starting with the ECL playoffs. Match 1, 2 and 3. 3 matches will be played regardless between Menage and Lamunga to determine who will represent Spain at the Champions League of European Cricket, starting on May 31. And that'll be quite the spectacle. And we do have Hira coming back to play 2 of their games that were washed out on Monday. So it's great that we get all this extra cricket content for you out there. We know that so many of you around the world are enjoying the action on the European Cricket Network. And Hira Lal, well, he scored 77, I should say, off 32 balls in that total of 118 that's been set by Hira Sabadell, and now he's going to keep doing the work. I hope they're paying him overtime because he's going to open the bowling as well for them. Hira Sabadell, can they get their first win? I mean, there's a situation, if they won all 4 of these games this weekend, they'll go from winless to having a winning record. They'd have 4 wins and 3 losses. So it all starts here against Barcelona, and they would fancy their chances against the Barcelona lineup that has struggled to chase down totals so far in this series. Last time they met, though, it was Barcelona that edged them out. But anything can happen here in the Fancode European Cricket Series, of course. And we're going to get going now with Hira Lal opening the bowling. This one's driven back down past him. He thought he had it, but be a single in the end. It's Ishaq Nazir who's off the mark, and he is the key. They always say to this Barcelona batting lineup, still missing a few players unavailable due to not being in the country, and obviously the pandemic causing some issues with movements of players and the like. This one's worked away, and this is a good piece of running by Nazir. And, well, some indecision. The backing up was done eventually by Fakhar Nazir. You can see Rafiq Uraman. Well, he had some interesting moments in the field. He has this morning. He took an outstanding catch. The ball was absolutely blasted at him on the boundary, but since then he dropped a fairly straightforward one and then lost his footing at the last moment. But you can see the urgency of the running between the wickets. It's going to be very important in the outcome of this match. Ishaq, again, it's going to take off for a single. If you're not going to get in the boundaries, you need to keep scoring, otherwise that rate can get out of control fairly quickly. Good morning to everyone in the chat, or good evening, or good afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. It's great to have your company. Alan is off for the night, needs to have some sleep. We'll watch some video replays tomorrow. That's perfectly acceptable, Alan. Say hello if you're watching this back. Now, Hira Lal, well, this is up in the air, and I don't think the keeper can reach it. Well, he was off from a standing start. The keeper, Sharanjit Singh, he's done some good things in this series. You can see he was pulled the other way originally because of the line of the ball. Couldn't quite get there, but good intent from the Hira Sabadell wicketkeeper. So 4 consecutive singles to start the innings. Again, approaching is kind of a target. Basically need 12 and over. And that's the kind of rate you need to try and hit the ground running at. The power play, only 2 outfielders are allowed for the fielding team. This will be a 5th single, I think, as Shanawaz Shahzad, the captain, comes round from mid-off to pick it up. So this is the last ball of the first over. And the wicket comes. Well, it took to the last ball of the over. We've seen the furniture disturbed. And Hira Lal, oh, what an individual effort for his team. This one just coming back slightly. Again, the batsman not able to deal with that technically. He was hitting across the line. Foot going the wrong way. And makes the right mess of those sticky wickets. And that's the end of the first over. Paxalona losing a wicket. It's 5 for 1. There's a lot of good chat about whether Paxalona can chase this down. Keanu thinks that Paxalona can chase it down. It'll be a good chase. Usman saying Paxalona can chase it in their dreams, so he thinks they're not going to be able to chase it. And Irfan Zubin, well, I like this observation. If Paxalona want to win, Nazir has to play an important and match-winning innings. Yeah, well, he's in at the crease. They've looked in control of some of these chases when he's been removed. And they've struggled, although we saw some heroics towards the end of the last match. Shahid Iqbal and Ali Imran, well, they almost carried them to an unlikely victory, but Adnan Abbas, who's come back into the side for Hiras Abadel, he's going to bowl the second over. This is struck down the wicket. And Azir with just the single. Yeah, Abbas is a good inclusion for Hiras Abadel. There's another bowling option. Tazeeb Hassan has joined Ishtiaq at the crease. You can just see already the rate will be creeping up. Started 11.9. Already looks like we're heading to 13. So just need to keep pace with that 12 and over. They want to be 24 after this. If they can't get there, they'd like to be somewhere in the high teens. You can always make up a few at the end of the innings, but not too many. Here's Adnan Abbas. Yeah, no real timing from the batsman, but Hassan's off the mark. Prakash Rawat saying, oh, Lal is good. Well, he certainly is. I wonder if they'll bring him back for the second over immediately. What do you think on the chat? Prakash saying, simple action, good line and length. Rolling the fingers over for last ball. Again, those subtle variations are so important in this form of the game. This one's up, it's away, all the way into the wall. And it'll bounce back to the bowler. But that's 6 runs. Maximo, the first one of the innings. And sorely needed for Paxalona. Well, it broke the run of singles that they'd scored in to that point. There'd been 7 singles. For this one, well, struck nicely for half a dozen. You can see the danger this man poses for Hiras Abadel as they chase their first victory in this year's Fan Code European Cricket Series. He tried to repeat the stroke, and we've seen this happen a few times, haven't we? Batsman hitting a 6, getting carried away. Really no need for this at this stage. Again, it was the manner in which he tried to hit the ball. A little undisciplined. Adnan Abbas, he's capable with the ball, but an extra pace. You just feel Nazir might enjoy the ball coming onto the bat a little bit more. Here he comes now. This time he goes after it. He hasn't quite got it, and it's a wicket. Shanawaz Shahzad holds on to the catch. An important wicket for Hiras Abadel, the captain doing the job. And the danger man, Ishtiaq Nazir, well, he goes cheaply. He'll have to go for only 10. This was down the bottom of the bat. Never quite got the contact. You can see there right off the toe of the bat. Just enough pace on it to get it to the captain, Shanawaz Shahzad. And he'll be disappointed, Ishtiaq Nazir, but well, Hiras Abadel, they'll know that is a big box ticked on the way to their first victory. If they're to achieve this, they need to keep Paxalona to less than their total of 118. And in the second over, it's 13 for 1. What do you think about that in the chat? Do you think that that's going to impact Paxalona's chances? We did see some heroics down the order from Shahid Iqbal in particular in the last match. But they're a long way away from the target at the moment. Waqas Shahzad's the new batsman. Let's start with the single. Nice bit of work, but Hiras Abadel Again, they've started with 3 losses, but their campaign can turn around. They've got 4 matches, 2 today, 2 on Sunday. And so they could turn things around in a hurry. You can see the importance of this match to them. It's the end of the over after 2. It's 14 for 2. Just about 10 runs behind the rate at the moment, Paxalona, but you can see you can make those up in a couple of balls. Rajawakas Shazad saw him behind the stumps for Paxalona. Now he's got the role to play with bat in hand. He's on strike right now. It's going to be Anwar ul Hulk, so they're not going to bowl out Hiralal in the 3rd over. And Anwar ul Hulk, well, he's had quite the series as well for Hiris Abadel. Watch out for both of the ul Hulks. Anwar ul Hulk and Ikram ul Hulk with the ball for them. In he comes. Oh, this one struck nicely all the way over cover. Maximo, 6 runs. Paxalona, well, they'll fancy their chances of making this target. Even after losing Nazir, they know the only way to do it is to keep attacking. This is a nice shot by Rajawakas Shazad. All the way over cover for 6, so it's all he needed. To need to be 36 to be on target, but even if they can get to something like 30 at the end of this over, be turning it around. Keanu, he's not so sure in the chat. Looking down the barrel of their 2nd loss, he says. This time it's off the end of the bat. Oh, and it's done the fielder like a dinner. It's gone all the way to the rope, and a fortunate one. Well, the first one was all class. The second one was something that rhymes with that, as we'd say in Australia. But this one, well, I'll take them however they can get them at the moment. Paxalona. That one right off the end of the bat. And in the end, 4 more valuable runs to the total. As they say, it'll just say 4 in the book. Anwar ul Hulk. He's been an effective bowler, but he's gone for 10 off his first 3. This is in the air. This is going to carry the field. I'm not sure it'll even go all the way because it's going to plug just inside the field of play, and it's Shanawaz Shazad who made good ground to get there and prevent a 2nd run. So in baseball they call that a long single. Yeah, it certainly was. You can see these Paxalona players, they do see the urgency required, and they don't want to fall too far behind the rate. It's called wide, just a little bit too wide on that occasion. But let us know, what are you thinking in the chat at the moment? I mean, we have seen some of the Paxalona players, especially this morning. They've still hit it well down the order. Shazad Khan as well. Ali Imran even for a few late runs. Give me a no ball this time, which makes the next one a free hit. So even more safety for the batsman on strike. Tazib. He's got more or less immunity this delivery to have a go. And he run out the only usual mode of dismissal that is possible on a free hit. So let's see if he can defend the free hit. Anwar ul Hulk. Oh, struck well. The fielder, well, he'll catch it. It's a free hit, so it'll end up just being another long single. And Hiralal, well, he was wondering, why me? As that was drilled towards him. He didn't really have the option of not trying to catch it either. Sometimes you see on these high balls, the fielder's just letting it hit the ground, but this one, if it was hitting the ground, it was going to be over the boundary, so he had to put the mitts in the way. And probably, ironically, didn't care if he caught it or not, but he was able to. So he gets more action here as the ball's hit down to him at long on. That will finish the over. So a reasonably good one for Paxalona. They took 14 off it. They doubled their score in the third over at the end of the power play. It's 28 for 3. Pardon me, the end of the over. Now 29 for 2. Sometimes you got to carry the one here in the ECN department. But regardless, they're about just a few runs behind. We talked about them wanting to be about 30, 36 at the end of the power play. Well, 29, not the worst. But this man, Adnan Abbas, I think he's been a good addition to the bowling attack. It's going to be Raja Wakas Shazad on strike. Fourth over. This is hit nicely. Be a very good shot for one in the end. Found a gap, but of course now the 3 overs are finished. 5 outfielders are allowed for the fielding team. Again, just makes it a little bit more difficult to hit the boundaries, although still able to hit sixes. Can hit them over the line. Typically the fielders can't do much about it no matter where they're positioned, but it means if you miss hit those big shots, you're more likely to get caught in the outfield. This is going to be a wide down leg side. And the equation. Just keeping it in check at the moment. That last over was a pretty good one. And 15 coming off it in the end, and it's giving that rate down around the 13 mark, which is quite possible, especially with wickets in hand. Still some big hitters to come. We've seen that in the last game. They got within touching distance of a fairly unlikely chase, you'd have to say, in the end. It's shorter and batsman misses out. There's actually only one fielder back on the offside. It's more or less a wide long off, so the batsman could have got any bat and hit that to the left of your screen through point. I mean, it was value on offer, but again, wasn't able to make contact. Sometimes those shots outside of stump, the ball just coming through a bit quicker than the batsman expecting, and that's why they miss out on those ones. Fascinating contest in match 72. This time he does get some bat on. It's going to go all over the top. I don't think it's going to reach the boundary. A slight fumble from the fielder. And Tazeeb's going to get back for 2. So nice running in the end as well. And that's what we have to do. Again, the game could be decided by a handful of runs or less. And every one that you can take, you've got to take. And that's exactly what happened there. Hassan recognising the possibility to come back for 2, and he did. And a good comment from Usman Malik. Singles aren't going to help Paxalona. Yeah, that's true. I'd agree with that. But singles are still important, even though you can't do it exclusively in singles. But I think dot balls are what kill you in this kind of a chase. And here we are. 86 off 39 balls. Rate just a tick over 13 at the moment. Just a quick discussion with the captain from umpire Salim. Maybe just clarifying something, but 6 on the leg side at the moment. Leaves the offside very open indeed, but missing out was the batsman, Hassan. He wanted to get back there, but couldn't cash it in the next delivery outside off stump. And like I said, only 3 fielders on that offside. It's a very unusual field setting. One of them, the mid-off, is fairly wide. He's back on the boundary, but I'd say offsides where the gaps are at the moment. The other 4 fielders out on the leg side. Here's Adnan Abbas. Oh, and he gets the wicket. And isn't he happy about it? And Tazeeb Hassan, he's got to go. Never really got going in that innings, you had to say. Again, it was good straight bowling. And he's happy about it as well, isn't he? Adnan Abbas back in the side. And he's come up with his 2nd wicket. And Paxalona, well now they're 33 for 3 in the 4th over. So that means very interesting situation. Be interesting to see who Paxalona send out. It's going to be Kuram Javeed who's going to come in at number 5. Still no Shahid Iqbal, which surprises me slightly because he was the man that almost pulled off an unlikely victory for them, but perhaps they're saving up for a bit later. But we know you bring him in if they need 30 off the last over again. They've got to get in that position first, so I guess we'll find out. Just a reminder, let us know in the chat how you're enjoying the action and what your thoughts are. Here's Abbas. Someone's worked into that fairly vacant offside. Just the single and Javeed's away. Will be the end of the over. And at the end of it, the score, 34 for 3. Very good over there from Adnan Abbas. His over is only going for 9 and 5. Well, it was the Dolly Parton song, wasn't it? It was 9 to 5. Well, he's got 9 and 5, and he'll definitely take that in this innings. His rate required about 12 and over to only give 14 off your overs. Very good effort, and picking up the 2 wickets, of course. So important in disrupting the momentum of the other team's innings, and the new batsman there not allowing them to get in any sort of rhythm. Okay. Looking ahead to Super Sunday, of course. We've got Minaj and Lamanga taking part in a 3-match playoff to see who will qualify for the ECL, and then 2 more bonus ECS Spain matches, and that's coming your way here on the European Cricket Network, starting at the regular time in the morning, 8:30 local time in Central Europe. Here's the captain coming to the attack, Shanawaz Shahzad. I like the way he's led his troops, and it can't be easy to not have a win in your first 3 matches and to have the 3 washouts so far as well, even though 2 of those will be replayed this weekend. He starts with 2 dot balls. So he's obviously had a pep talk to his players and kept their spirits up. They look very keen to do well. Their first appearance today. This one, it's a little bit too wide. It's going to be called a no ball. That just releases the pressure after 2 dots and means the next one's a free hit. And the batsman, well, he can go to town on this one. Kuram Javeed. Let's see what happens on this free hit. It's Shahzad to bowl. Well, there's a big swing. Just got the very end of the bat on it. Get away with a single, so escaping any serious damage. You can see where he meant it to go and where it went. Oh, 2 very different directions, but at any rate, it's 1 run to Paxalona. And Shanawaz Shahzad, with the exception of that no ball, it was too wide. It's been pretty good over from him so far. This one's right on target as well, but edged out. A nice effort in the field. Wakanezia Chata, who was putting his body on the line, keeps it to a single. So nice work, and on this rate now, you see how quickly it gets out of control. It's now over 15 and over required. Shazad, he's doing the job for his team, and look, they'd love to get a win here. We will see them again before too long. Playing against the Warriors. Match 74 today. We'll see them twice on the weekend. Their rescheduled matches against the City Lions and the Barna Royals. So it's a great time for them to get back into some form. I mean, they'll be tested against the Ripoll Warriors. They're a good outfit, but we've seen them be a little bit inconsistent, let's say. But Hira chasing their first win in this Fancode European Cricket Series. Next ball's pitched up. Again, it's well bowled by the captain, Shazad. And just with that one that got away as an exception, he's been very accurate, and not much the batsman can do. Seems like he wants to play that shot regardless, Karam Javeed. The last ball's the over. Well, he's got hold of this one, and there's just a little bit of length to work with, and Javeed said, well, I've tried it a few times. Eventually it's going to come off, and his luck did change all the way. 6 runs, and letting him know about it. A few words, and Shazad said, well, you might have got that one. What about the others? And a bit of feeling in this one. Both these teams desperate for a win. End of the over, 43 for 3. So there you go. Bit of feeling. And if you think perhaps because these teams are out of contention for qualification, if you thought there was no feeling in it, well, these two teams are both desperate to win this match, of course. You know, over 1 million viewers a day as well watching the action on the European Cricket Network, and you're getting treated to some good contested cricket. And here's the other Al-Haq, Ikram Al-Haq, coming in to bowl the next over. Well, this one's going to disappear. It was a full toss. And this is a baseball ground. This is a baseball shot. Sent it all the way over the fence. So there, just when you think you know which way the game's going, something can happen. Consecutive sixes. And well, Ikram Al-Haq, he's been good, but he's going to have to be good. This time, slower ball, and he's well pitched. Just get away for a single, so it's changing all the time. 69 now of 28 balls. There's a bit of feeling out there. Javeed, after hitting his last 6, you don't often see the batsman chirping at the bowler, but he was letting him know. Alini's got a very good question I'll come to in a second. I've just spotted it. Well, again, he's going to go, but he might be disappearing himself. And the catch is put down. Yeah, it's put down, and it's Harjot Singh. Oh, they would have loved the wicket of Karam Javeed. After he was doing a bit of chat last over, they could have seen the back of him. And Harjot, well, he's under it. In and out. And Javeed survives. Next ball. Well, he's going to get another chance. It's straight at him again. And this time he holds on. So it was the other batsman. It was Rajawaka Shazad. Well, arguably, he's the more established of the two batsmen at the crease. And so there you go. Harjot. He gets an immediate chance. He must feel like the ball's following him. And I tell you what, if he dropped that, he would have been looking for a place to hide. But luckily for him, he held on. Another wicket goes down. In the 6th over, it's 51 for 4. And Nalini's question was, are there any new teams in ECL? There are quite a few new teams in ECL, Nalini. And if you go to our website, europeancricket.com, there's lots of information about quite a few of them. I'll come back to that after this ball. Ikram Al-Haq, who's picked up a wicket now. Karam Javeed's on strike. Oh, it was a good piece of fielding. And the keeper wishing he had some more padding on his boots, I think, because this one has come in at a rate of knots. Let's see where this gets him. Oh, right on the top of the left shoe. Thanks for coming. Right, that will be just the 1 run in the end. So, yeah, I might mention that at the end of the over. about all the new teams, Nalini, but we've gone from 8 teams in the previous European Cricket League to 16 this year. And that's 15 countries, the domestic champions of 15 countries, plus the returning champions of EOC Rotterdam. For the over. Bowler just not able to get down to it, so they'll get the single into the over. 53 for 4. 10 off that one, not too bad after the start, the first ball disappearing. That makes the equation 66 off the last 24 balls, so it's going to take some doing. 16.5 and over to win from here, but we've seen it done before. And yeah, Nalini, so just on the top of my head, there's the new teams or new nations we have involved. We have England, Ireland and Scotland involved. We have Belgium involved and Norway, Finland as well. Quite a few new teams and new countries. This is all just off the top of my head, but yeah, we're going to have 15 nations, which is it's really great for cricket, I think, right across the continent as a whole, because it encourages clubs at a grassroots level, gives them something to shoot for, represent their nations. This one's up in the air, it's not going to be caught. And so, just a single, they need more than that at this stage. Shazad Khan's come out. We've seen him do some good things with the bat, but we'll have to get going quickly. There's this man, Karam Javeed. And he misses that one. And you saw him. He had a bit of a chirp at the bowler. This bowler, Shazad last over. Shazad just laughed it off and said, my friend, that was your 5th attempt. But we're interested to see what happens if one disappears here. Well, this is up in the air. Oh, it'll be a good catch if he gets there. He isn't quite able to make it. Just one in the end. And now they're going to take a second. Some sloppy work backing up. Again, a bit of crazy cricket. And look, you can see what the fielder was thinking, because Javeed, he'd come back for a second, or I think looking for a second, and they thought they might have a chance to get him at the bowler's end. But then, even though there were quite a few people discussing backing up, I think in the end, they weren't able to prevent a second run. So it's Javeed's back on strike. And he's going to go up in the air. The catch is on. And he holds on. So Javeed, his luck runs out. And it's Shazad that has the last laugh for Hira Sabadell. And an entertaining knock from Javeed. But it comes to an end. And Harjot, well, as Meatloaf said, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. And he gets his man in the end. Another wicket goes down. It's going to be desperately hard for Paxalona from here. They've fallen to 56 for 5 in the 7th over. So yeah, I would say, Nalini, thanks for your question about the European Cricket League. And we hope you can join us for that competition. It starts on the 31st of May. Runs for 4 weeks. So let's see if I missed anyone. I don't want to miss anyone out. You mentioned all the new teams. Russia, of course, will be there again. A second team from Holland, because they have the returning champions as one of their teams. This one, well, it's going to end the over. Oh, he's better get his running shoes on. The new batsman. It was actually the existing batsman, Shazad Khan, who had to move. That's the end of the over. So at the end of 7, it's 57 for 5. It's great to look ahead to ECL, of course. But won't be too long before we're looking at match 73, which is just around the corner, about half an hour away. And look who's back, Pakai Care. I know they've got a lot of fans out there. And the City Lions, I'll be hoping for another good effort, but it's going to be very tough against this Pakai Care lineup. And look at their lineup today. All the superstars, you can always catch that on our social media at European Cricket. Alright, this is Ali Imran, who's come to the crease. And Hira, well, he's come back at a key time. They've always had Hira, Lal up their sleeve. What a very good first over, took 1 for 5. You know what Ali Imran's going to be trying to do? Try and make them disappear. The rate's over 20 now. We've seen it brought back before. Not very often though. But you just feel they're running out of batting resources. Shazad Khan and Ali Imran, can they move this rate along? Still no Shahid Iqbal, which surprises me, considering how he almost pulled the game out at the last minute. This is very close. Yes, I think that's a good decision from umpire Salim. Didn't quite get up, hitting across the line, the naked eye, but he's in a lot of trouble. Oh, that's stone cold dead. And Hira pleading with the umpire. Yeah, look at this. Oh, that was missing off and missing leg, as we say. Hitting middle. And he's got to go. Shazad Khan. Well, on his day, he can be a useful contributor for Barcelona. He hasn't quite got going today, so they lose another one. And it's 58 for 6. That's going to be Numan Ruksa to come in. We saw him open the batting in the first match and played himself okay, but he's got the job to do now, to say the least. Barcelona, they'll be disappointed, especially because they've had some of these chases where you just felt that they might give it a shake, but it was always going to be tough after the early loss of Yushchat Nazir. You knew how important he would be to the chase. And the next match, the news is City Lions, they won the toss and they'll be batting first against Pakar Care. This one's a bit high for me. And this is a big appeal. And you can see what they're thinking because it was pretty straight. I'm not sure if there's any bat in this one. Yeah, this one to me, it's a very good decision because it's actually probably hit him above the pad in the end. Second one, well, he's going to have another go at it. I'll just get the single. So this game petering out a little bit. Look, if you do have any more questions or comments, please put them in the chat. And if you want to do that during the break between the games as well, that would be much appreciated. And we'll try and address as many as we can. Next game starting about half an hour's time. Well, this one, I think he's got hold of this one, hasn't he? He's gone a long way. So Ali Imran, Maximo. 6 runs to Barcelona to finish the over. And they'll take him into the over. 65 for 6. So here Alal. Well, probably not the finish that he was hoping for, but he can be very proud of his efforts today. Picking up 2 for 13 in addition to his contribution with the bat. He scored 77 odd out of 32. I think he's already got one hand on the man of the match award. And the new bowler is going to be Anwar ul Haq to bowl his second. He comes. There's a slow ball. Well, this is very high. I think it's going to go all the way. Well, the fielder, we might catch him. He'll be over the line. Maximo, 6 runs. Numan Ruksa. Well, he knows he's got to go straight away, to say the least. There were 54 required of the last 2 overs, so it seems out of reach, but well, we've seen some pretty amazing things already today from Barcelona towards the back end of the innings. So 48 off 11. They'll be trying again. And this is a wide actually, so I was going to say, had a good answer, but yeah, just flirting with that offside wide line. Yeah, Luke Belgium, same thing. No idea why Iqbal hasn't come in. Hit a lot of runs at the end of the previous game. Perhaps a bit of an injury concern for Iqbal that we're not aware of. But you would have thought you would have seen him by this stage. It's just asking the fielder because he's right behind the bowler. And this funny one. All right, here comes Anwar ul Haq. Ali's going to give him a chance, or is he? It'll be a good catch if he gets in there. Oh, it's a very good effort from the captain, Shanawaz Shahzad. In the end, it'll be just the single. Would have been a spectacular catch. He's almost all the way into the 30-yard circle. Was in the air a long time. Guess the end result of only a single will suit here at Sabadell, but he's a good effort from the captain, and he's been trying his best to keep his team in the game. Looks like they'll walk away with their first win here in match 72. Imran, well, they get a run in the end. And Paxalona, the early loss of Nazir, thought it's going to be tough for them. And as Luke mentioned, no Iqbal. I think that perhaps that might be a bit of an issue with him. I think we would have seen him otherwise. This one's a swing and a miss. Ali Jr., welcome to the chat. Ali. Next match, Pakai Care versus City Lions. Yep, that's correct. Nalini making a very good observation, saying the new teams in the ECL can help the players improve on their game. Yeah, I'd agree with that, Nalini. That's the way to improve, to play against more established players and nations. This is very high. It's going to be a very tough catch. He's going to be right back on the line, but he holds on. So he's done it again. So 3 for 4, as we'd say in baseball parlance. And Harjot, well, you might be wondering why he was there in the first place after he shelled the first one, but he's held on to 3 good catches. And another wicket goes down. And it's going to be a sad end to Paxalona's participation in day 15 of the Fancode European Cricket Series. Another one goes back to the pavilion. This time it was Ruksa. And he looked capable of hitting the odd ball out of the boundary. But ultimately he finds the fielder in the 9th over. 74 for 7. And Ali Jr., well, he's tipping City Lions this time. He says he knows Pakai Care are strong, but I'll go with City this time. And Ali has asked me how I'm doing. I'm doing very well. Here's the last ball of the 9th over. And Raja, who's come to the crease, he's just sitting on his mat saying, I'll stay right here. I'll face the first ball of the 10th. That's the end of the 9th over then. 74 for 7. Yeah, but make sure you do join us for that next game. It'll be a fascinating contest. Ali's tipping an underdog. We saw Pakai Care, their batting was exposed the other day. They lost their key batsman early and ended up making only 69 against Paxalona. Then they turned on the afterburners with the ball in the field and held Paxalona at only 54. So Ali also mentioning every time it's sunny in the UK, it's cloudy in Barcelona. Maybe it's just me. Well, maybe it is. That's why I needed Rico here, because he normally has the weather report spot on for me. Here's the last over. It's Ikram Ul-Haq to bowl. To Raja. Yeah, so although Rico did say Spanish meteorologist is one of the easier jobs, you just say it's going to be sunny and most of the time you're right, and maybe that's true, but I certainly have enjoyed the weather so far. Happened to have the day off where it rained all day. That was pretty handy. Here's Ikram Ul-Haq. And Raja's going to get off the mark with a squeezed single. Yeah, but it'll be a very interesting match. The Lions, well, have a winning record. And Pakai Care, they're 6-0. Could they go 10-0 through the group stage? They might not. I think they might have had a rain out somewhere along the way, but look at their... Yeah, they have had the one rain out, so they could go 9-0, I suppose. They would keep winning. Well, this one, somehow, that has missed the stumps. I think it might have come off the very, very end of the bat of Ali Imran. Well, he's had an eventful week as well. Let's not forget Ali Imran picking up the hat-trick against Pakai Care. He was the destroyer in that innings. He's also played some nice shots with the bat, so that's the thing. All the guys out there, regardless of the result, I'm sure most of them take a few highlights away with them from the European Cricket Series. And Raja, he's having a swing at this one, and he'll get one. A very slow single as this game winds to its conclusion. And Jesus supporting Pakai Care. Luke said he's enjoying the cricket, having a good day. Hope the same for everyone else. That's very nice of you, Luke. So it's great. It's one of the unique things about this tournament, the fact that you can get in the YouTube chat, ECN European Cricket Network, and contribute and discuss what you're watching. Well, Ali Imran, he loves a big shot. And Raja, well, he's saying, actually, mate, you can have the last ball. I'm quite happy here. But Paxalona, they'll be disappointed. In the end, going to fall to another loss. And here is the last ball of the match. And it's a wicket. So Paxalona, they will finish on 78. 77 for 8 in the first of their matches today. Hiris Abadel, the first win for Hiris Abadel in the tournament. It's great to see them on the board. Of course, we'll see them later in the day and twice on Super Sunday. And let's go through the highlights of this innings. It's Paxalona chasing 119 for victory. We knew how important Nazir would be in the chase. He was the one they were after. And here Alal, he did it with the bat. He came through with the early wicket. I like this guy, Adnan Abbas. He got the big wicket, and that was the one which had the opportunity to change the match. And from then on, you just felt Hiris Abadel would have enough runs on the board to trouble Paxalona. Even though Paxalona, they tried valiantly. Nice piece of fielding from Hiralal there. But this man Abbas, a good addition to their team, providing an extra option with the ball. Tazim Hassan, that was the end of him. And you just saw the application in the field, even though that one went down from Harjot. He'd end up taking 3 catches. He didn't have to wait long to get another one. Here it was. And his heart was in his mouth. And the ball was almost in his mouth. But he was able to take that chance. And apart from there, Paxalona, they needed boundaries and lots of them. Harjot, well, he had plenty more practice after that catch. And Paxalona, there's a bit of a revolving door in the end. That one was stone cold dead. LBW. Some more good efforts. They didn't hold them all, but at least they made some good efforts to those half chances. Harjot, third and final. 3 out of 4. He's got his confidence back in that outfield position. Ali Imran falling off the final ball of the innings. So Paxalona, well, they walk away without a win. But a few memories from day 15 and looking ahead to match 73. Pakai Care versus City Lions. And what I would say, Ibrahim Hussain, he's been a big in for the Lions. We'll probably see him opening the batting or perhaps at number 3. He's listed to open this time. But Pakai Care, they've got a lot of superstars in their lineup. Mohammad Kamran, probably the fastest bowler in the tournament. Also watch out for Mohammad Ihsan. He's coming off a pair of ducks in his last day of cricket. I'm sure he'll be very keen to get amongst the runs. Expect to see him at the top of the order. Mohammad Azim Butt is also listed at the top. Shiraz Ahmed, well, 404, dream 11 points. He is flying in this series. And look on for the Lions lineup. Sikandar Raja with 300, doing pretty good things for them. So it's going to be a very interesting match, match 73. City Lions winning the toss in that match and electing to bat first. But please rejoin us in about 15 minutes' time. We'll be coming into the third match of 5 today, Monday to Friday. Every week in Barcelona, we're bringing you the first series of the year, the first Fancode European Cricket Series Spain. But don't forget as well, Sunday is Super Sunday. We have 5 matches coming your way, starting with the ECL playoff and then 2 rescheduled matches. So plenty of cricket and plenty of entertainment here on ECN. Svinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, bringing you all the action from Barcelona. Keep those comments and questions rolling in. Get to as many as we can in the next match as well. So, just recapping the result of this match, match 72, it was Hiris Abadel, 118, defeating Paxalona, 77. The final margin of victory was 41 runs. Paxalona, well, again, they came with high hopes and they leave with empty pockets. But Hiris Abadel, well, they're thrilled to have their first win of the tournament, and we're going to see them again in match 4 today, and we'll see them twice on the weekend, so they can really turn things around in a hurry if they can keep their form. And I especially liked the form of Hirilal, who was named man of the match in that match 72. No surprises there. Recapping the second innings, we saw there, well, Rakas Rajashazad was the top scorer with 22. We had a couple of others get into double figures. Karan Javeed, well, he was quite entertaining for his 12. Ali Imran hit one out of the park, but Ishaq Nazir, well, the fact he could only score 10 meant that Pakistan were always going to struggle. And with the ball, well, Hirilal, the important early wickets, 2 for 13. Adnan Abbas, that was the big wicket of Nazir, which changed the game for me. Just made it a little bit too difficult for Barcelona. So 2 wickets to him, also 2 to Ikram ul-Haq, singles to Amar ul-Haq and the captain Shanawaz Shahzad. I like the way that he marshalled his troops, and look, none of those bowlers got away. Amar ul-Haq, the most expensive 12 and over, all the others in single digits. So that's it for me for now. We'll see you in about 10 minutes for the resumption of play. It'll be the start of match 73 between the City Lions and Pak I Care. So wherever you're watching around the world, have a little break for a few minutes, but then come right back here. There's a place for you at the European Cricket Network. This is Vinny Sandhu, and you're watching the European Cricket Network. Welcome back to Barcelona, Spain. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and it's time for match 73 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. We're going to see Pac Care, who are unbeaten so far in the series, and they're taking on the City Lions. A little bit earlier on, the match referee was with the two captains for the toss of the coin.
Head is the call. And so tail is it. So City Lions, you won the toss, batting first. City Lions have won the toss and they are going to bat first.
Well, there you have it. It was the City Lions captain Amar Shakur who won the toss. Had no hesitation in deciding to bat first against this, well, star-studded Pac Care lineup. So Pac Care, we've seen them make some big scores and some small scores. Well, one small score batting first, but they're going to have to do it in the field first in this match. And we can actually have a look at the lineups here. Pac Care, still no Jaffrey in their lineup. He's being saved up for a bit later in the tournament. They still have a very strong top four. You can see Mohammad Ihsan, Mohammad Azim Butt, Mohammad Kamran, and Shiraz Ahmed. But I'm sure we'll see Mohammad Kamran opening the bowling for them. And they do have some good options with the ball. And Shiraz Ahmed, another one I'm sure will feature with the ball. Make life very tough for the City Lions. Well, speaking of the Lions, they're 3-2 after a victory this morning. And I loved the work of Imran Hussain. He guided their innings, so you'd be surprised to see him opening the batting. He is listed to open there. Also, Skandar Raja. He's a big man that can hit a long ball if he gets going, but it's going to be tough going for the Lions. We had a few people in the chat tipping an upset. And let's see how they go batting first. And I like that confidence to bat first as well, because probably best to hope is to put Pac Care under some kind of pressure batting second, and it's one thing to bat first and bat with freedom when you're one of these more recognised batsmen in the tournament. But sometimes if you're under pressure and there's a match situation, then it can just change the way you play. And so it's going to be a tall order for the Lions, but they're going to have the chance to test their skills against some quality bowling. And I'm sure it will be Mohammad Kamran with his left armers opening the bowling. And it's nice to see both of these batsmen wearing helmets as well, because he's already hit a couple of them. And let's see what people think in the chat. And got Jamie Bundy saying you can see the Lions posting between 60 and 80, no more. Well, that's probably a fair call, Jamie, based on current form. I think a lot's going to have to do with Imran Hussain, who's going to face the first ball. I think he's a very talented player. And I'm sure that if he can score some runs, they might just get to that 100 mark, which I think is the minimum they'll need to put some sort of pressure on this Pac Care lineup. He's going to open the batting with Kashif Ali, their keeper. So a bit of a change in the order. But again, horses for courses. I think have to use the players in form. And Kashif, yeah, he's no slouch with the bat. And I think against this opening attack of Pac Care, you need players that are a bit more technically correct to deal with what's coming at you. And the key's got to be to try and eke out something like between 25 and 40 off the first 4 overs. I'd say 30 to 40 off the first 4 overs without losing too many wickets. Easier said than done. I know there's a lot of people that watch our network that enjoy watching Pac Care play. I'm sure it's going to be interesting here once again. So almost ready now for the first ball. And Mohammad Kamran is going to open the bowling. Lamanga, well, they said should be a close game, I think. Martin Gould saying Lions will do okay today. So we're away. Mohammad Kamran. Well, you better open your eyes. I was watching him from sideline the other day, and yeah, for me he's the fastest bowler in the tournament. And not so easy with this artificial surface, with the approach, and not too wet, which is a good thing, but still, it's a bit of an unusual approach to the wicket, and the pitch slightly raised over the rest of the field. So, Mohammad Kamran will be a handful. See how Ibra can deal with it. Squares this one away for a single. That's a good start for Ibra. He's off the mark, and it's interesting to see the tactics of Mohamed Kamran. Is he bowling fairly full so far? We've seen him come around the wicket and bowl quite short and quite a few nasty deliveries at times. He's going to stay over the wicket to Kashif Ali. It's a nice looking drive. And you can see why Kashif's been sent. Oh, almost an overthrow given away. You can see why Kashif's been sent to the top of the order, because he's a bit more of a correct player. Perhaps he's not really a blaster, but against these skillful bowlers and the bowling a bit quicker, you need players who trust their feet and trust their cricketing technique and skills. Here's Kamran. Big appeal. Not so sure now he's given him. Well, for me, it's just a matter of where this one pitched. We'll have a look at it on the replay. And he's going to have to go. The umpire's given him out, and well, Kamran strikes early. Well, it's touch and go for me. See where this one pitches. It's very difficult to see. Well, one of those ones that might have been umpire's call about whether it pitched on the leg stump or not. It wasn't miles away from the leg stump. It's from front on. And that was the only question for mine, is where that ball bounces. Maybe we can get that round back just at the exact moment that ball bounces for me. Well, again, that's always the concern for the umpire. But in his judgment, it did bounce in line with the wickets. And just a bit of that ball, I suppose, has to bounce in line with the leg stump. Did think it was hitting the stumps at any rate. So, Kashif, well, he's got to go. And Kamran, well, he's so dangerous with the ball. First over, it's 1 for 1. Nasir Ahmed is the new batsman for the Lions. And he's going to have to go. And this one there was no doubt about. And Nasir, well, we've seen him capable of playing some big shots. But he's going to have to turn around and do the 180. Have a look at this for a delivery. Again, just beaten for pace. And this time, there was no doubt. Over goes the stumps. And some desperate trouble for the Lions early in this one. They've lost their second wicket with the score at 1. And Mohamed Kamran is on a hat-trick. So never a good feeling as a batsman at any time. I don't care if you're bat number 1 or bat number 11. Getting out first ball. It's a nasty feeling even in the short forms of the game, but the new batsman is going to be the captain, Ahmad Shakur, and I think he's a good man to come out of this situation. He's left-handed too, so just a different look for Kamran. We've seen 3 hat-tricks in this series. Could we see a 4th? I'll tell you what, if there's a man that's capable of producing it, Mohamed Kamran is that man. Very slippery customer with the ball. So here we go. Hat-trick ball, last ball of the first over. Kamran on a hat-trick. He tried hard and probably just tried a bit too hard in the end as it turned into a full toss. That'll be the end of the over though. It's 1 for 2. So Ibra will be back down the striker's end. You saw he was only able to muster a single in that over and exposed his partners. And yeah, Kashif going on the umpire's call, LBW. There's no doubt about the second one as Nazir came and went. So 2 batsmen back in the shed already, only an over down. I talked about the one to get kind of 30 to 40 somehow out of these first 4 overs, even 30. But you wonder where they're going to come from. Shiroz Ahmed, no surprises at the other end for Pakai Care. And he comes. This is going to be a leg bye in the end. Keeper comes around and, well, he throws it. He thinks he's just going to pass it to someone in the field. And in the end, oh, Imran Mohammed didn't get the memo. It was a bit unusual, and in a way that's good enthusiastic work by the keeper, Mohammed Ihsan. But he just overthrew it in the end. And just, it's going to be a leg bye, an extra leg bye, so it really cost the bowler, but still keeps Ibra on strike. Here he is. Pushing away off the back foot, and Good field positioning. There's that man, Imran Mohammed. He's just a little bit closer at cover and he's cutting off that single, so it just adds pressure to the batsman with the dot ball. Shiraz Ahmed capturing Pakai Care. In he comes. Well, it's up, it's in the air. Baba's under it, and he's dropped it. It was straight through the hands. And he'll be disappointed with that, Mohammed Baba. He got there in the end. It's Mohammed Azim actually wearing Baba's shirt today, but Mohammed Azim putting that one down. So an early life for the Lions. Hello to James, who's just said hello in the chat. And this one is straight through him. He's very lucky to still be there this time. Ahmad Shakur. Well, this one has not missed by much. That's a game of millimetres. It was very, very close to disturbing the furniture. Here comes Shiraz Ahmed. This time he keeps it out and protecting his footwear. Well, Shiraz Ahmed who concedes the single. Martin saying that was a let off. Yeah, to say the least. You see this one, well, maybe missing by a stump, but it was a very close call if you're the batsman. It's not a good feeling, and it doesn't end up hitting your bat. On this time, the wicket's taken. And trying to force the issue was Ibra, and he's got to go. He's disappointed with the shot because it wasn't that short and it didn't really get up. And Ibra, well, he's going to have to leave the run scoring to someone else. And this is the difference, I suppose, with the early pressure. Ibra is trying to be aggressive. You see, this was shortish and he got down but didn't quite get down far enough to play that stroke. One hitting probably 3/4 of the way up the stumps, and that over finishes with a wicket. And to say they're in trouble would be the understatement of the century. They are 5 runs, 3 wickets after 2 overs. It's not going to get any easier for the Lions either. It's Mohammed Kamran to bowl the 3rd over. It's going to be Ahmad Shakur on strike. Abid Hussain has come out to join him in the middle. Probably not the most fun they've had out in the middle of a cricket pitch, facing Mohammed Kamran with the score. 5 runs, 3 wickets, but here we go, 3rd over. And this was quick delivery, and what I've noticed about Mohammed Kamran as well is his 2nd over is normally quicker than his 1st. He's warmed up. Yeah, but hello to everyone in the chat. Nice to have you there. Wazza, you're having a good time. We'll get the time right for you tonight. I think it'll be probably about 11:15 or so in the evening. Nice time to watch cricket, I think. And you've got plenty more cricket coming your way here on ECN today. Here's Kamran. This is shorter. Just dug out by the batsman. So, again, the issue is the quality of the bowling. And this is without Mohammed Jaffrey, who's been a very effective bowler for Pakai Care in this series as well. But they got options all the way up and down the order. Mohammed Atif Mohammed has also been a good bowler in the middle of the overs after these 2 finish. And another one goes down. Big swing. He took it on. And it takes courage to play the big shot, but again, the class and pace of Mohammed Kamran is too much for the batsman. It was fast, it was straight. And the captain, Ahmad Shakur, well, he's got to go. Again, trying to be aggressive, and you can't blame him for that, but Mohammed Kamran, well, all in a day's work for him. And the score now, 7 runs, 4 wickets. We're halfway through the 3rd over. Could quite easily be the lowest scoring power play of the year so far. Martin saying maybe the left-hander will settle them down. Well, not so sure that's worked out for them, Martin. Just saw that one there. Ali Jr. saying, oh no, what did I come back to? Yeah, Ali Jr., you tipped the Lions in an upset. And the upset now is the top order of the Lions. This one, well, gets through him, and the last thing you want to run out at this stage. New bowler, Irfan Muhammad, the new batsman, I should say. And look, you got to back the decision-making of the Lions. They've decided they're going to try and bat first and put a score on the board, but they haven't just been capable against this class opening bowling pair for Pakakare. This is in the air. It's not going to... Oh, it could be a run out here. This is a disaster. He's got plenty of time. He's got all day. And this is what happens when there's scoreboard pressure. And it was a disastrous miscommunication. And it was unfortunate. You'll see this here. It's hit more or less straight at the fielder. And of course, you're thinking about running, and both batsmen were caught watching the ball. And that was the issue in the end. And even though you've got to be aware of where the ball is, but you've got to watch your partner, and just end up they were on the wrong page. So Mariko was mentioning how many ducks we had in the pond this week. Well, you can add another one to that one, Irfan Muhammad. The pressure being built up, and the score now, well, it's 7 runs, 5 wickets. We're in record territory here, to be honest, at the end of the power play. But it's the Lions that are powerless to deal with the bowling of Pakakare early here in match 73. And you wonder, well, I'll do my 6-over check-in. Well, it's almost need a 3-over check-in in this game to see how we're going. They need to check themselves, the Lions, but it's not going to be a lot easier. I do know the lowest ECS score. I'll mention it in a second. Don't think this can be out. It's pitched outside the leg stump. I'm pretty sure. Not having the best angle, but that will be the end of the over. So the end of 3. It's 7 for 5. See this on the replay. Yeah, this one's pitched outside the leg stump, and I think the keeper was well aware of that. So that might be the lowest power play we've ever seen in the European Cricket Series. I can't remember one lower than that. 7 runs on the board, 5 wickets down. And Nate's saying, I'm not claiming I know cricket, but it's not good when the right number is almost as high as the left number. Well, Nate, you are spot on there. I can tell you that much. Shiraz Ahmed's going to bowl. They're not taking the foot off the gas. Pakakare, they're up and about today on day 15. Well, could have quite easily been a 7-6 tiebreaker. With another wicket goes down now. Already 7-5 first set, but I guess we'll find it. Hello, Lily. Nice to see you. Bhupinder saying, looks like they're going to break all records. Well, yeah, the lowest score is 35 from Fateh. They scored that in 7 overs, all out. You're witnessing something special here. And another one goes down, so 7-6, tie break. 7 for 6. And it was a clever slow ball this time. Shiraz Ahmed, the batsman, expecting the pace on. Watch this as it comes out of the hand. Just rolls his fingers over it in a leg cutter fashion. And the batsman not able to negotiate it. So well, I guess the issue here is that you've got to feel for these lower order batsmen coming out now. You've got the number 8 batsman coming out and facing some quality bowling. And it's not going to get any easier after these two. They've got Atif Mohammed to come. I'm sure we'll see Pakakare in the semi-finals and just showing what they can do with the ball. And they've been spoilt for riches in the pace bowling department. Still Mohammad Jaffrey sitting on the pine in this game. Anyway, here's Shiraz Ahmed. Oh, so runs is going to pull ahead again. Well, 8 for 6. Well, I can't remember 6 wickets falling for a lower score. We're approaching the 1,000 matches mark. Yeah, Kessler says lowest score about to happen. He's pretty sure. And again at this stage, again, having to work for every run as well. Sikandar Raja, well, he can bat. And we're going to see him on strike now, but You wonder how they're going to get to that record, and Jesus will be very happy if Fateh don't hold that record anymore as a Fateh supporter. This is well kept out, and you can see this is the issue for the batsmen now. They're just thinking about survival, and that means it's going to be very hard to score runs. And so the T10 format, Lily saying hello to all of us, and of course Rico too. Rico, if you're watching, I'm sure you're wondering what you're seeing as well. The Lions have got some issues. That's the understatement of the year, but that's the end of a very good couple of overs from Shiraz Ahmed. It's the end of the over. It's 9 for 6. So, talking about the first 4 overs, there's been 1, 4, 2 and 2. And so we're going to have a change of bowling. So you would think the pressure might come off slightly now, of course, with the end of Mohamed Kamran. But you just look at those figures from the 2 opening bowlers. We've had Mohamed Kamran, who took 3 for 2 off his 2 overs. Shiraz Ahmed took 2 for 4. So only 6 runs off the bat, 3 extras. And we've got a new bowler. It's going to be Mohamed Azim to bowl. Can the Lions scrape a score together? Again, it's good field placing. Imran Mohammed in there at cover, just preventing the single, and the batsman, say it's tough as an understatement. And wide, and they'll take it. So they've made double figures. It's a long way to go to that lowest ever completed innings ECS score of 35. It's a nice shot, and it could be the first boundary of the innings. It is. So, welcome relief as Zahid Nawaz, who strikes the first boundary. Change of bowling, and well, Mohamed Azim Butt, they'll take him however they can get him at the moment. How many more can they get? That's the question. So we're going to miss this time. Yeah, 7 for 6 was the score at one point. Martin saying the only way they'll last is to block every ball. That's no fun, is it, Martin? If you're going to go down, you go down swinging. So, you've seen it. They are being a bit more cautious, you'd have to say. And Skandaraja, well, he can bat on his day, but I suppose the difference is when the bowling goes up a notch, not every batsman can rise to the level required. So, it's tough for these lower order players to survive against this Pakai Care bowling lineup. This will help. We'll get a couple of extras here. So again, I'm gonna make a big call. I'm gonna say I think they will make 35. In the end, I've got a feeling Pakai Care may just throw the ball to a couple of the non-regular bowlers, considering the match situation. I have a feeling they might just scrape their way past the totals. There's my big call for the day. Don't have to wait too long. Oh, and as usual, Mr. Maximo does it again. Just when I said that they might be able to salvage something from the innings. Well, Mohamed Azim Butt, he's got one on target. We've still seen no Maximos this innings. We've only seen Maximo carnage. And another one goes down. So now with the ball to go in the 5th over, it's 17 for 7. Oh, hard work. So there we go. 17 for 7 with the ball to go in the 5th over. And the number 9 batsman coming out is Hassan Shafakat. I saw him batting a bit high last time. He's going to have to deal with Mohamed Azim Butt. What's up? It's in the air, and it's going to go all the way over the infield. It's going to run away for a welcome boundary. That'll end the over. And Mohamed Azim Butt, well, he's positively expensive compared to his compatriots. We're 12 off that over in the end, but he did pick up a wicket. At the end of 5, it's 21 for 7. I said it, didn't I? I said I just had a feeling that I had a feeling that they might scrape past that lowest score. Oh, it's 50-50 at this stage now. Was the same kind of speechless, to be honest. Guess I was asking, how's the weather in Barcelona? Well, I can tell you it's fairly thick cloud cover, but it doesn't feel like it's going to rain. It's currently 13 degrees, expecting a top of 14 today. The word was there was a 20% chance of rain, but so far it's stayed away. Here's Atif Mohammed. He's going to bowl left hand over the wicket. Yeah, so what do you think, guys? What can they get to? This shows you Pakai care. But one thing I would say as well is it's easy to, when you're dominating, to be all over some of these other teams, but I wonder, once they're playing some stiffer opposition, they'll hold up. I'd say there's every reason they'd be favourites. They've done it before. Of course, winning the second series in November last year. Pakai care after missing the first. But I like Atif Mohammed. He's got a good action. He's still learning his craft, but stands up at the crease. Slants it across the right-hander. This is in the air, and this might get away as well. They'll definitely get one. Not so sure about the second. They might want to hurry, but they'll get there in the end. And in the end, they'll give away an extra run. It was ambitious from the keeper, but you saw what he was trying to do. Not so sure that the ball is what hit the stumps down there anyway. So in the end, we'll have 3 runs. I told you, even though I said that I thought they'd get past 35. And the next ball, of course, they lost the wicket, as generally happens when I make a prediction. But they're creeping up. Got it up to 25 now. Quarter century's up. And another one goes down. Oh, I should keep my mouth shut, because another one is looked like a slightly slower ball from Atif Mohammed. And they've formed an orderly queue just off the field, the City Lions batsmen. This one, it was well pitched. Again, the shot. Got to pick your moments. It's Kandaraja. He's got to go. Nadeem Razak will be the new batsman. And he's jogging out there. Doesn't look in too much of a hurry though. So Martin's saying some emergency, Vinny now. James Stewart saying, which will end first, the innings or my cuppa? Actually, I had a cup of coffee here and I'm trying to sneak it in, and I haven't taken too many sips so far. All right, so 25 for 8. Oh, they'll take a wide. I don't think they can run here, because I think that was a clear dead ball situation. The keeper was just trying to throw it back to the bowler in order to get the next ball going. So what can Hassan Shafqat do? Alright, so we've seen some history this week, haven't we? We've seen the highest individual score, we've seen the most runs off and over. But we haven't seen too many of the other varieties of records. What did Atif Mohammed do? It was a nice delivery. Oh, that gets through Ihsan again, so not easy keeping, but he'll be disappointed with himself for giving away a run there. This Fateh record from October last year. I had that one up the other day when we were in danger of seeing that disappear. Pull that up maybe at the end of the over. Big swing. That will be the end of the over. We're 6 off it and a wicket at the end of 6. 27 for 8. This is normally where I do my 6 over check-in. I might do that in a second. Just going back to that match. It was match 43 of the first European Cricket Series Barcelona 2020. United CC Girona beating Fateh by 57 runs, 92 to 35. So chasing 93. Fateh were all out for 35 off the last ball of the 7th over. So here's Mohammed Azim Butt to continue. Just keeping it out this time, so we'll be touch and go. Martin saying my cup is still going. Well, so's mine, Martin. I don't have Rico to give me any breaks today. And I'll get through a few coffees. It's a little bit chilly today in Barcelona. A nice take by Easton on the second bounce this time. So yeah, my 6 over check-in. What can you get from here? Well, you got 4 overs. You get 3 off each, maybe. Maybe that's 40. That's not a lot, is it? It's a bit of an unusual 6 over check-in, but the first thing they're going to try and do is to bat out the overs. Mohamed Azimbat, can he get another wicket? And again, this is called a wide. This time's going to be another wide, so they'll take him. It's the only way they're getting him at the moment. If we have a look, well, Shafkat, he's already the highest scorer of the innings with 7 not out. Only seen the 2 boundaries. We haven't seen any Maximos in this innings. Again, getting away from the keeper. Don't think it'll cost him a run in the end. So, different kind of cricket. And we saw some batting records the other day, like I said, and we saw Bat dominate the ball not that long ago with Govinda Bajwa with his world record T10 score of 156 not out. And we saw another century from Yasser Ali in the following match. We saw 39 off and over. And right now, 39 off and over. All right. We're happy to get 39 in an innings here, the City Lions. It's a nice looking shot off the pads. That'll bring up the 30. There's the ball to go. And the 7th over. But in other circumstances, you'd say it's 1 for 15 with the ball to go is pretty good, but it's letting the pressure off, you'd have to say. Well, this is hit through the offside. The chase is on, and they'll come back for 2. So they get closer to avoiding that unwanted record. It's the end of the over. After 7, it's 32 for 8. So Kessler saying, Benny, on a cold day, there's nothing better than a hot cup of chai tea and biscuits. You said it, Kessler. I agree with you there. Lily saying, too hot to sleep, hence why she's here. Where are you again, Lily? Forgotten where you are in the world. It's great to have you with us, of course. Nate's asking, are they running a leaf blower behind my commentary booth? I can't hear it in my headphones. I'll pull them off for a second. This might be something technical that I don't understand. Anyway, here's Atif Mohammed. He's trying to close out the innings. Get away. I'll get to 33. I made a controversial call earlier in the innings that they'd avoid this record for the lowest score. I'm feeling a bit more confident now, as they're 2 behind the 35, which is the lowest score record in all of these European Cricket Series matches we've played over the last year or so. Now he's going to open up and take the score to 34. So again, what I like about these Vancouver European Cricket Series matches is there's always something interesting about every match, even in this, which is a very, very one-sided innings. But we're talking about something, aren't we? Can they get above the 35? They've moved up to 34 now. And they'll get to 35 with a single here. That one may have been off the forearm or something, or a bit of the body that time. It was given a leg by in the end by the umpire. So that draws them level. And Jesus, well, I hate to say it, my friend, looks like Fateh are going to hold on to that record for now at least. And that's right, Lily's saying she's in New Zealand. Beautiful part of the world. Across the pond. And this will take them past that mark. In fact, the chase is on. And it's going to go all the way for 4. So a nice drive down the ground. Just what was required. Again, wasn't quite out of the middle, but taking it on. The batsmen, well, credit to them. They've stuck around and just doing their best to get as many as they can. Of course, if they could do something miraculous in the last couple of overs. We saw Pakai Care only make 69 2 days ago. This will be just the single. So again, 40. Now they're showing off. That'll be the end of the over. Oh, still a ball to go actually, so Latif Mohammed. Pretty solid today for Pakai Care. And he finishes with a wicket. So 2 wickets for the young man, Latif Mohammed, the left armour. He specialises in keeping the pressure on after those dangerous first 4 overs from Pakai Care, and he's done it again. He'll finish with 2 for 12 off his 2 overs. That's the end of the 8th over. It's 40 for 9. And what do you think? Well, Kessa's saying, well, the game is on. And all these things in Auckland, New Zealand. Yeah, I've been to Auckland. It's a nice part of the world. I've got lots of friends in New Zealand and lovely people as well. One of my TV shows I like to watch from there, Police 10-7, or Police 10-7, as they call it over there. It's always a bit interesting. Anyway, here is the 9th over. Starting now. 9 wickets down. And the bowler, Hassan Ali, getting a trundle. Still, the lowest score in this tournament is 52. And that looks to be under attack, I'd say. Well, this is a nice looking shot, but I think it'll just be the single. Out to deep cover. Yeah, that 63-52 was the 11 stars. They were chasing 64 for victory in match 11 against the men in blue. They only made 52, so I wager that they're not going to make that 52. Although, put it past them here. Only 1 wicket in hand. I think that's probably hurting them. So what do you think? It just shows you the full range of cricket. The spectrum from bat to ball. This one is just a bit below the waist, so it won't be given a no ball. It'll just be a dot in the book. Martin Gould saying these two should move up the order for me. Yeah, well, I'm sure they're enjoying that they've come in just after Mohammed Kamran finished bowling, I'll tell you that much. Martin. This one, no call from the umpire. So just snuck inside the line. Yeah, Luke, just reading my thoughts. Maybe you already had written it down, Luke, but I didn't see it, saying it's not going to be the lowest ECS score, but can they avoid the lowest score in this tournament, which was 52, that's correct, by the 11 stars. And they won't be able to, and the 10th wicket goes down. And with 1 ball to go in the 9th over, the City Lions, their innings is over. They're all out with the score at 41. Well, what an exhibition we saw. We saw Pakai Care not really turn it on straight away in their previous day's play 2 days ago. You'd have to say they were thinking about it and they were ready. It might have been the Lions batting first, but it was the Lions that were getting hunted early in this contest in match 73. The revolving door of Lions, one after another. They came, they went, even despite that catch going down from Mohammed Azim Butt. That was the big wicket, Ibra. When he went, you're worried what this scorecard might look like. Amar Shakur, well, he's been all right, but he was tested. Then this is what pressure does. A nice bit of recovery work from the keeper to get Irfan Mohammed after a miscommunication. And then, well, the only question was, could the City Lions avoid the lowest score ever in the European Cricket Series? Good call from the umpire on that occasion. Latif Mohammed, well, he played his role in the middle overs to perfection. Again, picking up 2 wickets. And unfortunately, although the Lions were able to get past the all-time record. They weren't able to get past the lowest score in this tournament, finishing with 41 runs, losing all 10 of their wickets. The only question now, how long will this game last? Pakai Care, well, we saw them a bit shaky with the bat 2 days ago. I'm sure they'd want to come out and make very light work of this target of 42. I'm sure Mohammad Ihsan, after making 2 ducks on Wednesday, he will hope to get a lot of these 42 runs himself and re-establish his presence as a force at the top of the order for Pakai Care. Just recapping the scorecard. Wasn't much to write home about. Hassan Shafakat, well, he's the only one that can hold his head high. He scored 16 not out off 9 balls, including 2 fours. Only 3 fours and absolutely no maximos in the innings, as it was hard work. And at one point, the score was 7 runs and 6 wickets down, and you thought, well, they may struggle to even make it to double figures at that point. They recovered to make 41, the lowest score of this series. And the Lions, well, they've had some good moments in this series. In fact, they have a winning record, but it just shows this Pakai Care, when they turn it on, they can be very destructive indeed. So, we'll have a short break, and we'll see you before too long. We'll be back with the chase for Pakai Care. You're halfway through the action on day 15 of the Fancode European Cricket Series Spain. Still 2 more matches to go after this, so don't go anywhere. We're rejoining you shortly. It's Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, in the box with the European Cricket Network. See you shortly. Hello and welcome back wherever you're watching around the world to the Montjuic Olympic round. You're watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain, our first series of many this year. We plan to bring you over 1,000 matches on the European Cricket Network. It's Vinny Sandu with you, Mr. Maximo, and we've just witnessed something quite extraordinary. The lowest score of the tournament in match 73. It was City Lions who won the toss and elected to bat. They might have come to rue that decision shortly after as they fell to 7 runs for 6 wickets lost at one point before ultimately recovering of sorts to make it to 41 all out with the ball to go in the 9th over. I can tell you, some of you out there, I've just been looking in the record books, and the fastest chase we have ever had in the European Cricket Series was in Frankfurt back on the 1st of October last year, where Darmstadt, FCA over Darmstadt, who will see in the European Cricket League actually, they chased down a target of 52 in 3.3 overs. So the quickest chase ever was 3.3 overs on 21 balls. And let's see if that goes down here. It's possible. Nate was just giving his prediction. A few people in the chat giving their predictions. I said 16, so I thought that if they send their regular opening pair out, and they might have some business on their mind. And interesting to see who they have sent out. And they've sent out perhaps a couple of their non-regular opening batsmen, which doesn't surprise me really. Imran Mohammed and Faizan Raja are the opening batsmen for Pakai Care. And again, perhaps using this opportunity to give a couple of other people a hit they might need down the stretch, of course, once the knockout games commence. If your top order fails, you want to have some batting in the rest of your batting unit. So, but you brought a bowl. And the dot. So, I suppose I was counting on ECN coming out there. My prediction was 16 balls. But with these two, it might be a little bit more than that. Could go more like the 30 balls mark. Might double my prediction. Anyway. Here's Ibra. Probably a bit late for that now, isn't it? But Ibra, he's a good bowler. He can spin the ball right to left in a leg spinning fashion, but he also can push them through, and these ones almost like a quick back spinner. This one's more of a traditional leg spinning delivery. And they're away with a run. So like I said, he's probably not their regular batsman, to say the least. But it's nice to see some variety from Pakai Care. They'll need everyone to contribute if they're going to go all the way and win their second European Cricket Series. Of course, I can tell you who doesn't enjoy the batting order getting changed, and that is people playing fantasy cricket who might have Mohamed Ihsan in their lineup, because the batting order might be reversed, chasing a very low target. You can see my prediction is looking well off at the moment. And it's been a nice start from Ibra. I mean, what you can do with the Lions is try to do your best while you're out there in the field. Take the chance if it comes to you. Well, this is edged. Well, that sums up the Lions' day. There's a thick edge and it's going to fly all the way to the boundary. It ruins what was a pretty good over for Ibra. 5 off it after 1 over. It's 5 for no loss. And so you see a lot of good cheers from the Pakai Care bench. As he sent a couple of batsmen out to open the batting. That wouldn't normally get the opportunity. It's going to be Ahmad Shakur to bowl the second over. Starts with a wide. And like I said, that the quickest chase ever, 3.3 overs. Well, it looks to be safe for now. Very animated bench at the moment. Pakai Care, well, they can have their tails up and we'll see them again later today. The Ripple Warriors in the last game of the week, and I think that'll be a very good contest. This one was called a wide in the end. Just going a bit shorter. Azama Shakur. It's a bit of a tight call in the end, but maybe it was a good one from the umpire. And again, so there's a difference, isn't it? And we've seen extras play a part this week, and now he's going to go around the wicket, Azama Shakur. City Lions innings. Well, it's a bit of a mess. Only 6 wides in there. Let us know what you're thinking in the chat. We made some bold predictions, didn't we, about how quick this might last, but we weren't counting on the unusual opening combination of Imran Mohammed and Faizan Raja. At the moment, they're cruising along. This is in the air. It's going to split the field in the end. They'll get one. That's all they'll get. So, see the difference, isn't it, in the quality of the bowling. And Azama Shakur, there's no slouch with the ball. Can push it through, but you've got these top-tier bowlers like Mohammad Kamran, Shiraz Ahmed, Jaffrey when he's in the team. Makes it really tough. Another edge is going to fly away. And the poor Lions, well, they can't take a trick in this game. So 4 more, the second boundary in that region. I want to consider bringing up, I think they're going to do it now. They're going to bring up one of the leg side boundary fielders and perhaps push back the third man. Yeah, that's a good decision because I've seen a couple of boundaries fly away in that area. That will end the over from Shakur. And at the end of that over, still no wicket. And Shakur, he'll be disappointed. Again, he's had some good moments for his team, but yeah, just struggling to get the result. Into the second over, it's 14 for no loss. See Sikandar Raja bowling now for the Lions. That over the power play, only 2 outfielders allowed. Swing and a miss. Yeah, it's interesting though, Pakake electing not to open with ECN. I thought, especially after his 2 ducks, maybe I probably had to hold him back to stop him from getting out there at the start of this game because he would want some time in the middle, especially with the big game against the Warriors coming up later in the day. And swing and a miss. What are you thinking if you're watching this around the world? We kind of worked out our predictions. We're a little bit off the mark, didn't we? About how many balls it would take. Well, this is firmly struck on the leg side. It's going to go all the way for 4. That was a nice shot by Faizan Raja. Just let it come to him. Opened himself up slightly. Got the hands through the ball. 4 scored. And already, well, approaching the halfway point of this chase before you know it. This one just must have caught a bit of the pad on the way past down the leg side. This one's worked away for a single. So, yeah, the City Lions, well, they can take, this is obviously very deflating, but they can definitely take the victory out of today from match 71, where they beat Barcelona 114 to 106, despite some late innings heroics from Shahid Iqbal in particular for Barcelona. It's one of those things, if the games were switched and you played this game first and the other one second, they'd probably walk away feeling okay about the day, but they'll probably walk away feeling a little bit upset at this performance, to say the least, the Lions, but it's the nature of these tournaments. And send him another over. It's 19 for no loss after 3. So very interesting in the power play overs. The Lions only scored 7. Pakai Care only scored 19. So combined 26 in the 6 overs of power play in this game. I don't think you'll find any lower than that in any other matches we played as well. So interesting aspects to this match still. A new bowler is Nadeem Razak. James Stewart saying, I kind of like it that they're not trying to rush it. Well, there you go. Everyone that thought they might get an early lunch. James, I'm saying we were hoping they would try and rush it. A few of the crew here. I think the food's just getting wheeled out at the Montjuic Olympic Ground. So, it's well bowled by Nadeem Razak up in the block hole. And of course, we've got 2 more matches today still to come. Hiris Abadel against the Ripoll Warriors. That'll be a good one, especially after Hiris Abadel got on the board earlier today. They, of course, have 2 more matches on our Super Sunday in the evening. They'll be made up that were washed out on Monday. And then we've got the Warriors versus Pakai Care, match 75. And I'm looking forward to that one. Because the Warriors, if anyone's going to challenge Pakai Care in the group, I think the Warriors would fancy their chances. That's a good Yorker. I like that Nadeem Razak. He's going to try and get something out of this. And he's just trying to execute his skills again. More matches to come for these guys, and it's important that you try and execute the skills that you're trying to employ in the match. And look, you won't get better training than a match, my coach used to say. And here out there in the middle. Oh, this is short down the leg side, but he misses out. He's going to have to hustle back. He gets there just in time, does Faizan Raja. Oh, it's kind of eerie day in Barcelona today. We haven't quite seen the sun coming out yet. Hopefully we do see some sunshine before the day is up. But the main thing is we haven't had any rain, which is what we like, of course. We lost the entirety of Monday to rain this week. On a wicket for Razak. And he's earned it and he's deserved it. He's bowled well this over. Started with a wide, but then 1 dot, 1 dot. And then the 5th ball is a wicket. Middle stump. And some consolation for the Lions. The end of Faizan Raja. He goes for 11. And Pakai Care, they're 22 for 1. Bring new batsman to the crease, and look who it is. It's Mohamed Ihsan. I bet he's very happy to get out there. You can see how he approaches this, whether he attacks from ball 1. We've seen him do that before. Some magic first overs. Or will it be a little bit more cautious after his pair of ducks on Wednesday? But he is one of the form batsmen of the tournament, you'd have to say. And coming out number 3 on this occasion. He'll have 1 ball to contend with from Nadeem Razak. And just playing it out. So that'll be the end of the over. Very good one from Razak. Only 3 runs and a wicket. At the end of 4 overs, Pakai Care, 22 for 1. Oh, it's going to be Ibra to come back into the attack. He's played a good game today, but as in the first match, not really having the impact in the second. Falling at a critical time, just impaired the ability of the Lions to get any sort of competitive total on the board. And he's at bowling crease now. Tosses this one up. This is not really timed by the batsman. Just be the single. I think this will be quite interesting now. Mohamed Ihsan. Martin saying game on with the wicket. The next match, Sean wants to schedule. I just gave it, but give it again in a second. Oh, this is short. Yeah, you can say goodbye to this one. All the way over the leg side, Maximo! And that is the first Maximo for the match. And I said to Rico, I don't think I've ever seen a match without one. The other day, when we almost had one, Mohamed Isan making sure that we get at least one Maximo in match 73. It might not be the last either, as long as he's there. And respect this time. He's the easiest bowler to face, to say the least, Ibra. I can tell you the next match is, Hiris Abdullah against Ripple Warriors. This one could be another Maximo. The fielder, well, he thought he was in the game for a second, but he had to watch it go over his head. So Maximo, second one for the over. And now, well, within touching distance of this target, and you saw why. Well, my prediction was, I think, 16 balls if Mohamed Isan opened the innings. Someone said golden ball behind me, so that's very amusing. Oh, this one, he's going to go again. This may have just bounced inside, and it has. That will end the over. So an expensive one, and Isan, well, he'll be happy to feel bat on ball again after a difficult time at the crease on Wednesday. End of the over. It's 39 for 1. Yeah, so we just mentioned Ripple Warriors against Hiris Abdel in the 4th match today. Then it'll be Ripple Warriors against Pak I Care in the 5th and final match of today, match 75. But don't forget, we've got Super Sunday coming up as well. We'll have the ECL playoffs and then 2 rescheduled ECS matches all on Sunday. So join us on Sunday as well for some more cricket action. All right. Well, the chance is there and it's taken. And a good catch by Irfan Muhammad. Oh, felt bad for him. He was run out in the first innings. He got a chance here. And he was able to hold on. Imran, well, he made 8. I'm sure he enjoyed the experience of opening the batting for Pak I Care. But still, only 3 runs required for victory. And a wicket for Sikandar Raja. Getting a good ovation from Imran Muhammad as he walks off. And go and tell his grandchildren that he opened the batting on a global click cricket telecast. And Martin's saying Maximo Calypso now. Yeah, you're not wrong, Martin. Just a reminder, guys, join us. It'll be about an hour from now. Just under an hour that we'll rejoin you for the next match, which is Hiris Abdel versus Ripple Warriors. So, I think the batsman might have forgotten some sort of equipment. Let's just see. It's funny when you're batting that there's all sorts of things you can forget, and my guess is that this is the protector, or perhaps he's, I think he might have come out with 2 right gloves. This has happened as well. And I think he's just like, you might have come with 2 right gloves or 2 left gloves, and you only realise when you get to the crease. And the umpire's saying, hurry up. The truth is, this match is going to finish well before the regular finishing time. And there's other things you can forget. The most embarrassing thing is probably your protector, as we say, or you call it a box. I call it a cup if you're in America, Nate. It's the protects your very, very precious areas. But also forgetting your bat. I think I've seen that before. Someone's walked out and forgotten their bat. Anyway, 3 to win. Here we go. And he wants one. He's not going to get one. The new batsman. It's Atif Muhammad, who's come out. I see him get an opportunity as well. Can bat. We saw that tough innings they had the other day. Oh, nice piece of wicket again. I think he's gone. Yeah. It's Mohamed Azif. He's gone. Yeah, it was a good decision, I think. We'll say it again. Maybe we can slow that one down. You have a look at this one. I think when the ball first hits the stumps, one back, one frame. It's very close, but go on. I think we've got this one. There you go. For me, that foot's still in the air. and the stumps are broken. So I think that's a very good decision from the official. Again, at normal speed, that's very difficult to give, but I don't mind that. A nice bit of wicket keeping from Kashif. And so, again, this game's getting drawn out a little bit more. Martin says, is there a twist? Well, the twist is, might not be getting seconds at lunch after all, but just a reminder, do join us in just under an hour's time for match 4 of the day, match 74 on the calendar. A wicket for Raja. Still 3 to win. And there's another wicket. And he can't believe it, can he? He's run out there, Hassan Ali. And he's going to have to go. Cannot believe it. He had visions of grandeur. Lily saying sharp keeping. Yeah, it certainly was on the stumping. Again, it was, as a keeper, I like to see those given because so often you see these benefit out calls, but I think when the umpires look at these back and they know from the TV replays, anytime something's close, most of the time they're out. So you can train yourself as an umpire to give those close ones, and normally the technology will back you up. So anyway, we've got Sikandar Raja on a hat trick. Is there a twist? This might be the twist we talked about, Martin. Well, we'll find out. And the score's now 39 for 4. Muhammad Isan, well, he said, well, I don't mind what you do down that end. If I get another go, I'm going to finish this game in 1 ball. But he's a non-striker's end at the moment. He's been stuck there for a while, leaning on his bat. Luke's wondering, will we see a hat trick? Hat trick ball. And he bowls a wide. So it is Atif Mohammed now coming to the crease. It was Mohammed Adif earlier. And Martin saying, yeah, he knew there was a twist, but this twist isn't going to disrupt the fabric of the game too much. Still 3 to win. And just defending that one in the end. Hey, what? It's not been quite the chase we thought. It was already almost at the end of the 6th over. They've really shared around the responsibilities, haven't they? Oh, big appeal. I don't think that's out, but often a good way to stop a wide call. Just let the umpire know that it's hit a bit of something. I think it's just caught a bit of the pad. Again, very good keeping. We haven't seen too much sharp work down the leg side. Watch this one. It's just flicked the pad. I've seen umpires fall for that one before. Regardless, it's the end of the over. So 40 for 3 wickets. The end of the over. And anyway, we have 2 runs for victory. Isan on strike. And this is going to be game over. Carved away 3 point for 4. And Pakai Care, they'll do it off 6.1 overs. And well, it was 4 wickets in the end that they lost. So 44 for 4, 6.1 overs, and that ends this game. And really, it was never in doubt. You can see the highlights of the innings. Well, the highlight was Pakai Care. They didn't send out the regular openers. They decided to share it around a bit because of the very, very low total. I'm sure that threw everyone's fantasy teams into chaos, but that's the nature of it sometimes. And look, maybe you could have predicted that they would have bowled the other team out for 40 and they might use some other people. That's all part of the luck of fantasy cricket, I suppose. But you saw finally a Maximo disappear. And we saw a few late wickets as well, which was nice for the Lions. And again, these conditions, it was a nice sharp piece of work. And again, very good decision from the umpire. He was justified with the replay. Then, well, he couldn't believe it. Came and went. Hassan Ali. He's going to do it with the ball earlier as well. And then Ahmed Isan, well, regaining just a little bit of touch for Pakai Care. He finished with 20 not out. They finish on the score of 43 for 4, 6.1 overs. And well, just a reminder, we're going to have a bit of an extended break because of the early finish of that game, but I can tell you we will be back at around, it'll be 1:25 p.m. GMT, which is 2:25 in Central Europe. It's 6:55 in India to take you into the next match, which is Sabadell versus the Ripoll Warriors. Following that, we've got the fifth and final match of the day, which is the Warriors versus Pakai Care. Don't forget, wherever you're watching around the world, we've got Super Sunday coming up. We don't just have Monday to Friday this week. 5 matches this Super Sunday, starting at the regular time, 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe to 1 p.m. in India. The 3 matches between Manaj and Lamanga. Well, the winner of 2 of those will determine who represents Spain at the European Cricket League this year. The European Cricket League is the Champions League of European cricket, where the domestic champions of 15 European nations, along with defending champions of ECL 19, VOC Rotterdam, will compete for glory in a 4-week cricket extravaganza. And we also got 2 bonus matches. They've been rescheduled from earlier this week. We've got Sabadell playing the Lions and the Barna Royals. And those 2 matches a little bit later than usual for matches 4 and 5. You'll see the first one starts at 3:30 local. And the last one, 6:30 local, which is 11 p.m. in India. But look, it's going to be a great chance to see some cricket under lights in the Montjuic ground. So the first, they keep on coming. So join us, like I say, it'll be about 45 minutes time from now. So set yourself a timer perhaps, but then join us back here because we'll have a very interesting clash between the Warriors and Sabadell coming up in match 74. Until then, it's Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network saying enjoy the break. We'll see you for match 74 shortly. You're watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series. Well, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on where you're watching around the world. It's Vinny Sando here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and welcome to this broadcast of match 74 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. This match is going to see Hira Sabadell taking on the Ripple Warriors. Well, both these teams, they've got a lot to play for, I should say, as they've had a mixed time in this series, to say the least. Let's have a look at what happened when the two captains met with the match referee a little time ago for the toss.
Heads is the call and tail is it. So Hira, you won the toss. What would you like to do? Bat first. Hira have won the toss and they're going to bat first.
Well, there you go. It was Hira Sabadell. And their captain, Shanawaz Shahzad, he won the toss and elected to bat first. It's been a bit of a bit of a pattern amongst the captains to bat first and get runs on the board. Quite often we've seen chasing difficult, especially that scoreboard pressure causing some mental errors from the batsmen in the second innings of the game. And of course, they did bat first in their first win of the series here at Sabadell back in match 72 a couple of matches ago. And you can see the team they've put on the park this time. Hiralal, I think he is the big weapon for them. I'm sure we'll see him at the top of the order. Back to Khalid. Well, watch out for him. He bats with his hands the other way around as compared to a usual batsman, more orthodox fashion. So he's likely to open the batting as well. Seen him doing a lot of practice in between games. Ikram ul Haq, well, he normally is pretty reliable with the ball. And who's to forget Anwar ul Haq down the bottom of the list there. Last time these two teams played in match 9, he took a hat-trick. It was the first hat-trick of the series. So I'm sure he would be keen to get going again and get some more wickets. Well, for the Warriors, I'm watching for the Prince Deman. Watch out for him. He'll be at the top of the order. He's one of the best batsmen in the country. And when he gets going, he's very hard to stop. But also, Akhtar, he's been good with the bat and the ball. He's listed to open the batting today. Mohsin Ali and Shahzad. Well, that's a pretty strong top 4. And then we've got the Curry Master, Ghulam Sabah, for the Warriors, coming in at number 5, listed there. But watch out for those players and, of course, those fantasy dashboards. They're so useful if you are playing some fantasy cricket or Dream 11 cricket, because all that information in the one spot on one screen for you. So you can always get them on our social media at European Cricket. And, of course, match previews for every day are available on our website, europeancricket.com. So what do you think, guys? If you are watching on YouTube, or even if you're not, if you're watching on Fangirl in India, you can always jump in the YouTube chat, because we love to have discussions in there about cricket or anything else. And it'll be very interesting to get people's opinions about this one with the Warriors. Well, they're going to have to field first, and so it'll be up to Hira Sabadell to set a target. What I would say about Hira Sabadell is that, well, outside of Hiralal, a lot of them have struggled to make the grade so far in this Fan Code European Cricket Series. But they do have a couple of players who are capable, and I think they can step up a notch. And their captain, Shanawaz Shahzad, I like the way he led the team, just keeping his cool in the first match they played today. Was the second match of the day in match 72. So, yeah, was it just asking, how do you bat with your hands the wrong way around? I'm trying not to call it the wrong way around, was I? I'm trying to avoid that kind of terminology. Most coaches would say it's wrong. But we have seen it once before. Back in Sweden, it was Waffa, Isanullah Waffa, last year, who is quite destructive with his hands. Let's say, the unorthodox way round. But was it? You're about to see it. You won't have to wait too long, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Bakhtiar listed to open the batting. Just getting confirmation now. But yeah, it'll be a very interesting game. We'll see the Prince Deman, again, one of the favourite players amongst the fans on ECN. The way he goes about his cricket. And so we're almost ready to begin match 74. And yes, it is Hiralal on strike as expected. Bakhtiar Khalid will be at the other end. Bakhtiar Khalid, he's the man who typically holds the bat in a very unorthodox fashion. Like I say, I've seen it not very often, to say the least, but I've seen it done before. Particularly, I'll talk about the technical aspects of it, but you'll find quite a lot of the time they're very strong over point, just because of the way they throw their hands through the ball. It's a little bit different, so you'll find any width outside off stump that can be very powerful. We saw him hit one over the fence at point earlier today. Anyway, here's Prince Demand to start match 74 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. It's a good start, and well, this is a big wicket for Ripple Warriors, to say the least. Here, Alal, he's a leading run scorer, and also will come into the game with the ball and in the field later on today. So to get him early, that will give him a big boost. So the Prince coming off the long run today, not hampered by that leg injury. We saw him switch to some fast spinners a couple of games ago because he was struggling with a bit of a muscle complaint, but he seems to be back more or less to something approaching full fitness. Here he comes. And here not able to get that one away. So no runs on board as yet. We saw a very low scoring game in the last match, of course, if you weren't with us. We had the City Lions. They fell to 7 runs for 6 wickets at one point. And it looked like we were going to lose the record for the lowest score, which was 35 in the ECS. Worked off the pads nicely. There's a big gap down there. In fact, that might go all the way. So Prince just straying with his line, drifting onto the pads. The first boundary of this one in match 74. So once it gets on that part of the outfield at this time of the day, it does run away pretty quickly, and the fine leg was very fine. He was in the circle. And no chance to cut that off. So something for Prince to think about then. Well, he goes for it this time. There's no one back on the offside square of the wicket. It'll plug. In the end, well, they're going to have to hustle for a single. I think originally the batsman thought that might travel to the boundary, but he didn't get it quite as well as he thought. He got it well enough to get it over the infield, but not well enough to carry it to the boundary for 4. So single, and that will bring the man we were talking about, Bakhtiar Khalid, on strike. I'll say, look, the way he holds his bat. The cross-handed bandit, I called him. But it does make some shots easier. Makes a lot of shots harder though, particularly the fast straight ones. Very difficult to get down. Well, here he is now. And you see there. And he gets away with one. It was a thick edge, and you get a lot of bat speed through those cut shots. And this one flying away over Azhar Iqbal. He doesn't really look like he has warmed up yet, or maybe struggling with a fitness complaint, but he just had to pick that one off the fence. So another boundary, a good start for Khalid. Well, might be something to see if he got going. Was it saying that was clipped off pads nicely? I think he's referring to the shot by Hero Lal. We saw him play some excellent orthodox cricket shots, Lal, in the last match he played. This time Bakhtiar's after him, and we talked about it over point. That one, well, just pitched inside the field of play, I think. Waiting on the final signal from the umpire. Yeah, he's going to give it 4. So, consecutive boundaries to finish the over. And so, at the end of 1, it's 13 for no loss. And the Prince, well, it wasn't a bad over by any means. Perhaps just the one on the pads is the one he'd like back. But the other one, well, a bit of bad luck. And again, it was hard to describe, but just what I've observed from the players I've seen bat with their hands the opposite way around to the traditional way to hold the bat. They do seem to be very strong through the point region. I think it just is to do with the, well, maybe the fact that their natural swing becomes inside out. So what I mean by that is instead of the bat coming from more or less straight behind them, it comes a little bit from the leg side, which means there's a bit more speed to get those cut shots going. But again, small sample size. Wazza says, wow, I've seen it, now I can believe it. Luke's saying, quite amazing to see this batting technique really, but if it works, why not? Why not indeed? I tell you what, they're going to have their hands full with Iqbal Khan. Who is going to bowl his left arm as keeper up to the stumps. Like to see that. Iqbal's behind the stumps today for the Warriors. That's what I like about Hero Lal is that those pitched up balls, he not afraid to play the traditional drives. And look, there's still value for money down the ground, just along on back in the deep mid wicket. So if you get anything straight and beat that mid off fielder, it should run away for 4. Doesn't have to take any unnecessary risks at this stage. Oh, this is the risk of the keeper being up to the stumps, and well, the fielder, well, he was successful in one way and in another. I think he's questioning his choices. This is the risk. It's his swing. And the keeper, you're always a bit behind the game. You need to anticipate that. Easier said than done. And this one, well, that has hit the boot. I reckon that's hit right on the ankle. And, well, looks like he was training for the World Hopscotch Championships in the end, didn't he? I tell you what, wouldn't tickle with a brand new ball. Here comes Akhtar Khan again. And it's the end of Bakhtiar Khalid. Again, it was a big swing. It was pitched up. And I did say, didn't I, that this technique, we can see people struggle with these fast, full, or these straighter ones. This one, he just lifted his head. Doesn't make defence easy. And this one, a bit of bat onto the leg, back onto the stumps. So we've seen him do it before, Akhtar Khan, hitting the stumps. Does it in quite an unusual fashion this time. And Hiris Abadel, they lose their first wicket with a score at 15. Was it just saying in the chat, each to their own? I would try that in Golden Duck. Well, Bakhtiar Khalid didn't do much better, was I, to be fair? But the word is, once he gets going, he can be hard to stop. But I think as a bowler, or as a fielding captain even, you can instruct your bowler. Well, I think, from what I've observed, there are certain areas with that technique that's going to be very difficult to keep it out, and that would be one. The fast straight Yorker, because of the unusual angle the bat's coming down at the ball, seems to be good for anything wide of the off stump, but anything a bit straighter, you're going to struggle. And still, that's one of the great things about cricket, is that there's all these different ways and techniques. People generally do what works for them, even if it's not quite the orthodox thing. Anyway, here's Akhtar Khan again. Again, the keeper's going to miss it. And, oh, in the end, so does the backstop. I'll get through, it'll be 2 wides. Look, as a wicketkeeper myself, I prided myself on my up to the stumps work, but not sure if it's a good thing or a bad thing. If the captain puts in a backstop, I suppose here, with the field being so small, it's hard to protect the boundaries anyway, so they're thinking, well, that's an area where a lot of runs tend to go. So I'd be a bit offended if I was keeping there as a backstop, but it seems to be more or less a standard position for some of these teams. And that, again, the innovative nature of this format of the game. Here's Akhtar Khan. This one's driven down the Curry Master. He's going to have to try and stop it. He's not able to. It's a lovely shot down the ground. And here Alal, well, we said he's capable of the classical cover drive. And this one, in the offside. More of an off drive, really. And the Curry Master, well, I'm Australian. We call that the old Sydney Harbour Bridge. He tried his hard. At least he got down and tried to stop it with his hands. That's what we like to see. Oh, see, this is an undisciplined shot from Lyle. They got 2 back on the leg side, and just shows you even the better players, they are prone to the odd brain snap. Was I saying great Yorker? Yeah, I'd agree with that. Was I? And probably the mental error from Khalid. He had to find a way just to try and keep that one out. Wait for the ball that was in his zone. Still a fascinating start to this match. Here, Alal, I think there's a lot of pressure on him to carry his team to a competitive score. This is a good ball from Akhtar, the keeper. Well, again, I applaud him for being up to the stumps, and at least he brings a couple of things into the game. And you watch this one again, it's actually kind of swung in and hit the seam and gone away. It was a very good ball from Akhtar. Come round the wicket now. Played away. Just the single. In fact, no run, of course. End of the second over. It was a very good one. In the end, after 2 overs, it's 22 for 1. All right, so 2-1 over to go on the power play. And so, more or less an even start, I'd say, to this game. Who do you think's ahead? Ali Jr. saying Oldie's showing more effort than some youngsters. Nice dive. Yeah, it was a good effort, even though the curry master. I'm looking forward to perhaps sharing a meal at an acceptable distance with him before these 5 weeks in Barcelona are up. Going to be Amir Shahzad to bowl the third over. It's the last one of the power play, so only 2 fielders allowed back for 1 more over. This one's a bit too wide. He gets some good curves, some good outswing. Right to left. Let's know your thoughts, guys. Who do you think's going to win this game? For me, I feel like the batting of the Warriors is just a bit too strong. They've got too many options for Hiris Abidal, whereas Hiris Abidal are relying a lot on Hirilal for me. Again, the keeper making work hard for him, and this is going to miss the backstop as well. So this will be 5 wides. And, well, they won't need any batsman to score too many runs with bowling like this. Again, it was a nice effort down the leg side, but just didn't see it early enough. The keeper, Waqar Iqbal. And a gift of 5 runs, that will have to be re-bowled, so that hurts your figures as a bowler. And so he's given up 6 runs before a legal ball's been bowled at the moment. Amir Shahzad needs to find the radar. But to be fair, it's been swinging around a bit for him. And this next one is on target. It's going to be a single round the corner. Ali Jr. asking for last match teams. Well, I can tell you something, Ali. I'll give them to you, but I will tell you. I'm going to actually put this in the chat. Why don't we do that? All of the fixtures are available at EuropeanCricket.com. I tell you, the Ripple Warriors will return the last match to take on Pak Care. Here's Amir Shahzad. This is a lot better online. Yeah, that website, EuropeanCricket.com, it's a great place to go to get everything that you require. There's preview articles, so there's previews for every match. Don't forget we've got the Spanish ECL playoffs this Sunday as well. It's a great article about the La Manga Torrevieja Cricket Club up there now. This one's edged. Again, well, must wear out a few pairs of shoes, some of these fielders. That time making the stop, so just a single. We've got Ali Jr. going with the Ripple Warriors. Thinks they have a better chance. Yeah, well, I think it's probably a fair assessment, but haven't helped themselves too many. It's their chances with too many wide so far. A nice ball this time. When Shah gets it right, he's a dangerous customer because he tends to bowl a pretty good length. It's just his line. It's always the risk when you're trying to swing the ball. He's got one of those actions that can swing in or it can swing out, and so depending on how it comes out of his fingers, I think even he isn't quite sure which way it's going to swing. Yeah, Luke's saying 10 wides already costly. Yeah, I'd agree with that, Luke. This will be another one. This one just had that outswing, didn't it? So, yeah, make that 11. And there's more wides than even Hirilal has at the moment because he's only on 10. We've seen the better teams. They just don't give up those wides. And this is what happens when he gets it right. Amir Shahzad. It's a very good ball. Just watch this swing right to left. Look at that, and the batsman trying to follow it. Probably lucky he didn't follow it even more because it could have quite easily just grabbed a little piece of the bat and flown behind for a catch. So good bowling by Shahzad. Well, he's going to get plenty of practice this over because he's going to have to bowl a few again. Here he is. This is a nice shot. It's a good cut shot and nicely fielded as well. And so the other thing you have to be conscious of when you're bowling some of these wides is that you have to you have to re-bowl those balls, which can get you in some time trouble. Anyway, that's the end of the over. Finished with a couple of good balls. Just 9 off it in the end. I think only 1 off the bat, perhaps no, 2 off the bat. So a lot of wides in the over, but long story short, the end of 3, into the power play. It's 31 for 1. So we're going to have Hector Dakan to bowl the 4th over. And he's the form bowler, you'd have to say, for the Warriors. He's going to come around the wicket. Harjot Singh is the batsman on strike. Nice intelligent batting from Harjot. You want to get stuck down there. Get Hirilal on strike and say, look, you're the man in form. Coming off 77 in the previous match. See what you can do. Let's have a look at the score. Well, 31 off 3 overs. Stay at that rate, you're scoring about 100. They'd love a few more than that. Maybe something closer to 120, I think, would be Hero would be happy with. Oh, and he's gone straight through him. And Hirilal, we've seen at times, he's just lost his shape. And this is well bowled. And this man, Iqtidar Iqbal Khan, we mentioned that he has a good knack of hitting the wickets, and the sticky wickets go over once again. And it's Lal. This is the sort of ball he's driven down the ground, but this time just lifting his head and hitting slightly across it. And I said they were looking for something in the 120 region. Well, they might have to reassess their targets after the big loss of their form batsman Hirilal. But great bowling from Iqtidar Iqbal Khan. He gets another wicket. And the score in the 4th over, it's 32 for 2. Just looking at the YouTube chat. It's always great to have your input, your questions and comments in the YouTube chat. It's Vinny Sander with you, Mr. Maximo, answering your questions today, and just putting some comments. We've got people, some of these fielders need ankle protection, throwing that foot out, trying to stop the ball. Yeah, I'd agree with that, Wazza. Don't know what my coach would make of that. Anyway, horses for courses. Ali Jr. says, I'd use them. Both my ankles got messed due to fielding mistake like that before. Big pain. Well, there you go. Ali Jr. saying, well, his ankles already don't work, so he's gonna risk him anyway. This is mistimed by the new batsman. Shanawaz Shahzad, the captain, has come out. Again, he's fairly cool head. I think at this stage, Hero, they'd be happy just to stay at the 10 and over rate and post 100. Pretty close. I wonder if this is just sliding down the leg side. I think that's... But also the umpire saying, well, Iqtidar, you've walked in front of me, so how am I supposed to make a decision? Look at this. So when you're bowling from this side, you need to go off the wicket. But I think it's his hand, which has got in the umpire's eye line. That's pretty unusual. I think apart from that, he probably had a very good shout, but you can't blame the umpire on that occasion. Can't give what you can't see. It's the bowler's responsibility to get out of the way. And often, I've seen it happen in Europe, and it's something that puzzles me, that the bowlers, instead of running off the pitch, they'll run in front of the umpire. Now, he didn't run in front of the umpire on this occasion, but what he did is he just threw his right hand out at the right moment when the umpire was trying to track the ball. So I don't blame the umpire one bit in that scenario. This one's up, it's in the air. The fielder, he's got the sun to contend with, and in fact, he's not even going to get a chance. It's gone over his head all the way. Maximo! 6 all he needed runs for Hiris Abadal. And this is the movement into the batsman. You can see the shadow. He's going to have a pretty tough time trying to pluck this one out of the sky as it was, but good finish to the over. End of the 4th. It's 38 for 2. Just a reminder, you guys, I know you love your cricket on ECN, and we love bringing it to you. And come Sunday, there's going to be plenty more, because we have 5 matches on Super Sunday this week. We have the ECL 21 qualifiers, and then we have the 2 rescheduled matches. You see right there, it's going to start the regular time. It's going to go a little bit later, which is fantastic. We'll have the last game under lights and catch it right here on ECN. Get all the details, EuropeanCricket.com. Back to live action. Amir Shahzad starts with a wide. We'll get to see here Well, hopefully some of their other players can step up in this situation, because Hirilal scored the bulk of their runs. And with him back in the sheds, they still need to find a way to pose a target, and this will help again. And the backstop, well, he's probably racking up a bit of action on his pedometer, if he's got one. I don't think they're allowed them actually, but doing a lot of work at the moment. And Ahmed Shahzad, like we said, he's capable of the magic delivery, but also you see it right there. Sometimes as a batsman, this can be very disconcerting as well, the inconsistency of a bowler, because you just think, well, you know, that's sprayed, but when one is on target, you're not really ready for it sometimes. Hey, what do you think about that LBW, was? I know you're saying it's plumb. We see this next one out to deep point. But what do you think? Do you think that the bowler got in the umpire's way? Because that's what the umpire was motioning. I think if you wind that one back, the umpire's got a good excuse in my book why he didn't give that one out. This one's edged. Oh, and again, putting pressure on the fielder was Shahzad. Forced the fumble, so they'll get the single. Riley saying he never again tried to stop the ball with his foot. If he can't with his hands since. Yeah, that's good. Ali Jr. saying hope ECL returns next year as well. Can't wait to participate next time. If not stuck in some lockdown. Yeah, well, ECL will be here 31st of May. Determining the Spanish qualifiers on Sunday. Of course, the reason there is a qualifier is because normally we have the ECL every year, and it's the domestic champion that represents each country. But because we didn't have one last year, there's 2 domestic champions, each with a claim to the spot. So the domestic champions Menage from 2019 are taking on the domestic champions from 2020 for the right to compete in ECL 21 this year. They've been drawn in Group A, so they'll compete in the first week, Spain. And they've got some interesting opposition. They'll have England, Swardston. They'll have Brescia CC from Italy, FCA 04 Darmstadt from Germany, and Dreux, who are returning from France. They're in their group, Group A. This one's through him. Yeah, Group B, might as well run you through it. Forfarshire from Scotland, Bjorka from Norway, HBS Krijnhout from the Netherlands, Austin Exiles from Belgium, and Lund from Sweden make up Group B. And Group C, CRYMS from Ireland, Cluj from Romania, Svanholm from Denmark, Helsinki Gymkhana up from Finland, and the Moscow Foxes from Russia round out Group C. They're the 15 teams, which along with VOC Rotterdam will be competing in the ECL over 4 weeks, starting on the 31st of May. That's the end of the over. And already there's 5 gone in this innings, and it goes so fast. 45 for 2, the score after 5. Yeah, Wazza agreeing with me. Well, that's always a good strategy, Wazza. Saying, yeah, I have to agree. Umpire needs clear sight to make a proper and fair decision. Yeah. Let's agree to agree then, Wazza. Next one, well, it's lifted up and it's got a bit of power behind it. All the way, Maximo! 6 runs to Hiris Abadel. And it's the captain, Shanawaz Shahzad, who's going to pick up the slack after the dismissal of Hirilal. And this was a nice shot. It was just a little bit short from the bowler, Deepak Rana. He's come into the attack. Well, he tries again. And I think he's got it away again, all the way. This time a little bit squarer. 6 more. 6 carreras más. And handy runs. And is it the captain that's going to stand up? I like the way he's led his troops this morning. Kept his cool in a pressure situation. And again, leading from the front. Back-to-back 6s. And Deepak Rana, well, we've seen him do some mercurial things. An amazing cameo with the bat earlier in the tournament. Got the ball in hand now. This is in the air and it's dropped. Well, and a big reaction from the bench for Hiris Abadel. I don't think they're clapping the drop catch, but they were clapping the result, that's for sure. And this is the technique. It's just all wrong. It came straight at him. He didn't know whether to put the fingers up or down. In the end, made a meal of it. Runner won't be thrilled about that. Next one, I'll get through him for a dot, but I tell you what, that could have a big bearing on the kind of score which Hira Sabadell ended up posting, because Shazad is one of the few, I think, which can clear the boundary. And it was a sitter of a catch, wasn't it? Imran Hussain put it down. This one, it's called a wide. Got Jesus, some nice words for me, saying he's enjoying the work I'm doing. Yeah, well, it's great to be here in the box today, and hopefully you're getting some entertainment out of day 15. The sun's out, so makes me feel a bit brighter as well. This one took off, and it's going to be called a wide in the end. Yeah, so Rico not here today. He's just gone back to visit his family for the weekend. He said that there was some lady in his house when he got home. He was telling me. He said, "Who are you?" She said, "I'm your wife." And so, hello to Rico, if he does get the chance to glance at this at some point. This one's worked down the ground, so just a single. But don't worry, Rico will be back before too long. Of course, we've got quite a few other commentators which you'll be hearing from this year on the European Cricket Network, but also some issues with travel restrictions, and there's a couple stuck in the UK. At the moment, whoever's here, we're just enjoying bringing you the action. Of course, this different brand of cricket, and just the fact we can bring you so much of it, I think makes us very happy, and it's great when we get such good feedback as well from everyone that's watching from all around the globe. The last ball of the over, it's in the air. I think it's going to fall safely. It's just going to get over Mohsen Ali. In fact, it's going to beat him to the boundary. So riding his luck is Shanawaz Shazad. That one sliced over third man. It was more luck than design. Into 6 overs. All the sixes. It's 66 for 2 after 6. That was one of those magic overs. There was 21 offered in the end, and all starting with back-to-back Maximos, and went a bit quiet in the middle. There were a couple of wides, a couple of singles, and finishing with the 4 edged away. So, look, it wasn't the worst over from Deepak Rana. But it goes for 21. That's going to prompt the Warriors skipper, Wakar Iqbal, to bring back the Prince Diman. Just sensing this game might be spiralling out of control. Going to try and wrest back some of that ascendancy with Prince Diman. So I think caught a bit of pad. In fact, this could go all the way as well. So again, it might have been a bit of bat on it in the end. We'll look on the replay. On it now, leg bias is called. And this one is just catching a little bit of pad. Again, the keeper is almost within his grasp. These are little things that can make the difference when you think about how many of these games are decided by just a few runs. There's 4 that got away down there. You got Lardy watching live from Washington, D.C., USA. Well, welcome to you. It's fantastic. What was I saying? Got to take those pie catches. Yeah, that was pretty. It was a sitter. I'm not going to lie, but that's the beauty of the European Cricket Series. Probably what I'd say. Sometimes people say, "What's the one thing you would tell someone that's watching a Fangirl European Cricket Series?" And I'll tell you after this ball from Prince Diman. It's dug out nicely by the batsman. It was well bowled. But the one thing I'd say is, if you're watching ECS, and you're watching the European Cricket Network, don't try and compare it to anything else. That's probably the one thing I would say. It's my one bit of advice. Don't try and compare it to anything else. Back to that in a second. This is shorter and a bit quicker as well from the Prince, and the batsman didn't know too much about it. It was on him before he got through his stroke, but he squirts it away for a single. Yeah, so don't try and compare it to any other form of cricket or even any other sport. It is what it is. It's different, and it's fantastic entertainment is what it is. Because you will see some of those easy catches dropped, but also it's a nice shot. This time he was waiting for it. It was short and slightly wide. The batsman equal to it this time. And 6 runs. Pardon me, 4 runs to Harjit Singh. It wasn't quite that hardly hit. But yeah, what I'd say is don't try and compare it to anything. For every one that you see shelled, like that was an absolute sitter that Imran dropped in the last over, but you'll see something just as spectacular at the other end of the spectrum. So we've seen Shantanu Sharma took one of the catches of the century yesterday. And so, the Prince. Oh, this is great work. If he hits, he'll be out, and he might still be out. Oh, and he just couldn't. And now they're going to get an overthrow off the side of the pitch. Well, this is illustrating my point. And look, they might have had another overthrow as well. So this is what I'm talking about. For every clanger you see, we call it a clanger, you'll see something like this. And it was all going on. This one, then it's hit the side of the pitch on the way back, I think, or on the second bounce. And it's gotten away from the keeper. And then there's an overthrow on. That'll be the end of the over. 77 for 2. So that's the kind of action you'll get on the European Cricket Network. You won't find it anywhere else. Another thing that you'll be seeing for the first time this year is the European Cricket Championship, beginning on the 13th of September. It's national sides from 15 European nations competing over 4 weeks in Spain for the right to be crowned the first ever ECC champions. So we're very excited to have the Netherlands involved as well. They announced that they were part of the schedule, and representative teams from England and Scotland as well as various other countries. So, including Spain, of course. We'll see the Spanish national team in action, whatever team they choose. Here's Mohsin Ali, and he goes right through everybody. I feel like they'll be picking this one up off the fence, and they are. So 4 byes. This, for me, it's a subtle positioning thing as a keeper. You can see he's very wide. I'm not quite sure why he is that wide, because he'd be a lot safer to set up a little bit more centrally, and then he can track the ball, and this is the risk. These balls go through between the batsman and the wickets. It's a tough one for the keeper, but it all starts, a lot of wicket keeping is actually subtle positioning, and you've got to be in the right place. So 4 useful runs. Mohsin Ali won't go against his name, but he still won't be impressed, I'm sure. This one's off the pad, so again, we'll have our 5th run in extras with 2 balls down. So yeah, ECC, that'll be very exciting for us. European Cricket Network, of course, European Cricket Series, you'll see it all year in various locations. But yeah, the European Cricket League over 4 weeks throughout June, and then the European Cricket Championship throughout September and October. It'll be the marquee events this year on ECN. Next one. Oh, she's out a little bit late into the shot. But yeah, and I was having a good conversation with somebody who follows the European Cricket Series, and I said, yeah, that's what I'd say to people. I'd say, stop trying to compare it. We know it's not Test cricket. It's not the IPL. It's not. It is what it is. And we see that what it is, it's the end of Shazad, as he's got a little edge on that, and this time Waqar Iqbal, the keeper, holds on. And again, good sportsmanship from the batsman. He knew he edged it, and he was quick to walk off. And still 14 deliveries left. You'll see this on the replay. Ali does get it through. Little edge. And that time watched in nicely by the keeper. He was in the right spot that time at the right time. I think Belgium commenting 32 runs off the last 2 overs. Good going. Yeah, like I said, there was 21 off the 6th and 11 off the 7th. So it's been a good recovery from here, but you just worry about them running out of resources. Here's Mohsin Ali again. Oh, this was quick. And again, he's wondering, how did that not catch a little something on the way through? Just missed everything. For that reason, it's given a wide, so it's a good call by the umpire. Umpiring's been good today, I would say. Everyone doing their best, of course. And a lot of people watching, so the umpires, they're very keen to do a good job. Can tell you that. But Ali, it's on Anwar ul Haq. And should be out, is out. And Mohsin Ali, well, he forces the error. Anwar ul Haq. Well, Mohsin Ali, he was the first victim in his hat-trick, so Mohsin Ali getting a bit of revenge on Anwar ul Haq. That hat-trick back in match 9. And Mohsin Ali taking the return chance. Didn't come back that quickly, but sometimes that can throw you off as the bowler because you see the swing and you can be there a little bit too early. But Hamwa will huck. That's another one for the pond. Rico, another duck to throw in there. Pond's full. But yeah, that hat trick that Anwar Haq took back in match 9. It was Mohsen Ali who was out off the first ball of 7th over, followed by Amir Shahzad off the second, and Imran Hussain in the third. So all those 3 players back playing for the Warriors. But it won't be a hat-trick ball because there was a wide in between. Still 2 wickets off the last 2 legitimate deliveries. Maybe he's trying to continue the pattern because last time he took a wicket and bowled a wide. That brought another wicket, but now another wide. Well, 2 of them in fact, because they'll run one. Ali Jr. saying Mohsen on fire today. Yeah, I'd say so, Ali. Your namesake. So again, this will be, well, not a hat-trick, but it'll be an unusual 3 wickets in 3 legitimate balls if he can do it. Here he is to close out the over. Well, he's gonna throw a no ball in for good measure. The backstops can raffle this one. That'll make us a free hit, so it means he won't be taking a wicket. Definitely there won't be a wicket that'll be credited to the bowler off this delivery, because that's not possible off a free hit. Dimples is enjoying the game from the Caribbean. Well, hello to you, Dimples. Good morning, I'm guessing, if that's where you're watching from. Last ball, it's a free hit. And they're running just the one in the end. Some thoughts about 2, running the first one hard. But that will be the end of the over. So at the end of 8, it's 88 for 4. Bit of a pattern going on. After 6 it was 66, after 7 it was 77, and after 8 it was 88. So what do you think? 99 off 9? I think Harris Aberdell will be happy from this point. Yeah, I think they would be happy if they got 22 more from here, if I'm honest. Because Mohsen Ali, it was a good over. If they could get 110 on the board, it'll take some catching, although the Warriors, they do have some good batsmen, but we've seen if the top 2 or 3 fail, it won't be easy chasing this. Here's the curry master, Ghulam Sabar. He starts with a wide again. These extras really hurting the Warriors. You wonder what they might have had. There's already been 34 runs in extras in this innings. There's another one. Make that another 2. So Hira, they won't be too fussed. Look, what I would say in their defence is there's been 6 byes and 5 leg byes. And the 5 leg byes you can't do much about. And 6 byes I feel you can do something about. And the wides and no balls you definitely can. So see if Sabah can find the radar. He does on the 3rd attempt. And the other issue that they're going to have at the moment is, by my watch, might be in a little bit of trouble as far as the over rate, because they need to finish this over and start the 10th in about a minute and a half, according to me. I can't think of any specific stoppages that we've had during this innings. What we have had, we've had a lot of wides and balls that have had to be re-bowled, so if they don't start that 10th over in time, might be some time penalties. This one will be worked down the ground for a single. Regardless, Hero will be trying their hardest to score as many as they can of this last few deliveries of the innings. Pretty sure we'll see Mohsen Ali come back to bowl the 10th, but this is the over in progress at the moment. Oh, this could go all the way. And nice shot over mid-off. Maximo, 6 runs to Harris Aberdell. They're very happy with that. The bench, well, they rise. The curry master, well, he's getting a bit of curry at the moment. Comes again. This time he's through the batsman with a slower ball. The keeper That'll slow things down even further for the Ripoll Warriors. And again, you're watching on YouTube, sometimes you might have a little bit of a delay, so you can't necessarily trust your watch, but we'll watch at the ground that we're using. Again, it's up to the match referee to make those determinations, and sometimes there's allowances for stoppages and the like, and wickets lost. This time they're going to push. I think they're just going to get one. That will be the end of the over. So at the end of 9, the hundreds come up. It's 101 for 4. They've just snuck in the nick of time. I thought they had no chance, but luckily they've just got their skates on enough, and it'll be Mohsin Ali, as I predicted, to hold the last over. Here he comes. It's in the air. It's going to be in a gap. It's going to take some cutting off, and the fielder's not going to get there. So these are all useful runs for Hira Sabadell at the back end of this first innings of match 74 of the Fancote European Cricket Series Spain. And it's Harjot. Well, he's now into the 20s. He might not be the quickest batsman, but he's pretty plucky, and he's been digging in for his team, not giving his wicket away easily. Moves on to 22. This one's in the air. The fielder's in the game. Not going to be able to stop it. They're going to have to try for 2. And again, well, they might get more, but they might not want more. Maybe they do. He's dropped his bat. He's going to go anyway. And, well, I thought for a second Harjot would be satisfied keeping the strike, but he thinks, well, if they're there, I'm going to take them. And now the other batsman, Charanjit Singh, he's going to have to make about a 25-metre walk to try and get his bat. See that. Yeah, so that was a bit of an issue. He might have an issue with his helmet as well as he was running. Charanjit Singh, so he might just have to sort that out quickly. He's going to discard it for the final few balls of this innings. So 3 runs scored off the second ball. Goes up to 108. It's been a pretty good effort from Hira Sabadell when you consider Hira Lal going cheaply. They needed someone to stand up. Well, Harjot and Shanawaz Shahzad have done so. This next one's in the air. And he's gonna make a mess of this. It's going to be 4 runs. And the issue here, well, this is quite comical really, because the fielder was so concerned with the sun, he had no idea where he was. And watch his feet. He's taken a step back, and then as he's trying to get back in the field of play, it's just gotten big on him. And so now he's going to get replaced. Oh, dear me. And the things you see in the Fancote European Cricket Series. Let's have a look at this one again. Can we get a look at that one again, guys? Because the fielder took a step back and he just didn't realise he'd stepped off the field, and then next moment, that's 4 runs and been going from bad to worse for the Warriors. But I'll tell you what it will set up is a very interesting chase, because they do have some good batsmen, the Ripoll Warriors. Seen the Prince, he was very dominant earlier this week. They do have the batsmen to engineer this chase, but it makes for a very interesting game of cricket. Here's Mohsin Ali. This is an LBW appeal, but I think this one's missing. It'll be a leg bye in the end. So the score goes up to 114. 2 balls remaining. What an effort it's been by Hira Sabadell. Like I say, Harjit Singh, well, he hasn't set any speed records, but he's there and he's got the runs on the board, and he's been there and accepted the extras gleefully. This next one, well, finally gets one out of the middle. Does Harjot. Maximo, 6 more runs. And with a ball to go, Hira Sabadell, they're up to 120. So if you stick around long enough, it'll give you time for the luck to change. And Harjot, oh, what a shot that was. Just waited for it. Front foot pull shot. If you don't mind, last ball. Strap yourselves in. They'll be running for everything. They'll get 1. Charanjit's going to come back for 2. They shouldn't get it. Oh, a slight fumble. You think they'll get 2 in the end, and that's what they'll have to be satisfied with. So 2 runs scored off the final ball. And Harjot, well, he'll finish on 33. A very good effort in the end will take them to 122 for the loss of 4 wickets. So a total of 123 will be the target. And we saw a few thrills and spills. We had the cross-handed bandit. Well, he was up and about early. And then, well, a bag full of wides. You'd have to say 39 runs in extras in the innings, including 26 wides and a no ball, so 27 right there. 6 buys, 6 leg buys. So again, out of those 39 extras, 33 are avoidable. That was the big moment. Hira Lal, you thought if he went, who else was going to stand up for Hira Sabadell? Harjot Singh that came in number 3, anchored the innings from then on. He ended up with 33 off 24 balls. Ably assisted Shanawaz Shahzad. Well, he rode his luck. Survived a couple of scares. But the Warriors, well, they're very capable. Finally, Shahzad met his demise. And he was up and away. And Mohsin Ali, well, he entered and picked up 2 wickets, including this return chance. Getting one back on Amwal Haq, of course, who dismissed him as the first leg of his hat-trick. And then, well, this is a moment that Karanpreet Singh will remember as he just decided to take a back seat and didn't realise where his feet were. And therefore, another boundary was scored. And at the end of 10 overs, it's Hira Sabadell scoring 122 for 4. Like I said, Harjot Singh, the top scorer with 33 off 24. He scored 2 fours and 2 maximos in that. Shanawaz Shahzad, the other contributor of note, he hit 3 sixes in his total of 26 off 16 balls. Hira Lal, only 10. It looked like he was just getting into things, but it was the very, very reliable Iqtidar Khan that got rid of him. And the other story there, well, for me, 39 extras. And as far as the bowling went, well, Iqtidar Khan, he was a standout for me. He's been one of their form bowlers, the form bowler for them and really in the whole group. 2 for 15 off 2 overs. 2 wickets as well for Mohsin Ali. He's a bit expensive in the end, though. Not quite a few extras. Scored 2 for 25. No other bowlers taking any wickets. I would mention Amir Shahzad again. Struggled with his control at times, but only gave away 16 off his 2 overs. So you can see there, Hira Sabadell had the 2 outstanding overs. The 6 and the 10. 6-1 went for 21, and so did the 10th. Apart from that, I was plodding along and unwrapping the gifts that the Warriors were giving them in extras, and that has had a big bearing on the final total, which is 122. So, in a few moments, we'll be rejoining you in about only a few minutes actually, so don't go too far. Be back here in front of your device or your TV, depending on how you're watching around the world, whether you're watching on Fancode in India or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the resumption of play in match 74. It will be the Ripoll Warriors. The Prince will be back and we're chasing 123 for victory. Until then, it's Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo for European Cricket Network. We'll see you then. Hello and welcome back to the action. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and welcome back to the second half of match 74 of the Fancode European Cricket Series, Spain, between Hira Sabadell and the Ripoll Warriors. And the news, in case you missed it before the break, was that Hira Sabadell, they won the toss and elected to bat, and they've put 122 on the board. They did so thanks to contributions from Harjot Singh, who scored 33, and Shanawaz Shahzad, the captain, who scored 26. What I would say, though, is their biggest contributor to the innings was extras with 39. So regardless of how they got them, they're on the board now. And so it's going to be the Warriors. And I did say before the break that I thought the Prince would be back, but he's not there just yet. They've decided to open with Mohsin Ali and Waqar Iqbal. Obviously holding the Prince back, and maybe they're just waiting to see the game situation. Hopefully, I think he is fit enough to bat, so I'm sure we'll see him before too long if a wicket falls. But it's going to be Hiralal to open the bowling for Hira Sabadell. So interesting little chase. They need 123, so they'll be eyeing off that 12 and over just to stay in touch. You're welcome to all of our viewers on Fancode in India, as well as in our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, and join the chat. It's always great to have some chat in there. What do you think, guys, about who is going to prevail in this one? Welcome to you, Jose, who's just joined us. Jose Coutinho. Yeah, this is game 74 of the Fancode European Cricket Series. 10 over competition. Here's the first ball of the second innings. Hiralal gets one past the bat. And I was just thinking that Mohsin Ali, he might have been sent out there in a bit of a pinch hitting role. They've got the Prince, who normally opens, and he's still in the shed. And I think, well, after I saw that first ball, I think Mohsin Ali's made his intentions very clear. He's trying to send that ball into another world, so going to be some very gripping viewing coming your way. Oh, it's very close. And, well, the umpire feeling was going down the leg side. It'll be an interesting replay. This one, yeah, you know, that's one of those ones that it was very, very close. But perhaps we can see the off stump. You can always see a bit of the middle stump as well. So the umpire not absolutely certain that was going on to hit the stumps. Perhaps it could have just snuck past the leg stump. So I'll give the umpire that one. Here's Hiralal again. This time it's going to be up and away, but it's going to be straight to that fielder, Harjot Singh, who's out at deep mid-wicket. He had some adventures in the previous match he played out there. He was given 4 chances. He took 3 of them. He did drop the first one on that occasion. What do you think about that LBW at home? I think also, I would have said if that was given, I don't think the batsman would have been able to complain. That time, well, to me, to be honest, it looked like the batsman wasn't ready on that occasion, but well, he kept it out and there was no controversy. Something going to go. He's going to have a go at the stumps, and he might have been in a bit of trouble. What I would say in the bowler's defence is that the batsman should have enough time to be ready as well. So, having said that, normally you do check the batsman is facing. Yeah, here is Sabadell. Jose just wondering where we are. Well, we're halfway through a match at the moment. It's 123 required in this innings for victory for the Warriors. And Mohsin Ali wanted the run to be sent back by his skipper, Waqar Iqbal. It's a pretty good first over from Hiralal. Just the 2 singles off it. So the Warriors, after 1 over, they're 2 for no loss. So we just can see who takes the second over. And got confirmation now. Yeah, I thought it might be. It's going to be Adnan Abbas to bowl the second over. He bowled very well earlier today. Coming to the side is an extra bowling option for them, and you'll see he'll get it through. He comes with a bit of a longer run. But Sabadell, well, it's a different team really, isn't it? They lost their first 3 matches, and after winning this morning, they could get back to 2 and 3 at the end of the day. They have 2 matches to play, of course, on the weekend, so the tournament can turn around pretty quickly. Here's Abbas, it's a thick edge. This is going to run all the way to the boundary. And 4 runs. Waka Iqbal. He'll take it. The first one off the bat for the Warriors. This is probably a field placing I'd consider. They've got 2 back on the leg side. They've got a deep long on and a deep forward square leg. I'd consider having a 3rd man back there. We've seen a lot of runs early when these bowlers putting pace on the ball and look, at least force the batsman to hit a shot down the ground and to put an outfielder down there. But I think letting the batsman get away with those cheap boundaries, especially with this kind of a total on the board, is something I'd be allowing. But anyway, the captain's got the job to do, Shanawaz Shazad. Right now, it's Abbas with the ball. It's short and no timing. And Iqbal, well, he seemed caught between hitting it on the offside or the leg side, a cut shot or a pull shot, and he ended up somewhere in the middle and just dragging it into the ground. And James, welcome back. He said, I was mindlessly distracted by the Caribbean rain, missed the first innings. Well, you missed an interesting innings, James. But what I can tell you, bottom line, Harris Aberdell have 122 runs on the board and they've just started defending them. But welcome back to us anyway. Here is Adnan Abbas. He's worked away intelligently by the batsman. Up and away. And again, we were just talking in the break about just some of the things that we think make the Fancode European Cricket Series just a little bit special and a bit different to anything else that you'll watch on TV or otherwise. And one of those things is this temporary pitch. And look, we will have the permanent pitch soon, and we look forward to that. But until then, yeah, you do get the ball hitting the edge of the pitch. And just a few unusual bounces. And bottom line, you're going to get a lot of action and entertainment. Pound for pound, I don't think you'll find better entertainment anywhere else in the world as far as the format goes than the T10 cricket in the Fancode European Cricket Series. Here's Adnan Abbas. It's a short again. Through the batsman for pace. I wonder what the Prince is thinking about this. From the other side of the boundary line at the moment. I'm sure we'll see him in. As long as he's fully fit, I'm sure he'll come in at number 3 for wicket falls. When you're chasing this 12 and over kind of target, you want to be eyeing off something like 35 to 40 in the power play. At the moment, they're a lot behind. Plenty of time to make it up. Abbasi's bowling well. Again, it's a big swing. It's down the ground. The chase is on. And the ball's going to win this one. There's no real timing from Mohsin Ali, but he swung very hard. It was Bakhtiar Khalid. They had the chase on. And he got a good jump on the ball. But it was all force, no style from Mohsin Ali, but it got the job done. 4 carreras. 4 runs. And the Warriors need all the boundaries they can get at the moment. 10 wickets in hand, and this game's hanging in the balance for mine. Bit of a false start. Omar saying batsman playing like it's a test match. Well, I'm not sure about that. There's been a few big swings, just not really connecting with too many at the moment. This is why I think it's a fascinating decision to send Mohsin out there ahead of Prince. But I think the reason is they want to get off to a flyer. They know they've got the Prince there to bat intelligently, depending on the game situation. This one will be a wide. But I think, look, I'll explain the thinking, whether I agree or don't disagree. Well, I don't really have an opinion on it because what they're sitting Mohsin out there to do is get some quick runs. And if it comes off, great, they get the quick runs. If it doesn't come off, he gets out, well, they've still got the Prince to come in, number 3, and engineer the innings. But what they don't want Mohsin out there chewing up balls and not scoring. And at the moment, he's 5 off 6 balls. So he's got 5 off the over he's faced. So that's what they're trying to avoid. You can see he's trying hard to score. This time, good running. It forces the fumble from the fielder. That will end the over. So they're 11 off that one. The end of 2. It's 13 for no loss. Yeah, what have you got in the chat? James saying, let's all the extras, but if the fielding was at the same standard, oh, the humanity. We saw one fairly easy catch go down. We saw a bit of a mixed bag, to be honest, James, but you know that's what to expect. We've got forward saying, if he tries to hit, it's not a difficult task. Well, it's something you can try and attack as much as you like as a batsman, but you're not really scoring, you're not really getting out. If you drag those balls and they just miss hit back to the bowler, for example, you get a few of those going, or you're trying hardest to play the big shots and you're not making contact, well, you can actually find a way that you're not really scoring and you're not getting out, which is the worst case scenario for the Warriors. You can see the rate already up, approaching 14 and over, 110 required in the last 48 balls. So, again, I'm sure they'll come to rue those extras, but they can't worry about that now, the Warriors. They've got 10 wickets in hand. It's going to be the captain, Shanawaz Shahzad, to come in to bowl the last over of the power play. And he comes. This has hit the umpire. And, well, the bowler, he's checking if he's all right, and he might also be giving him a little muchas gracias. And you see this. Well, I'm glad there's no injury. Again, and that might have been the umpire's counter we saw go flying. It was. And the umpire, well, it's tough as nails. Don't worry about that. And so I think that's actually cost the Warriors 4 runs, because I'm sure that would have been heading down the ground for a boundary. But again, what can you do? Well, this one, the umpire's not going to block this, and in fact, nobody is. All the way, bouncing off the tower. 6 runs, Maximo! And well, I'm glad there was no one in the way of this one, because this has flown high, straight as an arrow. 6 runs. The umpire checking the ball. He might want to also check his fingernails, because the one before almost took one of them out. But, well, there you go. Shahzad getting a bit of punishment. Oh, this one's going to go as well. 6 more. Just a bit of length. And Mohsin Ali, it's what he's been sent out there to do. And it's taken him a little while to get going, but now back-to-back Maximos here in over number 3. And they're finishing the power play with a bang. And so, fascinating juncture of this game. And Shahzad, well, he's been a good leader for Hira Sabadell. He's led them to their first victory in the tournament this morning. He'd love to double up. He's going to have to bowl a little bit fuller, I think, and he does. And this is well bowled, and you see the difference. And this is intelligent bowling. The last 2, they were just on a length, and what I mean by that is they were bouncing a bit further away from the batsman. They had the batsman opportunity to hit under the ball. Was this one, it was pitched closer towards the batsman. Not as comfortable. This was a huge inside edge. I heard that one in Portugal. It still didn't stop them appealing. Look at this one. You'll see a big deflection. Oh, this one is more or less off the middle of the bat. But Mohsin, I don't think he's still nervous. So, what do you think? How's this game going? Every time you think it's going to go one way, seems to take a twist, and that's the beauty of the Fan Code European Cricket Series. Here's Shanawaz Shahzad. Ooh. It's going to be a wide. Look at this one, and you see almost half a chance for the keeper if he grabs it. It's a very difficult piece of work. Probably the most difficult thing you can do as a keeper. Sharanjit Singh, he almost got there, but couldn't quite grab it. Just a wide in the book. Oh, that's very close as well to the stumps. I think missing everything in the end. So, good finish to the over by Shahzad. Well, how did this one miss? It was very, very, very close into the power play. The Warriors, they're 26 for no loss. So the equation now, 97 off 42. Warriors, well, they've had a bit of a mixed bag, like we said, in the tournament. They had a good start. Starting with 2 wins, then 2 losses, and then they've had 2 wins since then. So Hopefully the trend doesn't continue for their sake, because they'd be headed for 2 losses, starting here with Sabadell. And of course, when these two teams last met in match 9, it was the Warriors 83 defeating Sabadell 70. So a bit more of a low-scoring match. We're going to have Ikram Ul-Haq come in to bowl the 4th over into the power play. So 5 outfielders are allowed now. You can see I did predict that scores would get bigger as this tournament went on. This is good keeping this time from Sharonjet, at least to block that and prevent more than just the 1 extra. See, this is difficult because the keeper can't see the ball because the batsman blocks this view, so you just need to get down there and get something on it. So reasonably satisfied with just keeping that to the 1 extra. Jose saying Warriors will do the runs. Well, we'll see. Who knows? James has got a question which I love, which I'm going to come to straight away after this. Well, there we go. This one's up and away. This one might have carried all the way. Maximo! Too short from the bowler, Ikram. And on the legs, well, we've seen what happens to these ones. Bit of movement, and it was almost the one-hander. Only 1 required. Watch this. Yeah, Mohsin Ali. Well, if he's ever a left-handed tennis player, you'll have an excellent one-handed backhand, because that one's gone all the way for 6. And again, a much-needed boundary. And James's question was, Vinny, back when you were out behind the stumps, were you a friendly chap, especially in the test? I always enjoyed a quiet, friendly chat with the keeper. Well, that's a very, very good question, James. I need to maybe think about it for a couple of balls before I give you an answer I can give you on air. But the next one is down, and this one didn't bounce at all, to be fair. Ikram Ul-Haq, and yeah, well, James, what sort of a keeper was I? What I'd tell you, I did a lot of work up to the stumps, so I suppose there's always a bit of gamesmanship. The way we play cricket in Australia is fairly hard. It's probably something I'd say that's well known. This is down leg side again, and this time he's done well to block it again. Sharonjet. Yeah, I'd say, I'm thinking back now, I guess it depended if we were winning or if we were losing, to be honest, James. But I think there's a lot of gamesmanship is what I would say. Also, when you try and get into a batsman's head, and that doesn't mean abuse. That doesn't mean saying anything nasty about their family. It's just trying to get them distracted. It's probably what I'd say is my tactics. This one's on the legs again. Wow, it's good timing. Tell you what, this one might have gone all the way as well. Just bounced inside the field of play. Again, the one-hander. Mohsin Ali must be working in the gym on his one-handed dumbbells, because he's got the timing just right. He's cramped for room, but taking that right hand off the bat, just assisting him, and he gets 4 more on this occasion. So pretty expensive over from Ikram Ul-Haq, who's done some good things in the series. Yeah, so to answer your question, James, you've got to be a little bit clever. You probably have worked out by now I'm not short of a word, so I think I did get that from my wicket keeping, to be honest. It's been no balls, the next one will be a free hit. Yeah, so I always had a lot of energy behind the stumps, and from everything I read, and I didn't grow up as a wicket keeper, I only took it up at about 18 years of age seriously, but ended up, that was my calling in cricket. And I always thought as a wicket keeper you had to set the example for all the rest of the fielders with your energy and enthusiasm. It's a free hit, and I tell you what, someone down the street's got a free ball. This is a huge hit. Maximo, 6 more. And well, we wondered about the wisdom of sending in Mohsin Ali more or less as a pinch hitter above the Prince. Well, the Prince, he's still sitting on the throne back in the dugout and watching ballers disappear as Mohsin Ali has gotten going. He's up to 34 off 18 balls. Maybe this calculated gamble is taking off. Around the wicket now. This one should go again. It's just the one hand, and lucky he only had the one hand because it doesn't have the power to get to the outfielder. So there you go, James. I felt like it didn't give you a very good answer. I would say I'm friendly. I was always friendly after the games, put it that way. But the level of cricket I played, most of my cricket was just on the cusp of the professional level, and it was very, very competitive, and it was probably some of the hardest cricket you'll see, because a lot of people fighting for only a few professional spots, the next level up. So that does create a lot of competition. And it also produced a lot of good cricket. Anyway, that is the end of the 4th over. The Warriors, it was a good one for them. That was one of the magic overs. There were 22 off it. 48 for no loss after 4. And a reminder to all of you out there, it's great to be here on Friday, and we love Fun Fridays, but we also love a Super Sunday. They don't get many on the European Cricket Network, but you're going to have one this Sunday because of the 3 playoff matches for ECL 21 between Manaj and Lamanga coming your way from the regular time, 8:30 a.m. local, which is 1 p.m. in India. And following that, we have 2 rescheduled Fancode ECS Spain matches 51 and 53, and they will go into the evening. So it'll be a little bit of a later finish. That might suit some of you around the world. And the last match will be played under lights, starting at 6:30 p.m. local, which is 11 p.m. in India. So we're certainly looking forward to that. Here's Hiralal, who's back to bowl. The equation now, 75 or 36. So we may have that blockbuster finish we've been waiting for. Jesus saying, Vinny cannot wait for Super Sunday, need to stock up for Sunday. Well, you certainly do, Jesus. I'm really looking forward to it. I mean, there's a lot on the line in those 3 playoff matches, because the winners will play at least 8 matches in the ECL. Have the right to try and make it through to the finals week. Another one-hander. This one will just be the single this time. I don't think I've ever seen so many, but it's the same ball and he's playing the same shot. Whenever he's cramped for room, he just gets his right hand out of the way, and the left hand does all the work, getting some bat on it. Well bowled here, Lal, and they know about the danger posed by Lal. You can tell the Warriors batsman, but I think if Mohsin Ali's there, he's going to keep going, so it's important for Waqar Iqbal to more or less get out the way. You're wide down the leg side. Again, one just not moving as much. Yeah, James. So anyway, I'm sorry if I didn't answer your question very well. Let's just say I'm a very friendly chap in life, but probably on the cricket field, slightly more competitive as I am in the commentary box. This one, they're going to get a single this time, and it's good running. It's what they need to do. What I would say as well, James, to just sum up our little talking point, is that being behind the wickets for so many balls, and I don't even know how many balls I would have wicket kept for in my life, but it gives you a great insight and eye for the game, and exposes you to so many situations close up. This next one, well, there's half a chance, and what a catch that is! Fucking Nazir Chatta. Well, Kanga Fatte. Can you believe it? He was looking straight into the sun. Straight into the sun. And he pulled it out of the sky. And you wonder, how did he hold on to that one? And it was a big wicket as well. Mohsin Ali, he was flying. And fucking Nazir, well, he's just wondering about it. And I was just worried that ball was going to catch him because it was hit hard, it was hit flat. And that is the danger zone so far this week, especially late in the day. Looking straight in the sun. You can see from the shadow there. You can see from the shadows that this was right into the sun as far as he was watching. And he's held on to it. So a fantastic piece of fielding, and that's probably just what Hira Sabadell needed to settle their nerves. That's the last over. Went for 22, and you can see why they brought back Hira Lal to hold this over, and he's come up with a wicket. Next one. Get away. James just responding. And since I grew up in Brisbane, sometimes it did take a great deal of personal restraint to recall what the big hunk of willow in my hands was actually for. So I can read between the lines there, and I will in a second, but that's the end of the over. 52 for 1, so a very good over. Only 2 off the first one from Hiralal, only 4 off this one with a wicket, so he finished with 1 for 6 off his 2 overs. I think what James is saying is that he felt the impulse to use the bat for something else, perhaps because of some of the chatter he was getting from behind the stumps. Well, no, I've gathered that feeling in some batsmen before, James. That just means I was doing my job correctly. Get you thinking about anything else but the ball. That's my job behind the stumps. But it's interesting actually travelling around the world. You see that different places, different things are acceptable. And I've played cricket in other countries as well where I might say, you know, unlucky or something after a good shot, and they look at you like, you know, like you've called one of their relatives something. they reckon that's a bit unsportsmanlike. So I guess different places, different rules, different acceptabilities. It's a nice bit of fielding. He's cut it off, but how many times has the edge of the pitch made it today? There's another one, just for your single. And look who it is, it's Anwar Al-Haq who's coming to the attack. And last time these two teams met, he took a hat-trick. It was the first hat-trick of the tournament. Yes, I was asking how many games on Sunday. I might come back to that in a second, but first I'm going to watch Anwar Al-Haq. The Curry Master's coming at number 3. And he's going to get some immediate reward. Comes down on the front foot, just inside the field of play. And so 4 runs and 4 to the total. So we still haven't seen the Prince. Interesting for me. Persisting with the pinch hitters, and we've seen Ghulam, well, he will try and whack it. So always trying another pinch hitter. Perhaps if they're staying within touch for the rate, they're going to send the big hitters out and they're going to keep the Prince back, maybe to finish the game. So interesting tactics. And Anwar Al-Haq, well, it's going to be a punishment. The Warriors getting a bit of revenge on him after he took the hat-trick last time, but he's got the right to reply now with the ball in hand. This time Sabar will just get the single. Some thoughts of a second, but never there. Have to settle for 1. Yeah, so Kessel's asking how many games on Sunday. There'll be 5 games in total on Sunday. The first 3 will be ECL 21 qualifiers. The playoff between Menage and Lamanga to determine which club will represent Spain at the European Cricket League this year. He worked off the pads nicely. Just be the one. Yeah, so the first 3 matches, they will start at the regular time, 7:30 AM GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe. It's 1 PM in India. And they will be 2-hour intervals. There'll be an hour break before the first of our 2 rescheduled ECS matches. Matches 51 and 53 that were washed out on Monday. They will be played on Sunday evening here. So 5 matches in total this Super Sunday on ECN. On this one, it's a big swing from the Curry Master. The bowl's empty, just a little bottom edge into the ground. Well taken by the keeper. So, well, they're leaving themselves a lot of work at the back end of the innings, but they're still in the game, the Warriors. I'm sure they're ruining those extras, 39 extras in the innings. In the first innings of this game. Next one's very high. Lal's got a chance, and he holds on. He's very cool under the ball, Hero Lal. I think I might have to start calling him Hero Lal, because whenever they need someone to step up, he's the man. Although he missed out with the bat this innings, some of his teammates picked up the slack, but he's been very good with the ball in this innings and looked very cool under that high ball. He gets rid of the dangerous Sabar. And that will end the over as well. So at the end of 6, it's 59 for 2. So that'll make the equation 64 and 24. And look, what's that an over? 16 and over, I'm guessing. Quick bit of maths, but I just might come back to the chat now. And a few people excited about Super Sunday. Yeah, not often. Normally I'm having my paella on a Sunday here in Barcelona, but it means I might have to have it tomorrow. I like the black one. It's my favourite. But I won't be having it this Sunday. I'll be working hard bringing the Super Sunday to you, our viewers on the European Cricket Network. Lamanga saying that they're looking forward to it. I'm just telling Jesus 3 games in the morning. So Al-Haq again, in fact, Ikram Al-Haq to continue. And guess who's strolled to the wicket? Here's the Prince. He's a bit late to the party, the Prince, but I tell you what, he's very capable. But needing 16 and over, it's a big task. But he's a big man. He loves the big moments, so just miss hitting the first one, getting a single though. See ya, Jesus. He's off until the last match. Well, this is a very interesting one at the moment. This is up in the air. It should be caught. And it is caught. So that's the end of the skipper. And 2 wickets fall in quick succession. It's Waqar Iqbal. Well, he didn't have much of the strike. He played his role. Just turned it over when he was there. Now going for the big shot again. We see the bottom hand coming off the bat. No timing. He was early through his stroke. And a nice catch was taken. Adnan Abbas doing the job just inside the circle on the offside. So another one goes down. And so in the 7th over, it's 61 for 3. Pardon me, 60 for 3. Just carried the one when I didn't need to, but regardless, Imran Hussein's going to come out there, but it's going to be Prince on strike because they cross while that ball was in the air. And he's going to start with a Maximo. The fielder is entertained, but it's gone all the way. He's going to have to field it off the wall. And a nice straight 6 by the Prince. And you wonder the wisdom about leaving him this late in the innings. They've left him a lot of work. And let's see if he can pull this game out of the fire for the Ripoll Warriors. Beautiful straight 6. He's on strike again now. This is shorter and punch through point. I think this will be another boundary. So that was well played by the Prince. This one was a bit shorter and he was all over it in a flash. Spotted it was wide and he had to wait on it. Just using the width. Going with the direction of the ball. 4 more runs. So if he stays at the wicket, I think they'll go very close to pulling this off. The Ripoll Warriors. Ikram, what's he thinking now? He's around the wicket. Oh, he's going to get another one here, the Prince. He blasts this over mid-wicket. Beautiful shot, beautiful timing. And again, you see the eye, the hand-eye coordination. Just superior to some of his compatriots. Not over-hitting it, but it went a long way. So 6-4-6 with a ball to go this over. Let's see. Does the Prince want the single to retain the strike? If he gets in his zone, will he go again? Last ball from Mohawk. This time it was almost going for the single, but he might end up with 4. And he does. So 6-4, 6-4. It's not a tennis match. It's a cricket match, and 20 off the final 4 balls of the over. And 21 in total, despite the wicket, a very expensive over. And at the end of 7, it's 80 for 3. Coming up next, of course, not too far away, in about half an hour we'll be rejoining you. And it'll be the final match of the day, match 75. Ripoll Warriors will be back. And they're 4-2 before this game. And they're taking on Pakai Care. Well, they've destroyed opposition left, right and centre. Despite the odd scare, Pakai Care, they're 7-0. And there's the lineups for match 75. The fantasy dashboards are always available on our social media at European Cricket. And there's match previews for every match at europeancricket.com. But again, no Jaffrey in that lineup for Pakai Care. And why would you change a lineup that bowled a team out for 41? The lowest score of the series. And one of the lowest we've ever had in the ECS. But they romped to victory in their first match of the day. But I expect a sterner test from the Ripoll Warriors in this one. Very similar looking lineup for the Warriors as well. And Prince is listed to open the batting, but just wonder where they'll bat him. Maybe their tactics are paying off as he's looked very good in this inning so far. And he just knows exactly the right level of risk. Not on strike at the moment. Imran Hussain. This one's going to get away from the keeper, and this is exactly what the Warriors wanted because it's going to get Prince back on strike. Waiting on the signal. It's a leg by, but they'll take that. It's going to be Adnan Abbas to bowl the 8th. It's 43 off 18 required at the start of this over, so 42 off 17 now. And Abbas, well, he's one of their better bowlers, but again, I think Prince, he won't mind the ball coming onto the bat a little bit. Can turn that pace against Adnan Abbas. Luke Belgium saying very tight. Prince looking very dangerous here. You got to agree with that. It's a critical point of the match now. This is short and Prince will not taking the bait that time. 3 men perched back on the leg side. Just wasn't quite where he wanted it, Prince, so he decided discretion is the better part of valour. And just plays that away. Didn't take this single. He wants to stay in the hot seat. 42 off 16 balls now. So again, what's that, 2.5 ball just to tick over. Again, with that man there, would you bet against him? Abbas trying to force a mistake. They can get the Prince. They'll be in the box seat. This time it's a false shot. He's going to fall safely though. He should run hard. In the end, barely leaves the pitch area. And the Prince just struggling with the timing again. Probably clever by Adnan Abbas. A slower bouncer. It's a risky tactic because it could quite easily disappear. But also there is the chance it'll be miscued and go up for a wicket. So who are you backing here? Does anyone think the Prince can do it? Imran Hussein's on strike at the moment. It's driven handsomely, but it'll just be the single, and that'll push up the rate even further. We've had Prince in the chat from time to time on our ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel, which has been fantastic. Like just mentioning, hasn't been too much cricket played in Belgium at the moment. No cricket, he says. That's understandable given some of the restrictions, and we're very lucky, and there's quite a lot of conditions on us playing this tournament in Barcelona, but we're certainly thankful, and we follow all of those conditions to the letter. Right, here's the Prince. On strike. Needs a boundary. Oh, he's hit it hard, and he's hit it into the gap. That'll be one bounce, that'll be 4 runs. So again, just keeping them in it when the boundary is required. It was too short. He's want a more comfortable pace and line for the Prince to swing on the leg side, just in his body, just swiveling, as you can see, hitting across the line, and it was a good piece of placement because there's 3 men perched back on the leg side. It was between 2 of them. Still been a good over, you'd have to say. Only 7 off the first 5 balls. 36 off 13 required now. Abbas to bowl his final delivery. Oh, it won't be his final delivery, and they probably won't mind this because they'll get 2 runs and it will get the Prince back on strike. But now I think you'll find that Imran Hussain, he'll just have the license to go for it here. Try and hit a boundary. If he gets out, doesn't really matter. They've got heaps of wickets in hand. But Prince wants to stay on strike, so they can take a 2 or a 4 or a 6 or a 0 even. You won't find an odd number on this ball. I've been wrong before, but guess we'll find out. So Abbas will have a chance to atone for that mistake and bowl the last ball of his spell. Well, they're going to take the single, and that actually surprises me. Again, not the first time I've been wrong, but I thought they might get a no ball out of that, but let's see this on the replay. Didn't look too high to me. It was high-ish. It was about waist height. So again, that's one of the ones that could go either way, and my preference is that anything in that realm, the benefit goes to the batsman, but regardless, that'll be the end of the over. So 33 required off the last 12 balls. The score after 8. It's 90 for 3. What do you think, guys, as we come to the end of this one? The rate's gone up. 33 off 12. I love one of those magic overs now, but for me, one of the issues is, everyone's saying no disrespect, but Prince is the man who can win the game for them, and he's down the wrong end at the moment. So I think if I was Imran Hussain, I'd be satisfied with a single. I really don't want a dot. Of course, if you can get a boundary, I'm going to say no to that, but they want to force Imran on strike if you hear a Sabadell. Again, this is well struck, and look, it might be the single. And again, they're just going to stop it inside the field of play, and it was interesting there because I'm sure if it was a boundary, then the Warriors would like to take it. Again, the sun an issue in that part of the ground. So it'll be 32 off 11 balls and counting down to another close finish. I think it's going to go to the last over. Well, no doubt it will, in fact, at this stage. Prince, they need a boundary. This is the moment. Anwar ul Haq to bowl. This is well struck. And I don't think that's going to get caught. It's whipped away, and there's no one down there. There's a very, very fine leg. There's a man just behind square on the boundary, so 4 runs and just getting enough bat on this. It was not too bad. The length, it was a low full toss. They're hard to get away. Definitely couldn't get away for a 6, but still 4 runs and 4 handy runs. So 28 off 10 the equation now. Prince up the business end. He's ready to do some business. What do you think, guys? Who's in the box seat here? Prince with the bat in hand. Well, Hart comes into him. This could be 4 more. It's whipped away. Again, probably would have been a wide, but just getting some wood on it was the Prince. And consecutive boundaries, you can see they've gambled on him to get him home in the last couple of overs. At the moment, the plan's working nicely. 24 required off 9, though. That rate 16 and over. So it's all going to come down to the last over. And the Prince, well, we know he's a big fan of the ECS, and I know he loves being a part of it. We've seen him in the YouTube chat before. I'm sure he'll be watching this back. I wonder what's going through his head at the moment. Because Harky's just been too far on the legs. He needs to get up in the block hole, get it a bit straighter. That's pretty well done, but pretty well played straight down the ground. Oh, and he only just missed his spot, did Anwar Hark. But the Prince hit it straight and true. Look at this. Probably just literally 6 inches to 8 inches short of where Anwar Hark wanted that ball. He wanted the Yorker, but just gave the Prince enough to work with. 6 of the best, and now we're talking 18 off 8. How's he going to play it now? Does he go one more, or does he try and get to the other end? I think he's probably got to keep going. Well, he probably will take a single at this stage. This is wide, and I'll take it. He doesn't want the extra one just yet. Again, Anwar Hark, who was the hero last time with a hat trick. Although they didn't win that match, they went down by 13 runs back in match 9. It was the Warriors 83 over Hiris Abadel 70. A much higher scoring game this time, and I did say in week 1 that I expected the scores to rise as the batsmen got into their form a little bit more, had a few more innings under their belt. Well, Prince this time, it's going to take some cutting off and a bit of fancy footwork, and in the end he will take a second. And it'll be a slightly risky one, but they'll get back, and I think that's good running again, because you've still got that last ball. If you're the Prince, you want to get down the other end. And really anything's fine here except a dot. If it's a boundary, and that's all going to help. But 1 will keep the Prince on strike. He's going to go for it. It'll be difficult for the fielder, but he'll cut it off. So that was a nice piece of work. You've seen fucking Nazir, Tata, do some good work out there on the boundary. I don't know what kind of eyes he's got, but they seem unaffected by the sun, which I find slightly concerning, but it was very good that he was able to stop that. So it sets up a blockbuster last over. It's going to be 14 off the last 6 balls. So the end of 9, it's the Warriors 109. $109 for 3. What do you think? Set up for a blockbuster finish, and that's what you're going to get here on the European Cricket Network. 5 games a day, you're guaranteed some close finishes, and here we go. Let us know what you think about this in the chat. It's been a great effort from the Prince. Should they have brought him in earlier? Maybe the game would be over by now. They gambled with some pinch hitters, Mohsin Ali, then the curry master, Ghulam Sabah. In the end, it's going to be the captain to step up in the big moment, Shanawaz Shahzad. 14 required off the last over. He's going to go up, and he's going to get 6 of them. And everything's coming up Prince at the moment. Wasn't that badly bowled by Shahzad, but again, the class of the player. Just getting under the ball and missing the length very, very narrowly. Now, what are we down? 8 off 5. Well, they could cruise home from here, but again, anything can happen. Oh, there's 6 of them. And the Prince and the Ripple Warriors. Well, this one bounces off the grandstand. And they seem to have done it in style. That brings up his 50. 55 off 15 balls. And what an innings it's been. And you can't see him losing it from here. 1 to tie, 2 to win. 4 balls remaining. He'll go one more time. He'll get 6 more. And it's all over. The Prince. This is his stage. This is his playground. This is his castle, and 666 to finish this match. 18 runs off the first 3 balls of their 10th over. And they cruise to victory in the end, 127 to 122 with 3 balls in hand. It's the Ripple Warriors that win match 74. And I must admit, I was very surprised when Prince didn't open the batting. They sent out Mohsin Ali, and he took a little bit of time to get going. They're helped by a couple of misfields, but here, well, they were up and about. They had the runs on the board. The umpire, well, he was in the danger zone for a while as well, but the next one was well over his head. Mohsin Ali, he's got one of the biggest left arms in the business. Eventually, he fell. And then Ghulam Sabah came out to continue the pinch hitting onslaught. He never really got going. Hero Lal, well, he was the man that normally steps up for Hero Sabadell in those moments. And, well, the Prince came out. And we had a few comical moments, as we normally do here in the ECS. But as the rate climbed out of hand, Hero did whatever they could to desperately stay in this match. And there was just no match for the Prince, who ended up with 61 not out off 16 balls with 5 fours and 6 maximals. That's 11 balls out of the 16 he faced. Went to the boundary or over it. So what an innings, what an individual performance for Prince. And the gamble from the Warriors to hold him back to the end of the game paying off handsomely. I'm sure he'll be awarded a Man of the Match award for match 74. But looking ahead to match 75, we'll be back in about 15 minutes to take you into that one. It'll be the Ripple Warriors. They'll be back and they will have a chase on their hands again. And it will be a difficult one as Pakai Care batting first. And Muhammad Ihsan, I'm sure he'll be back at the top of the order. Muhammad Azim Butt listed to open with him. Muhammad Kamran, well, he's a handful with the ball as well, and he'll be testing the top order of the Warriors. And Shiraz Ahmed, I'm sure we'll see him open the bowling as well. So all the Dream 11 points, you can see that, well, 5 players dominating things for Pakai Care as far as the Dream 11 points. And for the Warriors, well, the Prince, he'll have even a few more after that one, after that amazing innings of 61 of 16 balls, but they have more or less the same lineup, looks to me. So this Fan Code European Cricket Series, it keeps serving up the action. Another last over finish. And Luke Belgium just saying, proper batsman, the odd flog, but most of the time just good cricket shots. Yeah, you can't argue with that. James Stewart saying the Prince has great footwork, lovely to watch. And Jesus says, Prince, wow. So Ali Jr. also with a comment, if they sent him in earlier, they could have improved the run rate, might have ended the match earlier. Well, maybe, but you never know. You could see that their plan was that, well, Prince, he can adapt to the situation. So he could have either come in and had to hit the big shots, or he could have made them cruise to victory. So I'll tell you what, they might have been a little bit nervous about the way they started. Mohsin Ali took a little bit of time to get going, but it all paid off in the end. You can see the scorecard. Prince Demand, 61 off 16. Not out, a strike rate of 380. How about that? 381 and a quarter. That's amazing going. And Mohsin Ali, 36. Once he got going, he got them in the game. As far as the bowling went, well, only single wickets. Hero Lal, again, the standout, 1 for 6 off 3. Single wickets also to Ikram Mulhaq and Anwar Haq, but they were quite expensive, particularly Ikram Mulhaq. And Shanawaz Shazad, well, his first over and he went for 13, but his next 3 balls, you can't blame the captain. He came in the pressure moment, but his first 3 balls disappeared. And that ended this one, match 74. There's one more match to go today. That will be starting in about 15 minutes. We'll see you in about 10 minutes then to bring you into it. And it will be Ripple Warriors. Let's see if they can bring that confidence and cause a surprise in the last game. I'm sure Pakai Care will start favourites, especially considering their performance earlier in the day. But the Warriors, we've seen, they've got quite a few talented players, and they'll have to be at the top of their game to challenge Pakai Care, but it could happen. The one thing I know about the Fan Code European Cricket Series, there's always a surprise around the corner. So please join us in about 10 minutes. And don't forget Super Sunday as well. That should be in your calendar, because we have 5 more matches coming this Sunday. Then, of course, we've got week 4 of this series, Monday to Friday next week. But see you in about 10 minutes to bring you into match 75. This is Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu from the European Cricket Network saying, we'll see you shortly. You're watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series. Welcome back wherever you're watching around the world. It's Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandu for the European Cricket Network, and we're bringing you this telecast of match 75 of the FanCode European Cricket Series, Spain. We're in Barcelona. It's been a beautiful day in the end. The sun's been out. Can't really see a cloud in the sky anymore. We had a bit of cloud cover earlier today as the sun sets on another week in Barcelona. It's the two form teams for me in this group, Group B. Ripoll Warriors taking on Pack I Care. The Warriors fresh off a victory in the last match only a few minutes ago. They polished off, well, a very professional run chase in the end, you'd have to say. They needed 123 for victory, and they passed that with 3 balls remaining. But they're going to have to chase again. And it'll be very interesting to see how many they'll have to chase, because Pack I Care, they've got a very strong batting lineup, even though they've had their moments where they haven't quite had the kind of performance that we're used to. Anyway, let's have a look at what happened when the two captains met the referee for the toss.
Tail is the call. And tail is it. So Pack I Care, you won the toss. You bat first. Pack I Care won the toss, and they are going to bat first.
Well, there you have it. Pack I Care winning the toss, electing to bat. No surprises there. It's worked every time for them, except in that one game against Barcelona where they lost all their stars in quick succession. They only posted 69 on that occasion. But if I was to look at their statistics, well, look at these kind of scores that they've put on the board so far. 142, 125. They went 79, but that was just in 7.1 overs in a chase. 144 against the Ripoll Warriors last time. In that last game that these two teams met, match 20 of the series on day 4. It was Pack I Care 144 defeating the Ripoll Warriors 81. And look, the only game where they've kind of faltered with the bat was against Barcelona 2 days ago. They only scored 69 all out. They still held on to win that game because they're strong bowling and fielding. So in their last match, they had a very easy win over the City Lions. Again, that's not one you can really count, but the other game they played against the Barna Royals, they posted 106. So they've posted in excess of 100 on every occasion but one so far in the series, and they've already sewn up the qualifying spot. But it won't mean much to the Warriors because they'll be out there and they'll have a win on their mind, and they'll be desperate to knock off the big guns in Group B. Speaking of big guns, look who's coming to the crease. It's Mohamed Ihsan and Mohamed Kamran for Pack I Care. So we saw them mix up the batting order. Of course, in that last game that the Pack I Care guys played, they knocked over the City Lions for only 41 runs. It's the lowest score of the tournament. And they cruised to victory. They mucked around with the batting order a little bit on that occasion, but I can't see too much mucking around in this game. They've sent Mohamed Ihsan and Mohamed Kamran out there. I think Kamran batting 3 or 4. It just depends who's in the lineup. We've often seen Mohamed Jaffrey when he's in the lineup opening the batting, or at number 3, but I'm looking forward to this contest, particularly Prince. We just saw him. He's on a high. He was man of the match in the last game. 61 off 16 balls to guide them home. But I tell you what, there's going to be some quality cricket in this match. So wherever you're watching around the world, it's great to have your company. Mr. Maximo here. Vinny Sandu for ECN. So if you are able to, why don't you join in the chat on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Jesus is back. I thought you might be back. He doesn't mind the Pack I Care guys watching them. And we do appreciate all your questions and comments. Hello to Rico as well, in case you're watching. He's having some well-deserved time off. And he'll be back on Monday, but until then, there's still going to be plenty of great cricket action, of course, we've got today. This is the last game for Friday, but we'll be back for Super Sunday, the ECL qualifier. And 2 rescheduled matches that we lost to rain on Monday. And it's great that we have those matches. It means that no individual team will have lost more than 1 game to rain by rescheduling those matches. And we'll have a match under lights, 5:30 GMT PM, 6:30 local, 11 PM in India. Anyway, here's the first ball of match 75, and it's going to disappear for 6. And that one's going to bounce back off the netting. And the Prince, well, you wonder how he's going physically. Must have put in a fair few energy points in his innings of 61 off 16 balls, and a bit of a loose net was short down the leg side and getting the treatment. So Prince Demand, he'd love to have a big wicket. Can't let Pakai Care get away to the flying start that they want. This time he's going to go offside. There's no one back there. And that may have gone all the way. We're just waiting on the call. And 6 more. So we've seen Mohamed Ihsan score some big runs in the first over. And we're very surprised to see him go twice for a duck on Wednesday. But he came to the crease late in that last match. Match 73 against the Lions, polishing off 20 quick runs, and he's already got 12. So the Prince, he's an intelligent cricketer though. I saw what he was trying to do the second time. He got outside the off stump. His 2 fielders back are both on the leg side. This time it's worked away. This might find the way almost to the boundary. And then they'll just get 1. So, I'm sure Mohamed Ihsan, he was desperate to get back for 2, but it was never there. But the Prince, he won't be too phased. He knows that's all part and parcel of this T10 crash and bash cricket. And Mohamed Kamran on strike. Well, we haven't seen him be as damaging with the bat as he has been with the ball, but he gets his opportunity at the top of the order in this match. He's going to face Diman. Nice looking drive on the front foot. I'll get through for the single. You can see the weapons that this Pakai Care team have at their disposal. Particularly these 2 looking to get away to a fast start. If you get 1 or both of these guys, you at least put pressure on the guys coming in. It's up, it's in the air. Could it be caught? Oh, it's just through the fingers. Back to that Iqbal Khan. It was a nice effort and it's applauded by Prince, but he'd be frustrated because that would have been a big wicket. Ihsan, we saw him go cheaply the other day. This one just mistiming his jump slightly. It was a very, very difficult chance. Last ball of the over. Playing a miss. So, an entertaining first over. Wouldn't expect anything less. It's the end of the first one. 15 for no loss. In the chat, is anyone predicting against Pakai Care? Hello to Steve McVeigh. Nice to have you with us today. Well, good afternoon to you. Where are you watching from, Steve? Let us know. Apologies if I've asked you that before. And Jose is still there. It's nice to see you sticking around, Jose, and enjoying some cricket. If you've got any questions as well with the rules of cricket or any questions you've got, if you're a new viewer and new to watching the game, then please let us know. Steve says, it's raining here, spring is coming, but only in stages. Well, I know you're in the Northern Hemisphere now, Steve. I guess it's the UK. But anyway, tell me if I'm right, tell me if I'm wrong. Right, here's Akhtar Iqbal Khan. Well, he's made his own bed, now he has to lie in it. Because he had half an opportunity to remove Mohamed Ihsan. And now he's going to have to bowl to him. So we've seen some ginormous power plays from Pakai Care in this series in the 60s. So far, apart from the first 2 balls, relatively circumspect. Akhtar's been a reliable weapon for the Warriors though. The 2 fielders back on the boundary. There's a deep long on, there's a deep mid wicket. No one inside the circle in front of square on the leg side. It's hit firmly. But straight to Gulam Sabah, the curry master. And I think that with the bowling weapons that Pakai Care have, they're so good at defending scores. So for Warriors, well, they'd love to keep them under 100, but you wonder how that's possible unless they get some early wickets. Ihsan loading up. See the difference though? Ihsan not having it all his own way. Akhtar, so many of the left-arm bowlers in this tournament's had a lot of success. Hit the stumps a lot. I wonder about him coming around the wicket because I think he's going to put it straight into Ihsan's hitting zone. That's exactly what happens here. It's up. It wasn't quite out of the middle, but it's going to go over the wall. 6 runs. Maximo. Mohamed Ihsan. Well, he hits his 3rd of the innings. And you see there what I'm talking about, the angle of the left-arm bowler around the wicket. Ihsan is a predominantly leg side player. It allows him just to naturally go with the angle of the ball and hit over the leg side, but he's going to persist with it, Akhtar. He's obviously got his plan worked out. And this time, a big appeal, optimistic. In the end, perhaps some bat on that one. See this one? Yeah, it was a big edge, recognised by everyone in the end. See this? You able to see this from side on. Bit of a bottom edge. And you can't be out LBW if you hit the ball first. And so, that's what saved ECN on this occasion. .6-1 this over. And Kamran, well, he's very capable with the bat, but does give you a chance. He likes to play a high risk, high return kind of strategy with the bat. Mohamed Kamran, of course, one of the crowd favourites here on the European Cricket Network. This is well bowled outside the off stump. He's asking for a wide, but didn't look that wide to me. See this one again from front on. Aktadar. Cameron wasn't too happy about it, but regardless. So Aktadar gets a dot on Mohamed Kamran. And this is well bowled. And again, all batsmen on this surface. I had a few people mentioning to me, well, one of the cool things about the pitch is that if you're a bowler, you can get something out of it. If you're a batsman, you can get something out of it, depending on how well you play. That'll be the end of the over. The end of that one. 22 for no loss. The Warriors keeping Pakai fairly quiet early. Ali Jr.'s in the Warriors corner, saying, I am totally for Warriors. Let's go Warriors. Steve, you're going to tell me where you're from. You'd be really specific as well, Steve. Give me a city or even a place within a city. How about that? I've travelled a bit, but see if I've been anywhere near where you're from, Steve. But wherever you're from, let us know where you're watching from in the world. It's great to have your company for match 75 today. Final match of Friday, but don't forget, Super Sunday's coming up, and then Monday to Friday next week, week 4 of the series. The second last week, and we've been gearing up for the big finals Friday. It'll be the 12th of March. Then, of course, once we leave Spain, we'll be off to Italy for 5 weeks. I'm certainly looking forward to that. Here's Amir Shahzad to bowl. This one doesn't really get up, and well, ECN, he's got just enough bat on that. He's got just enough pace for it to run away for 4. Not much the fielder could do about it in the end. Again, Shahzad, look, he's capable of the wicket-taking delivery, but between, there's been a lot of extras, and that's something that the Warriors, well, they might have got away with it last game, conceding 39 extras, but they were able to chase them down thanks to the heroics of Prince Daman at the end of the innings, but I don't think they'll want to give that many free runs to Pakai Care. They're a dangerous outfit. Here's Shahzad again. Well, this is up, it's in the air, and it's going to go all the way, and it's put down by one of the crew. Wow. How about that one? It was all the way. Well, there's some discussion amongst the crew. And that's unfortunate that it went down. But they're not paid to catch in the end. This is up, and this is a chance, but Princey's got to go back. He's got some room. He's got the room. Can he catch it? What a catch that is by the Prince. He had the room. He had to go back, and he's got the big wicket of Mohamed ECN. It was miles in the air. It was burning up as it re-entered the Earth's atmosphere. And the Prince, well, what a day he's having. He was just metres away from the boundary line. He had to make his way from the circle. And Mohamed ECN, well, he's a very dangerous batsman, but he has to walk back. And again, come the moment, it was the Prince, Prince Daman, who gets his revenge on Mohamed ECN, who sent him for 2 big maximos to start this match, match 75. And look at this one again. It was in the air for ages. I'd love to know the hang time. He had to find it. The sun was a factor. The height was a factor. He turned around. He saw. He landed in the field of play, and the ball had landed in his hand. So what a highlight that is for Prince, and he'll enjoy that just as much as any of his 6s today. And we've seen some outstanding fielding in this Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. Oh look, we've seen some indifferent fielding as well, but that makes it all the more special. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. You'll see all kinds of cricket in the Fan Code European Cricket Series, but you will see some outstanding highlights. And there was one from the Prince. Wow, can they follow up now? Next one follows up with a wide, and Shahzad, well, he'll be very happy to see the back of Mohammad Ihsan. Lucky there's social distancing. I think Shahzad, he'd be all over Prince right now because he's done him a huge favour. That was so high in the sky. I can't tell you how high that was. You can see they're even throwing more back to the bowler. Not easy with the sun at this angle, but regardless, Shiraz Ahmed's come out to bat for Pakai Care. Bit of an appeal, but I think this is going down the leg side. Yeah, Shiraz Ahmed, the captain, coming out number 3. Mohammad Ihsan, well, we know how dangerous he can be, so could have a big impact on the score. But Mohammad Kamran as well, he can hit. Both these guys, I'm sure we'll see them in action bowling the first 4 overs, I'd imagine, in the second innings of this match. But right now they've got to do it with the bat. Catches win matches, say California Cricket GoPro. Agree with that. This time, the backstop doing the job down the leg side, so it'll just be the one wide. You know how I feel about the backstop, but look, to be honest, in this form of cricket, where it's hard to protect the boundaries anyway, using a fielder there probably isn't the worst idea. Does seem to save a few runs. You can put a fielder back on the boundary, no good if it just keeps going over his head, I suppose, but here comes Shahzad. Well, this is a little bit short, and it gets the treatment over mid-wicket, and a beautiful shot. 6 runs. Balle, 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 as Rico would say. This one was sweet by Cameron. It wasn't that short. And stood and timed it perfectly, and he knew exactly where that one was going. It was over the fence, it wasn't coming back, so with the ball to go on the power play, it's been an exciting one. 40 on the board. A loss of 1. Can they get the big wicket of Cameron? I think it'll make all the difference. Hasn't really gotten going yet, Mohammad Cameron. Hasn't had a lot of the strike, to be fair. And he's going to go one more time, and he's got enough of it to get the same result. So 6 more back-to-back maximals for Mohammad Cameron to finish the power play. And at the end of 3 overs, it's 46 for 1. And thanks for responding, Steve. He said he's exiled from the East Midlands of England. He's watching from the Algarve. Well, there you go. I haven't been really to the East Midlands. I have been to the Midlands, I suppose. Birmingham, Coventry, around there. But, yeah, had a bit of time in the UK, and it's a beautiful part of the world. It can be a bit drizzly, of course. That's why we find so many of your type down here in Spain, to be honest, Steve. But glad that you're enjoying the telecast, and I know so many people in the UK going through a bit of a tough time at the moment. So one thing that we love to do is try and provide some entertainment for you here that you can enjoy. You certainly got your money's worth today, especially when it's free. But very interesting time in this game. Here's Aktadar again. This one's hit. It's up in the air. The Curry Master, he's not quite going to make it. He was just a step too short. And the throw coming back in. Aktadar not particularly thrilled about it. And that hit him somewhere where he might find it difficult to sit down for a week or so. Bush, he's just taken that one. Wow. I hope he doesn't have any swelling. Aktadar almost forcing the false stroke on that occasion. It's bowling to Shiraz Ahmed. Oh, it could be a chance. Oh, and it's put down. That long off. Sabar. Again, he got in the right spot that time. The ball's following him. He has a fairly safe pair of hands, but this time just didn't quite position himself correctly. So a chance goes down. Again, there's no easy catches, especially when there's so many people watching, but these balls in these conditions, they do come at you pretty fast and unable to hold on. Luke saying just don't bowl length to Cameron. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Aktadar will find out now. This one keeps low. I think this is pitched outside leg stump. We'll see it on the replay. Look at this. Where does this one pitch? I always think, yeah, probably not hitting anyway, but as soon as that ball bounces to the right-hand side of the wicket-to-wicket line, can't be at LBW. Say can't. Probably can be, just shouldn't be. Anyway, here's Aktadar Bokhan. This is down leg side for wides, and well, the two backstops, can they get the job done between them? They will in the end. So the result will be the wide plus the one run, so 2 wides. And Aktadar will, he's a weapon with the ball. Hasn't taken a wicket yet, but he's posed some problems and caused some chances for the batsman. I think the difference will be when some of the less recognised bowlers from the Warriors come on. These two are still there. Could be some damage. This is well bowled. He's going to have to hustle. Gets there in the end. And Ali saying, no, Mr. Gulam. Yeah, I know. You can tell you what, though. I'm right behind Gulam, and that was coming at a pretty big rate of knots. And he's probably thinking about his life choices right now, Gulam Sabar. And why he chose to field there, but it's a danger position. Hopefully he holds on to the next one. Here's the last ball of the over. And no score. That will be the end of the over. Oh, pardon me, jumping the gun a bit. We had that wide in there, so I'm going to have to hold on, but you'll have to hold on before I tell you about Super Sunday, but it's coming up. We'll have to go back to live action. Sorry everyone in the booth for getting a bit excited. On this one, well, it's going to escape the Prince. It's a really good bit of fielding, though. He's picked it up on the one bounce, and he's given it the old racketless forehand to keep it in the field of play. Have a look at this one if you can, by the Prince. Coming round, this looked 4 for all money. Thought for a second he might get near it, but he prowled around, bang. And this guy, what a cricketer he is. With the bat, with the ball in the field, I would call his cricketing super. And also I'd call this super. Super Sunday coming up this weekend. There it is. It's been a long week, hasn't it, guys? But anyway, ECL 21 playoffs. 3 matches. There will be 3 matches regardless. Manaj versus Lamanga Torrevieja Cricket Club. And the winner of 2 of those matches will go through to the European Cricket League, which is the Champions League of European Cricket. It'll start on May 31. And then we have the 2 rescheduled matches. It'll go into the night. The last match under lights here in Barcelona. So whatever you're doing, make sure you put it in your diary and join us. Back to live action. Next over begins. A bit of a false shot. I think he's going to get 4 for it, though. It's a good effort again from the fielder, a deep square leg. But he's going to get 4. Mohammed Kamran, not off the middle of the bat. Not the prettiest shot, but again, outcome based. And 4 runs. What do you think, guys, at this stage? What kind of a total do you think Pakai Care are shooting for? After 4 overs. Well, the 50's up already. 53 for once. They're going about 13s. So they're probably eyeing off 130 plus. Can the Warriors do anything about it? And he's gone after him this time. Should just be the single. And Jugraj Singh, well, he's done a good job out there. Again, it's not an easy part of the ground to defend at this time of the day. He's more or less, I'd call him a specialist fielder, Jugraj. But it's just an important part of the team nonetheless. Again, when you can perhaps take that chance, which can save your team a lot of runs. This is up in the air. I don't think this is getting caught, though. It's going to carry all the way over the boundary. Maximo! 6 runs for Pakai Care. And the Warriors, well, we saw them be their own worst enemy in the previous match with all the extras. At the moment, well, it's not so much the extras as much as some of these shots just looping over their heads that are causing the problems for them. Deepak Rana's the one with the ball in his hand at the moment. And he gets the wicket. And Rana, well, he gets Shiraz Ahmed, the opposition skipper. And this is what you've got to do as the bowler. Just put the ball in the right spot. And if the batsman misses, you've got to hit. And Deepak Rana, he's done some good things for the Warriors this series. Comes up with an important wicket. Perhaps just a little bit of movement in, but the shot wasn't really warranted at that stage. We hit the top of the off stump, and Sherrill's trying to swing it away on the leg side. So an important wicket for the Warriors. You can see that Mark Lovell's put the preview up, which is fantastic. The Day 5 preview, which is good to hear. Mark. Don't get many days off, do we, Mark? But that's all right. Love what we're doing. Luke just commenting that Prince's excellent effort saved 3 runs. It certainly did. Well, this one is wild. And they're going to be a no ball, and they're going to get 4. And there's an attempted slower ball, I think, from Rana. I tell you what, this one was still going up when it reached the batsman. Have a look at this. But again, the batsman had the presence of mind. You don't see too many jump shots in cricket, but you normally see them in basketball. Mohammad Azim, he'll take the 4 and he'll take the free hit. So when you're coming out to face Mohammad Azim Butt, then you'll definitely take this 4 with the freebie. And he hits it pretty well. That may go all the way. I think it does. 6 more. Oh, I tell you what, I'd love to play some of this T10 cricket, because often you're a bit nervous starting. First, you get 4 for free, then you get 6 for free. So he's raced to 10. Again, Rana. That slow ball just getting away from him and costing him. So that ball effectively going for 11 in the end. Last ball of this over. Oh, it's very close. And he's given. And the batsman, well, he's got to go. And just a bit upset with himself, but we'll have a look at this on the replay. The only question was if there was a slight inside edge, but it looked pretty adjacent. Hit him in line. Just a bit of movement back and hit him in line, and I don't think he's hit that. I think that's a very, very good decision. It's always hard to pick up as an inside edge, but I didn't see one there, and there's nothing I'm seeing from the replay that leads me to believe that was an incorrect decision. Hitting him in line, going on to hit the stumps. So, well, if you can't be good, be quick, as they say sometimes. So it was an entertaining little knock, but it wasn't a very long one from Mohammad Azim Butt. End of over number 5. 75 for the loss of 3. And there were 2 wickets in that over and 22 runs. So one of these unusual things about T10 cricket, that you can have a 2-wicket over that goes for 22 runs. Anyway, Deepak Rana, be happy with the wickets. And Prince Deman is going to come on to bowl the 6th over. Ahmed Afzal is the new batsman. And the chance might be on. Straight to Deepak Rana. And he holds on. A nice catch over his head. And that's the end of Mohammad Kamran. So Rana, he was a little expensive in the last over, but he did chip in with 2 wickets and now chips in with a very important catch. And that will be the end of Mohammad Kamran. He's a dangerous player. We've seen it. He ends up going for 19 off 13 balls. And the Prince, wow. This guy's heart, I don't know how he fits it in his chest, but he's got a big one. And we've seen his efforts in the field and with the bat and now with the ball as well. Picking up his first wicket of this match. And he's congratulated by his captain, wicketkeeper Waqar Iqbal. So the wicket's perhaps a little bit of a concern. Now 75 for 4. And what do you think? What kind of a score can they go? He says, I'm wondering how many balls we lose. Yeah, a lot. That would be the answer I'd give you. Here's Prince Deman. He's worked away for a single. Asad Abbas. He's out there now. Saw him have a bat in the last match. So, interesting little period where the batting depth of Pakakare is going to get tested into the middle order. With these batsmen, before that they hadn't faced a ball, so Interesting 6-over check-in, that's for sure. Here's the Prince. Swing and a miss. You can just see that the Warriors got their tails up. So if they can kick this down to something reasonable, they've got some good batsmen and got batsmen in form as well. So they'll be sternly tested by the Pakai Care bowling lineup. I'm sure about that. Well bowled by the Prince, slinging it in full and straight. Well dug out by the batsman, I'd say, and just a single. Who do you think's ahead in this game? On the YouTube chat, let us know. It's great to have your company. Always welcome your questions and comments. Now, my language skills aren't the best, but I do think he's just asking if Jose's played any cricket. This one's cut away, and now slight misfield. It's going to go to the boundary. And it was Amir Shahzad, a backward point position. Slightly short from the Prince. I think he wanted to get a bit fuller, but in the end, Shahzad couldn't get down in time. And 4 runs. Yeah, and Jose's replying. He doesn't play, but he would like to go to play somewhere. Go to play more. Tell me how much of that I got right. Online Google Translate all the time. The next one's worked through for a single. Just a bit of fielding, but they're going to get home safely because they went straight away. That'll be the end of the over. Just 7 off that one. It's 82 for 4. 6-over check-in time. Well, 82 for 4. You got 6 wickets in hand, but you've lost a lot of your big hitters. So I think probably, well, 6 wickets in hand. I'm just going to stick with the regulation 10 and over from here, which will get them to 120. We saw the Warriors chase down 120 odd in the last game, but that was against a very different bowling attack. I think you've got the big guns up front of Mohammad Kamran and Shiraz Ahmed. They'll test the top order of the Warriors. It'll be interesting to see if they go with the same tactics with the pinch hitters early, because it won't be as easy against the opening bowlers of Pakai Care. It'll be interesting to see if Prince comes down the order or if they gamble to put him up the top and engineer the chase from ball 1. He was the man in form back in game 74. It's Mohsin Ali, who's one of those options they might use at the top of the order. He's coming into bowl the 7th over. It's up towards Prince. Slight fumble down on the boundary. You don't see that very often, but it's not going to cost him. It'll just be the 1 run. Well, what a day it would be for the Warriors if they could knock off Pakai Care after their memorable victory in the last match. This one beats him outside off stump, and I don't think anyone realised he got through the keeper, but I don't think there was a run there anyway. I think half of the fielders are backstops at the moment. And they're able to cut that one off to stop any extras, so here's Mohsin Ali again. Nice drive down the ground. It's in the gap. Take some cutting off, and Ghulam Savar, he's come to his left. And Prince may have made that, but I tell you what, he had the Curry Master coming at him. And it was a bit intimidating. Have a look at this on the replay. I think Prince was happy to stay in one piece in the end. I think if it wasn't for the Curry Master coming around, probably would have seen the Prince cutting that one off. But again, he's applauding his teammate. He's a real team man, the Prince. One of the most popular players here at the Fan Code European Cricket Series. Luckily, he stays all together. Well, the next one's in the same zone. I don't think anyone's cutting this one off. It's perfectly placed down the ground. It's a beautiful shot by Afzal. It was just on a length. Just waited for it and played it perfectly down the ground, splitting the 2 deep fielders. And Mohsin Ali, well, he's gone for a few this over, but we know he's capable of coming back. Here he is now. Slower ball, but I think that'll be a wide. I think Steve's saying me too. Can't really play in Katacho to go. Okay, I'm going to stop trying to translate your Portuguese, but I'm trying my best. Sonu Jangara, welcome to the chat. One of the best bowlers so far in Spain. Well, this one could be out. I think I could give that one from here. It kept low, hit him right in front. There can be no complaints. Again, you never feel you're out as a batsman, but have a look at this. Bull, well, that's smashing them all out of the ground for me. Right back. You might as well walk. You're walking the wrong way. Good decision by the umpire. And Afzal, well, played some good shots, but he has to go. And, well, they just keep picking up the wickets, keeping them in the game at the moment. Nice bit of bowling by Mohsin Ali. And that's the length where, well, it's a bit of a gamble, I suppose. Sometimes the batsmen have been able to use that length against the bowlers and pick the ball up out of the stadium. But if you can get on that length, it can be a bit variable. You see that one came through a little bit lower, just surprising the batsman, who was caught plumb in front. So it's going to be Faizan Raja, who we saw opening the batting earlier today. For the over. This is popped straight up in there. It should be an easy catch. And it's taken. So a nice bit of bowling. A bit of a surprise bouncer from Mohsin Ali. Where did he pull that one from? Have a look at this one. It's a bit shorter. The batsman not really expecting it. And you can't blame him, really. And then there's only one place this was going, straight into the waiting gloves of the captain, Waqar Iqbal. So 2 wickets off 2 balls for Mohsin Ali. He'll be on a hat-trick. I'll say when he comes back to bowl. I think we will see him again. End of the over. What a good over that was for the Warriors. There were 10 runs off it, but there were 2 wickets. It's 92 for 6 after 7. 3 overs left. Well, now, I think I was checking in at 7. 92, got 3 overs. 10 and over. Well, with only 4 wickets in hand, you might settle for, let's say, 9, 27. Yeah, so I still think they're looking 115 to 120. Should be a very interesting chase. Deepak Rana's going to bowl his second over. Wow, love these Warriors. They keep fighting, don't they? Steve McVeigh saying we like to watch rather than play. There are no games in Qatar in Portugal at the moment. Well, thanks, Steve. I'm going to give myself a 55% pass mark on my translation skills, but it was unassisted. That's the main thing. But we hope you're enjoying the games from Portugal. Here's Deepak Rana. He's going to be bowling to Asad Abbas. This one's worked away. It should be cut off. And it is. So just the single. The new batsman's no slouch. He's facing up now. It's Atif Mohammed. He seemed to do some good work with the ball, but he can hold the bat as well. But what I would say is these last 3 overs, everything's critical because this is a very middle of the road score which Pakakera are putting on the board. Oh, I tell you what, I think this one has been edged and it's hit the keeper in the foot and it's almost bounced up and been caught. This will be a very interesting replay. Watch this. Little bottom edge and it's hit the keeper in the ankles. If that had popped up and he'd caught it, that might have been catch of the century. Just off the bottom of the bat. Watch this. Just pops up and, well, the keeper, you can understand, he was probably concerned he might have had a broken foot, but if he was alert to it, he could have jumped forward and caught it. But anyway, no run, that's the result. And this is going to be a difficult one for the keeper down the leg side, but again, they got the fielder positioned for that eventuality. And we'll get an extra though, so 2 wides. Sonu Jangra, sorry I didn't get to spend much time on you, but you've been one of the best bowlers so far with your left armers in this tournament, and it's great to have you in the chat. Here's Deepak Rana. Again, good bowling and good wicket keeping that time from Waqar Iqbal. Yeah, Luke Belgium just mentioning last 2 overs, 17 runs, 3 wickets. Yeah, that's exactly right. And we've seen these momentum shifts and how the game can change very quickly. And now Pakakera, 6 wickets down, just changes the game slightly, doesn't it? Well, it's up in the air, but there's nobody back there. Should keep it to 1. They do in the end. So again, the game in the balance. Deepak Rana, well, he went for a few runs, but they backed him to bowl his second over, and he hasn't let them down. He's been a very reliable bowler for the Warriors this series. Also chipping in with the bat with some miracle performances as well. Ball in hand now. This is slightly short, but no timing from Atif Mohammed. It will just be the single. So fascinating time in this match. Last ball of the 8th over. Swing and a miss, so that will end the 8th over. 2 overs to go. It's 97 for 6. Good over, only 5 off it, and a good comeback from Deepak Rana. He did go for 22 in his first, only 5 in his second, so he finishes with 2 for 27 off his 2 overs. Also a very important catch. And where are we? 97. Yeah, look, 2 nines from here. 18, maybe 115. What do you think, guys? And if it is that kind of a score, 110, 115, I think it's been an interesting chase, particularly the first 4 overs of the chase. Right, here's the 9th over. Amir Shahzad. Well, he's come up with some good deliveries, Amir Shahzad, but there's been a few that have gotten away from him, but that wasn't one of them. It was outside the off stump and the keeper just not able to gather it, so they'll get a bye. Mohamed Atif watches from the non-strikers then this time. A little bit of pad in it this time, so I think this will be a leg bye. Yeah, leg bye signal by the umpire, so. If you're stuck with us for game 5, you normally get rewarded with some excellent cricket entertainment. Oh, and he comes up with a wicket. Shahzad. We've seen it again, just sliding it through. Atif Mohammed playing the cross bat shot. That ball on the stumps, crashing into off. And another one goes down for Pakai Care. Let's watch this on the replay. Not really bouncing. No footwork from the batsman. Trying to hit across that one. And another wicket. So, we score 99 for 7. And 9 balls remain in this innings. It's been a fascinating little contest out there, and I think we're going to see some really interesting cricket, particularly at the front end of the second innings of this match. Again, Pakai Care, no Jaffrey today. Shahzad, well, he's done well. New batsman, Hassan Ali at the crease. Big appeal, and he's given him, so 2 in 2 balls. He's got to go and just making sure they stay apart. Let's have a look at this on the replay. Yeah, well, look, again, it's a matter of where it pitched. We'll have a look on the replay. Yeah, again, looks probably an umpire's call. For me, that was probably pitching on leg stump. It was a close one. But I think just a bit of that ball has to pitch on the leg stump. And that was always hitting him. So, getting the decision from the umpire. Go 2 in 2 balls. And now we've got a situation. I'll just see this one. If we slow it down, you'll see this one where this bounces. Again, it's very hard to tell on that replay. Might have just pitched on leg stump or not. It's one of those ones that's close enough for the umpire that I think if it's given, it's fair enough. If it's not, it's also fair enough. So, trying to make the judgment call. Of course, doesn't have the benefit of all the replays, but it wasn't a terrible decision. So now we've got the situation where 2 players are on hat-tricks. Amir Shahzad will get his chance first. Hat-trick ball. Big appeal. Wow, again, it was pretty close. And he's had some control problems. We've got 3 right on the money in a row. Let's have a look at this on the replay. I think there was some bat in it in the end, and that's what saved him. There's a big inside edge. Still, top ball's valuable. Last ball, the over. I'll take a single and I'll bring up the 100, but it's been hard work in the end. So that's the end of the 9th over. The 100 comes up. It's 100 for 8. Pakai Care, what a comeback it has been. Yeah, Ali agrees. He thinks it pitched on leg stump. Pitched on leg, very full. Yeah, okay. Steve's changing his mind. Just shows it was one of those ones, and I think it's fair enough to say it could have gone either way. As Personally, I'm probably anything that looks like it may even have possibly pitched outside leg stump, I'm pretty quick to turn down. But that was one where I think you could argue if it was given, it was a fair enough decision. If it wasn't given, it was a fair enough decision. And that's what the umpires are there to do. And we've got Mo Snally. He's on a hat trick. And he's on a hat trick. I'm not sure if he realises. But anyway, we've got another player on a hat trick. Oh, that could be out. No, it might have just been missing. And I tell you what, what's happening here? Oh, cue the circus music. I don't know if that might be considered a leg bye because he was trying to get out the way of it, and that is considered a shot. Where's this one going? Yeah, I don't think it was hitting. In the end, he was trying to get out the way, and that's why it's considered a shot. And Waka Iqbal, well, he got a bit of a head start, didn't he? But he wasn't able to hit the timber. That'll be a leg bye. Good umpiring in the end on all fronts. So where are we? 101. This is what we've come to expect in the European Cricket Series, isn't it? Tell you what, Waka Iqbal, he was trying to get even closer, but he was nowhere near it with the throw. He was a bit confused as to where he was going with that one. Mason Alias up in the air. I don't think this is getting caught. Prince is going to try and cut it off, and he's not going to be able to. Even the Prince can't do anything about that one. And in the end, 4 runs. So we've had it all. We've had 2 players on hat tricks. They haven't been able to take the hat tricks. We've had a few thrills and spills. This is what you can expect in the last over. 105 now. 4 balls remain. Mohsin Ali's been good with the ball. 2 for 14 he has. 1.2 overs. This time, well, this is well placed by the batsman. He just moseyed down the wicket, did Asad Abbas, and placed it nicely. The wide mid on, he was very wide and just had to get it straight, and that's what he did in the end. 4 more runs and valuable runs. We talked about that kind of 115 mark where we thought they might end up. And they look to be heading for that kind of a total, so it'll be a very interesting chase. Mohsin Ali, see what he can come back with. Abbas on strike. So again, thanks for joining us on the European Cricket Network for match 75, and at the end of this over, we'll have a few highlights for you. Then we will be back for the second half of the final match of week 3. This is whipped off the pads. Should just be 1, and well fielded. Fine leg. And they're thinking about trying a few hijinks to get Asad Abbas back on strike, but good defensive fielding in the end. They prevent that. So 2 balls remaining. Scores 110. Here's Mohsin Ali. I'll just get a single here. I'm sure they'll settle for it. So 1-1-1. Nelson, as they say in England. It's normally a bit of a superstitious number for them. I think it's a bit unlucky, but got some sort of issue with the helmet. Don't know, unless it's damaged or something. Probably shouldn't be changed at this point. But perhaps there's some sort of issue, the strap coming loose or something like that. Regardless, it'll be Asad Abbas to face the last ball. Pakai Care, they're 111 for 8 with the ball to go in the first innings. Well, it's been a very fascinating contest between these 2 formed teams of Group B. Here's the last ball. It's in the air. And they're going to push for 2. I think a good throw to the keeper will have him here. And Prince, well, again, very professional, getting done what had to be done. So they'll get the 1 for that one. They'll get run out going for the second, which means they'll finish this innings at 112 for 9. Pakai Care, after winning the toss and electing to bat, sets up a very interesting chase in the second half of this one. But looking back to the first innings, well, the big guns were out early. Mohamed Gissan and Mohamed Kamran starting with a bang. 2 Maximos kicked things off. Well, Sharad unfortunately dropped that one, but Prince didn't make any mistake. This is a big wicket, and And wasn't he happy about it? He's the man of the hour. That was a big wicket. The Pakai Care, well, they kept the big hits coming. In fact, they scored 75 off the first half of their innings. The second half, they were only able to add about half as many, 37 coming in overs, 6 to 10. But the Prince, he saved them a lot of runs in the field. Continuing his heroics from the previous game. Deepak Rana, well, he was a little expensive in his first over, but he did pick up 2 important wickets, including that of Shiraz Ahmed, you see there. And this LBW, a good decision. And we've seen some very good umpiring today. I've got to give them credit, the men in black. The judgment's been outstanding. Those LBW calls. Nice catch by Rana as well. At long off, just steadying himself. And the Prince, well, he bowled very well. That one got away from Amish Azad, but you'd have to say, sets up a very entertaining chase. And the Curry Master, well, you might want to stick to cooking because the fielding wasn't too good for him in this innings, but that's another LBW decision. And a surprise bouncer from Mohsin Ali. Getting the wicket. Mohammed just misreading the bounce of this one. Kept a bit low. It's frozen on the crease. And then this was the hat-trick ball and it was all happening. Well, there's some traffic going on. But this is what we love about the Fancode European Cricket Series. You won't find action like this anywhere else in the world. Just recapping the scorecard. Well, it was a bit of a team effort. You'd have to say for Pakai Care, Nissan, their highest scorer with 31, but then we had 4 other players in double figures. We had twin 19s from Mohammad Kamran and Asad Abbas, and twin 10s from Shiraz Ahmed, the captain, and Mohammad Azim Butt. And extra as well, that was a much improved effort from the Warriors. They conceded 39 extras in the previous game. This time it was only 11, including 7 wides and a no ball, a single bye, and 2 leg bye. So it's all set up for a very entertaining finish to the day. Just a reminder, we will have 1 more innings today to finish the week during the regulation matches, I suppose. But we'll be back on Sunday for Super Sunday, which we have the 3 ECL 21 playoff games and then the 2 rescheduled games from Monday. So make sure you join us on Sunday just for something a little bit different, but no less entertaining, I'm sure. A big prize on the line with ECL 21 qualification possible for Minaj and Lamunga. So we're going to leave you now, but we'll come back in just a few minutes. We'll be back with the chase. It'll be Rippon Warriors chasing 113 for victory in match 75. This is Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and you're watching the Fancode European Cricket Series. Welcome back, wherever you are watching around the world from all corners of the globe. We've got people tuning in tonight to the European Cricket Network for the second innings of match 75 of this Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. Vinny Sandu with you, Mr. Maximo, and it's a pleasure to have your company because we have a very interesting match in progress at the moment. Pakai Care, who are undefeated in the series at the moment, they're 7-0. They're trying to make it 8 in a row, but they've got a stern challenge ahead of them. They put 112 on the board after winning the toss and electing to bat first. And I think we're going to see a very interesting first 4 overs in particular, because we're going to see, I'm sure, Mohamed Kamran and Shiraz Ahmed open the bowling. And, well, it's going to be a very, very gripping period of play, I'm sure. Mohamed Kamran ready to get things going for Pakai Care. And interestingly, Prince, he's been held back again. We saw him finish that game in the last match, match 74. They chased down that target in 120s. They needed 123, and they did it with 3 balls to spare. And the Prince, he came in late and he blasted 61 runs off only 16 balls. And the Prince was in the action again. So the tactics here, I think they're fairly similar. And Ghulam Sabah, the curry master, he likes to give it a whack. And I think maybe their tactics are, we're going to try and counter-attack against these opening bowlers for Pakai Care. And if we can get, well, what do they need? About 11 and over for the innings. But in this first 4 overs, if they could get, say, even 30 off these first 4 overs, they've got Prince down the stretch to come in and attack the slightly weaker bowlers. So it's an interesting kind of cat and mouse going on at the moment. Mentioned, and Luke's making the point in the chat, that they scored 75 off the first half of their innings and only 37, so just a touch less than half than that in their second half, as they lost wickets at regular intervals, losing 6 wickets in the second half. But Mohamed Kamran, I tell you what, if you like your food spicy, you're going to enjoy this, because he's the fastest bowler in the tournament and he's going to be steaming in. Ghulam Sabah's on strike. The first one squeezed away. They may come back for 2. It's a good bit of fielding in the end. But this is the thing, and that's why I think it's a good calculated risk, and we weren't so sure about it in the last game, were we, with the Ripple Warriors? But by holding Prince back, who I think is their best batsman, and don't expose him to this early onslaught of Mohamed Kamran and Shiraz Ahmed, they've got some other bowlers to attack down the stretch. This one's just beaten for pace, but no chance for an LBW on that occasion. But they have to just find a way, and sometimes when you've got some pace about you, it can be used against you as well. Little nicks tend to fly away to the boundary. So, Mohamed Kamran, he's a big weapon for Pakai Care, and I'm sure he'll continue to be a factor as this series goes on. Here he is again. And this one's through the batsman. You see the difference in the pace. And, oh. Well, the keeper, he underarmed it back at the stumps. Let's see if the batsman was caught napping. He's sitting there and watching, but then he lifted his foot. Perhaps as the ball went past the stumps. I think it was okay by the time it went past. But, again, you survived Mohamed Kamran. You'd hate to get out that way. You just lapse in concentration. Mark Lovell saying, do not upset Mohamed Kamran. Well, that's true. Here he is again. Nice looking shot. Drilled it. And how's your luck? Straight to the fielder. It was a nice looking drive from Sabah. We got Master Nate from Tennessee saying he's official. He's my Facebook fan. That's nice. Well, if anyone wants to follow me at Mr. Maximo, and I won't say no, but don't have much time to check it because I spend a lot of the time every day in the chair, to be honest. But I'd rather be anywhere else, to be honest. This kind of entertainment, you don't find it anywhere else. Here's Mohamed Kamran. It's just shorter and again rushing the batsman. You can see there the difference. So that extra yard of pace. But Kamran, he said if they can just find a way to squeeze even 7 and over off these first 4 overs, I think they'll be happy. But there's only 2 off this one. At least they haven't lost a wicket. And there it is. I thought I'd put the jinx on for sure as soon as I said at least they haven't lost a wicket, but the Curry Master, he survives. And that's the power of Cameron as well. He didn't take a wicket, but only 2 runs off the over. So 2 for no loss after 1. That'll push the rate up slightly. 111 off 54 balls. And that's the thing. Easier said than done to attack bowlers like that. I mean, especially when you're fearing for your own well-being. It's one thing to say go out and play your shots, but another thing when the ball's coming down at you at, well, high 130s. It's probably 85 to 90 miles an hour kind of range for you, Nate. And you know that's pretty good going. You know that from baseball as well, especially when you factor in the bounce factor and the fact it's an extra variable trying to contend with the bounce off the pitch. Here's Sheraz Ahmed, as predicted, to bowl the second over. Again, a bit of confusion between the batsmen. You see, this is the difference. These batsmen seeming quite capable technically to handle the bowling, but it's another thing playing the aggressive strokes, which you require. Mark Lovell had an interesting idea, which I might come to after this ball, but first we're going to watch Sheraz Ahmed on to Waqar Iqbal, the Ripple Warriors skipper. Played away and getting an easy single there to mid off. Yeah, Mark Lovell saying should save Cameron 6 balls for the Fresh Prince, just in case. It's a very interesting observation. And I wouldn't even have thought of it, Mark. But that's a very good point you're making. Lamunga Cricket Club agreeing, completely agree. And Nate, even Nate, I love that Nate's got opinions now. A few days ago, Nate knew nothing about cricket. But then, Nate, we value your opinion now. You've seen enough. Mark Lovell, I'm wondering when Mohamed Cameron qualifies for Spain. On this one, well, it's missing by a country mile, but it won't be at LBW, but the batsman will be disappointed he missed out on this one. You see, this is the back of the hand slower ball. It's a wild swing. So again, not really able to get the boundaries away at all. Scores ground, at least they haven't lost a wicket. Again, it'll just be the one. A bit of pat on that one, so slow going. But again, everything can change very quickly, and that's why this is such a gripping contest. And you see here the battle between bat and ball, and that's what makes cricket so interesting. We do see a lot of high scores in these games, but it's also interesting when the bowlers are testing out the batsmen. This one's hit nicely. It'll take some stopping, and in the end, it's the old trusty boot doing the trick. Seen that a few times, haven't we? There's Mohamed Azambat. And the old size 44s doing the work that time. So still we've had only a 2 to start the innings, and since then it's been in 1s. And of course you're not getting these extras from these bowlers. Oh, there you go. The jinx works both ways. And he's been given. So he's been stumped down the leg side off a wide. And the keeper, he has to go. We'll see this one from side on, I'm sure. So down the leg side, and again, taking one step too many. And you can see there his bat, well, it landed on the back of his bat. That's a very, very good decision. Because he got the bat back, but some part of that bat has to be grounded behind the line, and the keeper spotted it. He said, well, your bat's back, but look, watch this. We'll see 1 frame forward, there you go. Even at this point, there's nothing grounded because the back of the bat and the spine of the bat is keeping that portion in the air, which is behind the line. So it's a very good decision. And, well, how's your luck? Waqar Iqbal. Again, alert wicket keeping from Mohamed Ihsan. Look, as a keeper, I love a leg side stumping, but that's not how you expect to get them. Nate saying the old Barcelona boot. Oh, Nate, I think that we'd love to get you in commentary sometime, because I'd love to hear an American commentator. I hear too many of them. Okay, Jesus, how are you enjoying this? The Lamunga Cricket Club is excited about Super Sunday. Yeah, of course. And Mark was saying it was an election. Spain ECL 21 playoff too close to call. Yeah. Well, there won't be any recounts. It's whoever can win 2 out of the 3 games. It's Shiraz Ahmed. He won't complain about that wicket. This one's down the leg side. Well, Mohsin Ali's come in. They've got 2 bashes at the crease now, but that's the end of a very, very good over. There's only 5 off it, so at the end of 2, it's 7 for 1. That rate going up again now. 106 off 40, 8 balls. Yeah, Nate's keen. I'll be keen too, Nate. I'm not joking. If I come to Tennessee, I expect you to take me out for dinner. Looking forward to that. Maybe just wait a little bit of a while before I travel to America at the moment. But sure, I'll get back there eventually. Here's Latif Mohammed. And he's going to start with 5 freebies. And here's the difference. And they must have been, I don't think they're watching the chat, but obviously Pakai Care had the same idea. For the first time in recent memory, they're not going to bowl Mohammed Kamran out straight away. They're bowling Latif Mohammed. The first one, he just lost the handle on it. And they're keeping 6 balls from Mohammed Kamran for the Prince for sure. Ali Jr. saying they did not send Diman face palm. Well, I guess we'll see how it works out. These 2, they're both going to be very attacking, that's for sure. So Mohammed Latif. Left arm over. This one's a lot more accurate. We'll just look at this required rate. Where are we at? Yeah, between 12 and 13 at the moment. And could this be the first blip on the record of Pakai Care? We saw them defend 69. Well, they've got 112 to play with here. This will just be a single Kamran. I wonder how he feels about not bowling out, but I think he knows why. Just be the single. Now Steve McVeigh saying, good shout, only about 3 feet down the leg side. Yeah, one thing I enjoy about this, Steve, these very, very optimistic LBW appeals that we've seen. That's all about you. You've got your right to appeal, I suppose. You never know your luck, but we have seen some very optimistic shouts. But again, it's all part of the theatre and excitement which makes this series unique and special. We're very excited to bring you 124 matches from Spain and then hopefully over 1,000 this year. That's the plan anyway. It's very hard making plans in a pandemic world, but so far so good. Here's Mohammed Latif. He's going to go for it and he's going to get away with it. There's no one back there on the offside. That one may or may not make it to the boundary. I think it's just rolled into the rope. And as you can see in the skyline, beautiful evening in Barcelona. I'm walking home every day down the hill. We're at 185 metres altitude as well. Try and give you that in feet. Probably 600 feet, have a guess. But yeah, it's a beautiful part of the world. Sun's out. Nice evening. This one's going to go the same direction. I think he's going to get the same result. So back-to-back boundaries. You can see the risk for Pakai Care, I suppose. Introducing a new bowler. And Latif, well, he's been pretty reliable for them in the middle overs. Again, after the good work up front of Mohammed Kamran and Shiraz Ahmed, but it's been a little bit expensive in this over. The Warriors will take it. They're going to keep attacking, that's for sure. And they need to. They're going to go hard again. This time, Kamran should clean up. Again, very professional. Doing the fielding. Nothing silly from Kamran. Just getting it in cleanly to the bowler. So, this over, what have we had? We've had 5 wides and a dot. And 1-4-4-1. Let's see what happens. The last ball to power play. Latif Mohammed. Well, this one's going to hurt the curry master. This has missed the pad and hit him in the upper thigh. Gives it a little rub at the end of it, but he's a pretty tough cookie. That'll be the end of the over. So, at the end of the power play, it's 22 for 1. If you just look at the power play, Well, you might say, well, 7 and over. We talked about them being about 30 at the 4 over mark. Well, the overs so far, 2, 5, 15. And it looks like Shiraz Ahmed won't be bowled out either. They might turn to Mohammad Azim Butt. So they've left 2 overs of their key bowlers up their sleeves. And I'm sure they're eyeing off the Prince. And well, now the batters got the licence as far as I'm concerned. You've got your best batsman in the shed. Both these two are hyper-aggressive batsmen. We see that Sabah, he's not really firing, is he? He's trying. It's 4 off 11 now. He's going to have to do something fast. Just staying in touch with the rate at the moment. It's not out of hand, is what I mean. Only 1 off 42, 13 and over required. This is hit absolutely sweetly by the batsman. Unfortunately, it's straight at a fielder. But yeah, Sabah, well, he's got to hit out or get out. And the Curry Master. Hartley Jr., he's still having kittens about the Prince not being out there. Well, we'll see him out there before you know it. Again, this will probably just be 1. And this is what we were talking about. It's easy to say, well, just be more aggressive and hit out or get out, but this is what can happen. Sabah, well, he's trying his best to play all the shots in the book, but at the moment, just lasering that ball straight at the fielder or just missing out. Something's got to give here. Oh, this will give. It'll be a no ball. Too high. So this will be a free hit. This one, well, I'm sure there was no intent from the bowler on that occasion, but that'll wake you up as a batsman. This will be a free hit. And they love a boundary here, the Warriors. He does it again. That's 2, and he might be out of the attack after that. And he can't believe it. Mohammad Azim Butt, yeah, he's holding his head. He can't believe it. He's done 2. And yeah, he will be removed from the attack. So if you're new to cricket, this is one of the rules. It's a playing condition, actually. And if there are 2 fast high balls, that bowler will be removed and someone else will have to finish this over. He won't be allowed to bowl for the rest of the innings. So, again, I don't think there was any intent from the bowler on that occasion. Next one will be a free hit. So, Mohammad Azim Butt. Only 2 lead deliveries bowled in this over. Someone else is going to have to come on and finish the over. And the fielding captain can choose, but bowling a partial over counts as one of your overs for the innings. Of course, you can only bowl 2, and looks like we got the magic spray coming out. Oh, it's always handy. Magic spray. Oh, takes me back to my playing days. We had all sorts of hijinks with the magic spray. Spraying it on people when they weren't paying attention. Spraying it on their equipment. And so, what a contest this is. Asad Abbas is going to take over the 4th over. So with 4 balls remaining, Mark Lovely, is he wearing the captain's shirt? Yeah, he is wearing the captain's shirt, actually, Mark. But it's not the captain today. Mohammad Azim Butt. Sure, it's been washed. All right, Asad Abbas to take over. Free hit. It'll still be a free hit because this is wide. And well, we've seen everything today, haven't we? Asad Abbas, well, wouldn't have been expecting to come into the attack. Free hit again. It's going to be another wide. So we said you don't get too many wides. And again, just the tactics of the Warriors disrupting the tactics of Pakai Care. I mean, sometimes you can't be good, be different. And holding back their premier bowlers. This is a slower ball. The Curry Master, again, he's only going to get a single here. And so they miss out. That was 4 free hits in a row we saw. So again, you'll see everything here if you wait long enough. And Mark Lovell saying batsmen should retire and let in the Prince. Yeah, well, at the end of this over, if it's not happening for the Curry Master, it's worth consideration. Looks as well bowled by Abbas this time, right up in the block hole. Just be the 1 run. Yeah, so it's just really important to go after these, let's just say, slightly less skillful bowlers of Pakai Care. This time he gets a bit on it. Again, he's going to pick out the fielder. And the fielder, well, he did his best to mess it up. I think he might have got the kneecap on it. It's gone away about 20 yards. He's had to chase it again. But at least it didn't go to the boundary. Watch this. What's this hit? Was it the boot? It's gone a long way. Oh, he's got no shoes. And Mark Lovell asking, where's my man Jaffrey this week? Yeah, well, Jaffrey just having a rest. Saving himself for the next week. So, interesting decision by Pakai Care. Here's Abbas, last ball of the over. Again, he's going nowhere fast, Zabar. He'll get a leg by, so, well, end of an interesting over. And what else is interesting is Super Sunday. And you'll see it right here on the European Cricket Network, 28th of February, this Sunday. Wow, we're only about, I don't know how many hours away, probably about 38 hours away from Super Sunday. We've got 3 playoff matches for the European Cricket League 21 between Manaj and Lamanga. Whoever wins 2 of those will go through to the European Cricket League this year, where they'll play at least 8 matches in that tournament. And we've got the 2 rescheduled games going into the evening. So we've got the late game. It's 5:30 p.m. GMT, 6:30 in Central Europe, and 11 p.m. in India. And Nate, for you, that's 12:30 p.m. in Tennessee. Even giving Tennessee time now. And Mark, well, there's a lot of discussion. Well, Ali, I can read your mind. He's going to say, get the Prince out there. You're going to have Muhammad Afzal to bowl. Oh, this is a right pie. Shortened down the leg side. I'm not sure that slipped out, but well, this game, I'll tell you what, I've been watching cricket for over 30 years. I don't know what to make of it sometimes. They're just trying to get through a couple of their slightly less recognised bowlers in this period of the game. This is short again. He sits straight up in the air. It's got to be caught. Do you even want to catch it? And he's held on. Muhammad Ihsan. Well, there's no question. When the ball's in the air, if you're a keeper, well, your reputation's on the line. And, well, Muhammad Afzal. I won't say it's the best ball I've ever seen, but it got a wicket. Let me go back to this. Chat. I'm sure there's a lot of chat about what's going on out there. Yeah, well, Sabai doesn't have to retire in the end, because that one's gone straight up. Nate's just excited about Super Sunday. Well, me too. Right, the batsman crossed. Next one will be just a single, and of course, no surprises. Prince Daman is the new batsman. He joins Mohsin Ali at the crease. A wicket for Afzal. Again, fascinating cricket at the moment. There's 4 balls left this over. Can the Prince cash in? Starts cautiously. Just the single. And this is another quandary, if you like, for the Prince. He'll really want to attack these bowlers that are slightly less recognised bowlers, but also he does want to probably take a couple of balls to get into his innings. So, pros and cons. I think it's up to Mohsin Ali to go big, and he does. All the way, straight down the ground. Maximo, 6 runs. And in this arm wrestle, this blow goes to the Warriors. So, what a fascinating game this is. Still 2 balls remaining in this over. Scores 43. A bit of half appeal, but umpire, I'll wait to that. But still handy dot ball. Can Pakai Care keep their perfect record intact? Dream 11 say, I think they forgot the target. Well, they've got it under control. This is very high. It should be caught. Fielder's under it. It's Abbas. And he holds on. So Mohsin Ali, well, he got the Maximo earlier in the over. But in the end, he goes. It was a useful contribution from him. He made 19 off 12 balls. And that will be the end of the over. And at the halfway point of the innings, the Warriors, they're 43 for 3. Now it'll be interesting to see what happens next, because the batsman did cross, which means they'll cross back for the end of the over, which means the new batsman will be on strike. Yeah, so Super Sunday, make sure. Mark Lovell saying, I know a few keepers who would not have caught that last catch, myself included. I think you might be talking about whether they would have chosen to have gone for the catch. I think in your case, Mark, would you have made it there in time? You tell me. But I think you got to back yourself. Take wickets. If you're going to win, you're going to have to win the battle with the Prince. That's what I think in this game. So Asad Abbas is going to continue. Again, they're holding back Cameron and Shiroz Ahmed. Have a new over. Swing and a miss. The new batsman is Imran Hussain. Again, his job is to get a single right here. The Prince needs to face. He's down the wrong end at the moment. He'll get a single here. There's no one home on the onside in the circle. Yeah, interesting one actually. Last ball, last over with that skied ball. If the Prince was alert to it, probably wouldn't have been taking the run because it was likely to be caught. That would have meant he was on strike. But anyway, didn't have to wait too long. There was a dot and then a 1. So there's 4 balls left this over. Where are we at with the equation? 69 off 28. What's up? Well, it could be a chance. It's in the gap, I think. It's just going to plug. And so Prince, well, his heart was in his mouth for a second there. I think he realised that was into the gap. He might have been hustling for 2, but I think for a while he was just worried about his own wicket, because he didn't get all of that. And that's the risk. You know, when you're playing these big shots, even the best batsman, you can miscue one. That's what happened there, but fortunately, went in the gap between the fielders. Next one's going to be a wide. So let me see the run rate about 14.5 and over. Required a bit over that now. Approaching 15, so Asad Abbas on his second and final over. There'll be a single here. Still 2 balls left. Again, yeah, it's hard for the Prince. There's a lot of pressure on him, but he has to keep attacking. Mark Lovell saying iron gloves. There you go, Mark. You're being a bit unkind on yourself. Got pretty good skills. Well, this is short and down the leg side. Would have been a wide, but the Prince will take 4. Help yourself. Cuatro carreras. And look at this. He's dragged a couple down, hasn't he? Asad Abbas. This one was only going one way. Prince might be upset. It was only 4. Regardless, last ball of this over. Will he take the single, or will we try and hit the boundary again? Let's have a look. He's happy with the single this time. And despite whatever fumbles happen, I think the Prince is going to stay at that end. So that's the end of the 6th over. The 50's come up for the Warriors. After 6, the Ripoll Warriors chasing 113 for victory. They're 52 for 3. Abbas, that will be the end of his bowling today, because he bowled that partial over. That counts as one of your overs, so he'll finish with 1.4 overs to his name. See that Mohammad Abzimbat was taken off for a second high full ball. So we're going to have Mohammad Afzal again to bowl. This is the over, I think, where it's make or break. Got the Prince on strike. Afzal need to pick up a wicket or 2, but for me, he's very hittable for the Prince. Let's see how he goes. He gets him, and again he picks out the fielder. And the Prince will be disappointed just to hit that for a single, but it's important from here that they don't have too many dot balls, because now 60 off 23. Getting to that point. Mark Lovell's like 8 iron needed 7. I love it when you're in the chat, Mark. And the wicket goes down, so Afzal, well, can't pan his bowling too much. He's got a 3rd wicket. This time it was a slower ball. Imran Hussain just misreading it. Maybe misreading the game situation. This one just coming in a little bit. You see the feet there. going the wrong direction. There's only one direction that Imran Hussain is going, and that's back to the dugout. As his innings ends for only 2. And look, for me, the only way the Ripple Warriors winning this game if the Prince gets a lot of the strike from here. So it is time maybe to try and manipulate the strike a little bit. And if you're the new batsman, Amish Azad, you've got to get him on strike however you can. Let him do his thing. This is what's so interesting about cricket, particularly this form of the game. Things can change very quickly. Mohammad Afzal, well, he's got 3 for 10. Why not? Well, he's going to get a single here, so it's in the gap. In fact, it might go all the way. It does. Wow, that was dug out. And I thought, wow, it was definitely only going to be a single. Watch this. He came at him, but he yorked himself at the bottom of the bat, but it was just perfectly placed between these two men, and they ended up running past each other. So again, the Warriors, they won't mind where these boundaries come from, but they need them. Amish Azad, look, he is capable with the bat. I'm saying he's not, but he's going to have to play his role in this chase. And this is up in the sky. Not sure it'll be caught. It's going to go all the way. Maximo! 6 runs down the ground, and Amish Azad, well, he's saying, I want to be a part of the Morel family too. And he gets this one up and out of the ground. 6 runs. So he started with a bang, 4 and 6. Still 2 balls left this over. He'll go again. He could be another one. He has. That one clears the boundary. So 4-6-6. Amish Azad announcing his arrival on the big stage here in match 75 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. And suddenly the equation is a lot more friendly for the Warriors. 44 off 19 required. Last ball of the over. Afzal finally getting the treatment. Keeper up. Well, it's going to be down the leg side, and they'll get an extra as well. So they'll get 2 off that ball, and it'll have to be bowled again. Now this for me, I know you want to hit the big shots, but you do think you want Prince on strike. But having said that, Shazad's come to the crease, so maybe you just play the ball on its merits. If it's there to hit, you go for it. Prince on strike, last ball of the over. In the end, it was well bowled, and he's going to have to be satisfied with a single. So, how expensive in the end, that one. So, the end of the over, it's 72 for the loss of 4. There was a wicket in that over, but it was one of the magic ones that Rico talks about. 20 runs for the batting team. And it wasn't the Prince, was it? It was the new man, Amish Azad. Oh, he's done some good things in this series. But to remember, what's this equation now? 41 off 18 balls. 2 of those overs will be bowled by Mohammad Kamran and Shiraz Ahmed. So we're going to see a bit of best against the best action from each team. Shazad's come and hit the ball really sweetly from ball 1. But this is the key over for me now. Atif Mohammed, he went for 15 the first over he bowled. It was the third. Got a bit more protection with the 5 outfielders this time. But let's see how he goes. Will the big weapons be able to produce at the end of the innings what they have at the beginning? Here's Atif Mohammed, 8th over. He's just satisfied with the single. This occasion, having a look at Atif Mohammed. 40 off 17. Who are you backing here, guys? Martin Gould, I'm back. What's happened? Saw the Ralgex going on. Wow. Alexander W's getting involved. Saying awesome, 6 runs. Degonta's in the chat as well. What do you think, guys? And Luke also recognising that the 2 premier bowlers for Pakai Care still have overs left. As the sun sets on another week in Barcelona. The kind of action we've seen has been incredible already. 75 matches in. We've got 5 matches on Super Sunday to come as well. So plenty more around the corner. But for now, focused on Atif Mohammed. This one should be 4. It's a nice shot, and Amish Azad, well, he's hit the ground running. This one's on the hill. Once it got there, it was running away. Slightly short, and he jumped all over it. And so, well, 36 off 16. We saw the Warriors come back thanks to the miracle innings. 61 off 16 balls from Prince last time, but it's Shazad. He's already doubled the Prince's score. Oh, and he's just gone a bit too crazy here, and they want to go. Oh no, could be a run out. Oh well, Prince. Again, you can see his brain was working too hard. He's got Shazad at the other end. No use throwing a wicket away here. And I tell you what, the keeper just slipped and probably lucky in the end. About here, Prince was thinking, I might have made a mistake. It might have been the first one he's made all day as well. I tell you what a fantastic ending this is to this game. And can they get the kind of, I'm guessing it's going to be around 14 runs and over. They're going to need off the last 2 overs, but with the 2 big guns from Pakai Care today, with the ball, they'll be doing the bowling for Pakai Care. This time he's hit it, and he's hit it well. Maximo off the wall. Well, bowler, you can pick that one up. It's bounced all the way back to you. Teef Mohammed and Shazad. Well, Prince going, yeah, well, maybe I don't need to be desperate to get down the other end when Amir Shazad is hitting him like this. How about it? You know what? Don't care what other cricket's going on in the world. You'll find a more gripping contest than this. Here we go. Teef Mohammed again. Oh, swing and miss. That makes it 30 off 13 balls. I think Shazad, he's just got to keep going. He's hit plenty, but he doesn't really want a single. But having said that, he's hitting him well, but again, it's going to be a different proposition. I think we'll probably see Mohammed Cameron next over. Would be my guess. Try and bury the game. You think Prince, well, probably slightly more technically equipped to deal with Mohammed Cameron, but last ball this over first, last ball the 8th. He's hit it well, and in the end they're going to take the single, and well, Shazad, he took off with the shot. You can't blame him as a batsman. The main thing is they don't want to throw away a ridiculous wicket. And look, they can take everyone at the moment. It all helps them get towards the target. What a big effort it's been from the Warriors. It's the end of the over. 84 for 4. Don't go anywhere, guys. Steve McVeigh mentioning wrong length and line. That right in his arc. Yeah, you can see where Shazad's comfortable. Likes a bit of length, doesn't he? He's got a pretty good eye. Look, he missed a couple too, but when he hit him, yeah, there's no doubt. No doubters, as you'd say, Nate. So, here we go. Maybe I should be captain. Mohammed Cameron's going to come into the attack. I had a 50% chance anyway, didn't I? And let's have a look at the equation. 29 of 12 balls. Well, it all come down to this. Mohammed Cameron, left arm fast. 29 of 12 required. Oh, he's using his pace against him. This is cracked behind point. This is 4 runs. What a shot that is. Amir Shazad. Well, he's no slouch with the bat, as I said when he came in. And he's delivering some heroics. He's now 31 off only 9 balls. And how about this? And Prince, he's been starved of the strike, but it's been this super cameo by Amir Shazad for the Ripple Warriors, and now it's 25 off 11. And Cameron, will he go short or will he go full? It'll be one or the other, I think. It won't be in the middle. He goes short, gets on it. Could be out if he hits. No, so just the single. But again, they'll take 5 off the first 2. 24 off 10. So 2.5 a ball. That's what they need, and that's what they got. They got 5 off the first 2. So, wow, good evening to Jehan Zabaskar. Well, what a great time for you to tune in. So, wow. This is their best against their best, I think. Mohammed Kamran against Prince Daman. Prince, he hasn't really got going in this innings. Again, batting such a rhythm thing. Can come and go. What are Cameron's tactics to the Prince? He's going to go full. He's going to miss out. And, oh, there could be a run out. No, he's going to send him back. Again, the Prince. He was right in the zone in game 74, but game 75 just struggling a little bit. I think he was thinking about the short one. If I'm very honest, if I was facing, I'd be conscious of that one. We've seen Cameron pull out the bounce. It was a go-to move, but it was full. Prince just couldn't catch up with it. If he got a bit of bat on it, it was probably flying away for 4. It's only a wide third man in place. Goes this time. He's going to get at least one down the ground. Don't think they're going to come back. Prince says no, the one's fine. And look, to be honest, the way it's going, and it's not the way we thought it would go, and that's what's so great about this game. At the moment, Shazad seems to be hitting him better than the Prince. And for that reason, there's no reason to have these crazy run-outs and crazy strike manipulation, because both these batsmen are capable. Shazad, can he keep being the hero for the Warriors? Oh, he swings and misses. Again, that's the extra pace and extra bounce of Mohamed Kamran. We're disappointed with that. Now we're at the situation, 23 off 7. It's going to take a heroic effort in the last over. We saw the Prince take 18 off only 3 balls, the last 10th over that he saw. So this one is still going on to wire. And so Mohamed Kamran. In he comes. Shazad on strike. He'll work it away. I think it'll just be the single straight at the fielder, Atif Mohammed. That's the end of the over. And Cameron, well, he's filthy with himself. He comes up empty-handed in the wickets column for once, and that's pretty rare in this Fan Code European Cricket Series. So, another barnstorming finish coming your way. 22 required of the last 6 balls of this match. Kessler mentioned a little while ago, Vinny, we're in for a treat. Yeah, I'd agree with that. And Nate saying the idea is just get Lumber on the fast-paced throw correct. Yeah, well, if you can. But yeah, you can, I often say, if I'm terrorising some kids in the practice nets, I'll say, you can't hit what you can't see. And well bowled, says Jahanzab Asghar was. And so look, Shiraz Ahmed, the captain, he's going to have to do the captain's job. They're only 7 off that over. They need to probably double that. 91 the score for 4 wickets after 9 overs. It all comes down to this. 75 games of cricket. There's still plenty more. Don't forget to join us on Super Sunday at the same time. And of course, 10 more days, Monday to Friday, the next 2 weeks from Barcelona. But for now, Shiraz Ahmed, 22 required. Oh, he's missed out. Oh, I tell you what, he's thrown over his head. And I think that's probably fair. There's some discussion about whether the ball's dead or not, but I don't think it's dead on this occasion. The reason was the batsman is so far out, and you see that there's halfway an opportunity to run him out. So in the end, it'll be a bye. So I think that's a good call from the umpires to allow that as a bye. Might have been given a run in the end, but regardless, 21 off 5. Big swing, but again, not gonna take the run. The Prince. (21 off 4 required). How are they going to do it? Well, 2 6s, 2 4s will tie it, but this one has to leave the ballpark. Prince on strike. Oh, he just mishits it. He's upset with himself, and you can see it's been a Herculean effort for him today. But this is one of the things, the margins are so fine in this game. And you can be on song 1 minute and then an hour or so later or 2 hours later, it can feel completely different. And Prince just has never got into this innings. When you think about it, in 16 balls, he scored 60-something runs in the last game here. He scored only 12 off 11. And he just hasn't had his timing. That's a shame. Shiraz Ahmed just has to put it on the pitch. Well, there's going to be 6 of them here. So at least that puts some pressure back on the bowler to deliver. And that's all you can do as a batsman, is keep trying to hit them out of the park. Get as close as you can. Yeah, good question on the chat. Why didn't he take the run previous ball? Well, Prince may be feeling he was the man to take them to victory, and fortunately couldn't connect. Anyway, 14 off 2. Can this one leave the park? It's not going to, so that'll put it beyond all doubt. And look, it's been a very spirited effort from the Warriors. We love the way they play their cricket. And the tactics paying off in the previous match. You see the 100 coming up with the ball to go. Here's the last ball of Friday, day 15. It'll just be the one run. And so they'll finish on a score of 101. And they'll lose this match to Pakai Care 112 to 101. The margin, 11 runs in the end. Wow, what a day's cricket we've seen. If you are leaving us, make sure you join us Sunday morning, 7:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 Central Europe, 1 p.m. in India. Let's just recap the chase. And they gambled again on the pinch hitters, didn't they? But you have to say, Sabah never really got going. Well, this is the unlikely first wicket. His bat was in the air because it was on the back of his bat. There was nothing grounded behind the line. So again, very good umpiring. He got it back there, but there was nothing behind the line on the ground. And then 5 wides. It was a shaky start, and the gamble from Pakai Care captain Shiraz Ahmed was to keep an over in hand from each of his 2 premier bowlers, including himself. We saw Mohammad Azimbat come and go very quickly. ECN, well, had a bit of a juggle but held on to it. Sabah finally went, but he chewed up a lot of balls in the end. Going for 8 off 16. He was trying, but he just wasn't making contact. And a good catch taken by Asad Abbas. It's a short stay at the crease for Imran Hussain. That brought Shazad. He was a revelation on his way to 41 off 15 balls. He was the one trying to be the hero of the Warriors, and he was. Recapping today's action, we started with match 71. It was the City Lions who defeated Pakistan 114 to 106 in a pretty close game. And you see there Ibrahim Hussain, the influencer, as the City Lions clinched the win. He scored 54 off 27 balls, as well as taking 3 wickets. So he was the clear man of the match. Second game, well, a bit more clear-cut this one. Here at Sabadell, well, they opened their account, their first win of the series, 118 to 77 off Paksalona. And here Alal, he was the star for them. 77 not out off 32 balls, as well as 2 for 13 and 2 wickets each as well to Ikram Ul-Haq and Adnan Abbas for Hira Sabadell. So it was great to see them get a win, and we'll see them again on Sunday, of course, in the rescheduled matches then. Well, this was the blowout of the day, if you like. City Lions, after winning the toss and elected to bat, well, they were 7 for 6 at one point, losing 6 batsmen for only 7 runs. They ended up scraping just past the lowest ever ECS total score of 35, but they didn't quite make the highest, make the lowest score, I should say, make it up to the lowest score previously, losing that game after posting only 41. And the Ripple Warriors, wow, what a chase this was, and they timed it perfectly, and this is a case of the tactics paying off. Prince Power's Ripple Warriors to victory with 3 balls to spare, with 61 not out of 16 balls. He was the star of that game, and you wondered if he could do it again in the final match of the day, match 75. But it was a different story, and although Amir Shazad tried valiantly, Ripple Warriors going down in the end 112 to 101 in the final match of the day. It's been an absolute pleasure having your company wherever you are around the world. I hope you've enjoyed this thoroughly entertaining day's cricket as usual. We've seen it all in the Fancoke European Cricket Series. And if you are one of our over 160,000 YouTube subscribers, we certainly thank you. And we do encourage you to let your friends and family know about European cricket, because there is a lot going on in the world of European cricket. It's great that you're a part of it, no matter where you're watching from in the world. And it's great to have the discussion in the YouTube chat. And thanks to everyone who's contributed in the YouTube chat as well. And just confirming that result again. You can see it's Shazad, all his late innings heroics, had got the Warriors in a winning position, but unfortunately, Prince just couldn't regain the touch that saw him power the Warriors to victory in the previous match. It was Afzal, a bit of a surprise hero with 3 wickets, but he did go for 29 runs and got some stick towards the end of his spell. And the other wicket taken by a bowler was to Shiraz Ahmed, the captain, who took 1 for 13. And Mohammad Kamran, look, he didn't take a wicket, but as usual, he was pretty miserly, only going for 9 off his 2 overs. So there you have it, folks. James Stewart saying, Vinny, thanks for the solo effort today. It's been fun. Now go and have a good evening and even better dinner. Well, I certainly will, James. I need to have 1 or 2 of the local cervezas. Got tomorrow off, but I'll be back here on Sunday. That's Super Sunday. Jesus saying see you on Super Sunday. Well, I'll see you then. Cannot wait. Have a good day. Thank you to everyone for getting involved. And Steve, to you as well. Hope you have a lovely night. It's great that we have all of this discussion in the YouTube chat. It's so fantastic to have you a part of it. And that's what makes this so interesting and unique. And we certainly hope to have your company on Sunday morning, 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe. It's 1 p.m. in India for 5 matches, the 3 ECL 21 playoff games between Manaj and Lavanga, followed by the 2 rescheduled matches. And you can see for Pakai Care, they have romped to qualification, but of course that doesn't make it any less interesting. The matches to come in Group B, they will have another day of play on the Tuesday of week 5. We will see them then. Of course, stay tuned. We have Groups C and D in action again in week 4 in Barcelona. But before that, like I said, Super Sunday. Make sure you join us because it's going to be very interesting. And a big prize on the line, a big carrot for those 2 teams in the first 3 matches of the day, followed by a very unique and first for us basically at this ground. We'll be playing under lights. The final match on Friday that will start at 5:30 p.m. GMT, which is 6:30 in Central Europe. It's 11 p.m. in India. You can see the schedule right there on your screen now. But anyway, from everyone at the European Cricket Network, it's been a pleasure having your company today. It's been Vinny Sandhu, and goodbye and good night as well to my friend Rico. We hope you had a good day off, and we look forward to having you back on Monday. But for now, Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, saying good night, everybody. Have a lovely night. Have a lovely weekend. We'll see you on Super Sunday. But for now, it's goodbye.